Chapter 11:26. In the primeval demon region, the heavenly demon imperial city. Around the third prince's residence, the four commanders of the imperial army were watching over the third prince. The four commanders of the imperial army were the strongest in the imperial army. Everyone in the crown prince's residence was terrified and didn't know what to do. Inside the crown prince's residence, Xianqing was the calmest person. He obeyed the emperor's order and didn't step out of the residence. However, the more calm he was, the more nervous the four commanders were. They knew very well that the current situation was extremely unfavorable for the third prince. At this time, they had to be extra careful to guard against the third prince's counterattack. If a heavenly demon crown prince went berserk, his power would be beyond everyone's imagination. In the sky, the sun set in the west. The day gradually passed, and the terrifying night was about to come again. In the 13th prince's residence, Ning Chen looked at the gradually approaching night outside. A cold smile flashed across his face. He was very curious. When would Xianqing's counterattack be? In the 5th prince's residence, powerful auras loomed. In front of the wing room, Xian Zhen and the 5th prince stood quietly, waiting for the murderer to walk into the trap. However, to everyone's surprise, nothing happened in the imperial city until the eastern horizon lit up again. It was so calm that it was somewhat unimaginable. At dawn, the four commanders and the experts in the 5th prince's residence, who were on alert, all secretly sighed in relief. It seemed that nothing would happen today. Just as everyone relaxed, an earth-shattering explosion resounded in the 5th prince's residence. The 5th prince's body cracked inch by inch, and in an instant, it exploded with a loud bang. The incomparably terrifying power spread rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it flattened the entire 5th prince's residence. The remaining power didn't diminish and continued to spread to the surroundings. It was a shocking scene. The neighboring residences and heavenly demon residence were quickly swallowed by the aftermath of the explosion. Not even a corpse was left behind. Not good. In the imperial city, Xian Mo and the four commanders' expressions changed drastically when they saw this. They flashed and rushed to the center of the explosion. The spreading shock waves were destructive, constantly devouring everything in its path. Xian Mo and the four commanders rushed over and joined hands to form seals. Demonic qi surged and blocked the rapidly spreading aftermath. Ugh! For muffled groans rang out. Under the terrifying aftershocks, the four King Realm commanders suffered backlash, and the corners of their mouths were dyed red. Seeing that the imperial city was about to suffer a calamity, a powerful palm energy shot out from the 9th Serenity King's mansion. It carried a shocking imperial might and blocked the shockwave caused by the explosion. Boom! Rumbling and shaking the stars, the emperor took action. The shock wave that erupted from the 5th prince's residence was forcibly suppressed and gradually disappeared. Within the 13th prince's residence, Ning Chen watched the scene unfold in astonishment. After a long time, he smiled helplessly. Madman! He had underestimated the third prince. He did not expect Xianqing to have such a trick up his sleeve. Judging from the aura of the explosion just now, it was the Earth Talisman. The heaven, earth, and human talismans. Xianqing actually got 2 of them, which was really out of his expectations. Xianqing hid the matter of the Earth Talisman from him, but today he used this trump card. It seemed that this heavenly devil third prince was really desperate. In the 9th prince's residence, Xian Ke, who was about to leave, stopped in his tracks and looked in the direction of the explosion, his face filled with shock. Was the third prince crazy? The northwest of the imperial city was filled with devastation. Almost a quarter of the huge imperial city had been destroyed. The struggle for imperial power, the calculation of interests, the millions of ordinary people once again became the most innocent sacrifice. After the explosion, hundreds of miles around the 5th prince's residence had been completely razed to the ground. All that could be seen was the dazzling scorched earth. Bang! 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 In the ruins of the 5th prince's residence, several figures fell to the ground. Blood flowed out, dyeing the scorched earth red. The 6 King Realm cultivators barely managed to save their own lives, but they could not save the others. Among the 6 King Realm cultivators, Xian Zhen and Xian Luo staggered to their feet, vomiting red blood. Xian Qing. Xian Zhen looked at the scene around him and roared furiously. In the 3rd prince's residence, Xian Qing looked at the northwest of the imperial city with regret. Unfortunately, he still could not get rid of his first brother. It was indeed not easy to kill someone who was close to the peak of the King Realm. He had kept this trump card because he wanted to find a chance to get rid of Xianzhen. But now, he could not wait any longer. In front of the king's palace, Xian Qing stepped forward and walked out of the residence. In front of the residence, Xian Qing did not leave. Xian Mo and the 4 King Realm commanders rushed over. They looked at the white-robed man in front of the residence, unable to hide the anger in their eyes. Commander Xian Mo and the other 4 commanders, why are all of you looking at me with such a gaze? I have not taken a single step out of my residence since yesterday. Xian Qing looked at the 5 of them and smiled. Your Highness, the commoners are innocent. You have gone too far, Xian Mo said in a deep voice, looking at Xian Qing. I feel deeply sorry for the people who died tragically. I hope Commander Xian Mo can catch the culprit as soon as possible and seek justice for the people in the city. At the same time, you can also clear my name, Xian Qing said with a smile. Wei Chen will do his best to catch the culprit and bring him to justice. Xian Mo looked coldly at the 3rd prince, then turned and left. The 4 commanders of the imperial army followed her. They were still a little scared. The explosion just now was too terrifying. If the demonic emperor of the abyss had not intervened, the entire imperial city would have been destroyed. In the heavenly demon ancestral land, the 7 luminaries demon emperors and 8 desolation demon emperors felt the tremors in the distant imperial city, and their expressions turned gloomy. How daring! Was Xian Qing going to rebel? We can't tolerate the kid any longer. Otherwise, there's no telling what he's going to do next, the 7 brilliance demon emperor said. The 8 desolation demon emperor was silent for a moment before he said, My royal brother is currently in the far north. Even if you or I were to attack Xian Qing without concrete evidence, we wouldn't be able to explain ourselves when my royal brother returns. Are we just going to let him do whatever he wants? The 7 brilliance demon emperor said coldly. Xian Mo and the Forbidden Army have already sealed off Xian Qing's mansion. We will observe for a few days. As long as Xian Mo or Xian Zhen find evidence, it won't be too late for us to take action, 8 Desolation Demon Emperor said calmly. Where's 12th brother? Will he be fine? The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor asked sternly. I won't. The 8 Desolation Demon Emperor said calmly. He looked in the direction of the Imperial City and said indifferently, Xian Qing has used his trump card. Xian Zhen and the others are not completely unprepared. The safety of the 12th brother is the most important thing now. How can anything happen to him so easily? Oh! The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor was surprised. No one knew a son better than his father. It seemed like 8 Desolation knew where the 12th brother was. In a secret chamber in the Crown Prince's mansion, the 12th prince was lying quietly on a stone bed. His aura was calm, as if he could wake up at any moment. The Crown Prince had sent the 12th prince back to the Crown Prince's mansion as a precaution, saving Xian Xiu's life by accident. Meanwhile, on the stone bed, the 12th prince's right finger twitched slightly. It was only a slight movement, but it was obvious. A moment later, the door to the secret chamber rumbled open. Xian Xiu walked out with a pale face. He had yet to recover from his injuries. Crap! Xian Qing's expression shifted as soon as Xian Xiu walked out of the secret chamber. He immediately turned around and looked at the Crown Prince's mansion in the distance. Why was the 12th brother there? Things are getting more interesting. In the 13th prince's residence, Ning Chen had also sensed the 12th prince's aura in the distance. The corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. The two heavenly demon crown princes were indeed extraordinary. However, the more extraordinary they were, the more intense the battle would be. To him, the best outcome would be for the two heavenly demon crown princes to be severely injured. In the ruins of the 5th prince's mansion, Xianzhen sensed the 12th prince's aura in the distance. He was shocked at first, but then he quickly rushed toward the crown prince's mansion. In the 3rd crown prince's mansion, Xianqing's expression kept changing. However, the 5 commanders of the Imperial Guard were outside. It's finally coming to an end. Outside the 3rd crown prince's mansion, Xianmo looked at the white-robed figure standing quietly in front of the mansion with an unusually cold expression. Too many people had been sacrificed in the battle for the throne between the two princes. There had to be an end. The 12th prince had awakened, and the 3rd crown prince was powerless to reverse the situation. In the 13th crown prince's mansion, Ning Chen stood there for a long time before he walked out. In front of the crown prince's mansion, Xian Xiu walked out. He felt slightly relieved when he sensed the familiar aura coming from afar. 12th brother. Soon, Xianzhen arrived. He looked at the figure outside the mansion and asked, "How are your injuries?" "I'm fine now," Xian Xiu replied softly. "Congratulations, 12th brother." As he spoke, a white-robed figure walked over. His white hair fluttered in the wind, making him look exceptionally dazzling. 13th brother, it's you." Xianzhen's expression darkened when he saw the newcomer. "What are you doing here?" "Since 12th brother has awakened, as your brother, I naturally have to come and congratulate you." Ning Chen walked forward. When he passed by Xianzhen, he paused and said, "First brother, the explosion just now was really shocking. Are you all right?" "I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me, 13th brother," Xianzhen said in a deep voice. "It's good that you're fine." Ning Chen smiled and didn't say anything else. He walked up to the 12th prince and said, "12th brother, congratulations on waking up." "Thank you," Xian Xiu replied coldly. Ning Chen stepped forward and patted Xian Xiu's shoulder. He smiled and said, "12th brother, I look forward to your performance." Then, Ning Chen looked at Xianzhen and smiled. "First brother, I won't disturb you from catching up with 12th brother. Goodbye." With that, Ning Chen smiled and turned to leave. Xian Xiu frowned as he watched Ning Chen leave. He said, "Brother, did 13th brother come here to show off his power? We'll deal with him in the future. Let me ask you. 2 nights ago, did you personally see Xian Qing barge into your mansion and start a massacre?" Xian Zhen asked. "I saw it with my own eyes." Xian Xiu nodded with a dark expression. "I will show my memories to the 2 demon emperors. This time, Xian Qing won't be able to get away with it." "All right," Xian Zhen said in a deep voice. "Let's go to the ancestral land and meet the 2 demon emperors." Ning Chen walked over to the 3rd prince's mansion. The imperial army surrounded the mansion, making it difficult for even a moth to escape. 13th prince, please wait." A commander of the imperial army blocked Ning Chen's path. "Commander Qi, I'm only here to talk to 3rd brother," Ning Chen said with a smile. "The 3rd prince is currently under house arrest. It's best if 13th prince doesn't go in," the 2nd commander of the imperial army said. "What? I don't even have the right to talk to 13th brother?" At this moment, the door opened and Xian Qing walked out. He looked at the 2nd commander of the imperial army and said coldly. Chapter 11:27. In front of the 3rd crown prince's palace, the 2nd commander of the forbidden army blocked Ning Chen's way. While they were in a stalemate, the gate opened and Xian Qing walked out. "I don't dare." Seeing the 3rd crown prince come out to greet him, the 2nd commander bowed respectfully and left. Ning Chen smiled faintly and walked in. After the gate closed, Xian Qing looked at the young man in front of him and asked seriously, 13th brother, why are you here at this time?" "I do have something to discuss with you, 3rd brother." Ning Chen reached out and a cyan jade talisman appeared. Compared to before, it was much dimmer. "You've used this talisman?" Xian Qing's expression changed. After a while, he looked at the person in front of him and said in disbelief, 13th brother, what do you mean? Isn't the 12th prince what you're worried about? This human talisman can resolve royal brother's worries. The corners of Ning Chen's mouth curved slightly. Ning Chen smiled. Hearing this, Xian Qing was surprised and said, 13th brother, you've done me a great favor. You're too kind, brother. Ning Chen smiled and said, I'm honored to be able to help you. Xian Qing looked at the talisman in Ning Chen's hand and resisted the urge to pick it up. He said, 13th brother, I can't let you waste a talisman for nothing. What can I do to help you? Just tell me. Ning Chen smiled faintly. This was what he had been waiting for. It's not a big deal. Ning Chen smiled and pretended to be casual. Third brother, you know about the grudge between me and Xian Luo. As long as this person is alive, I won't be able to eat or sleep well. I wanted to use the talisman to get rid of him, but I couldn't bear to see you being wronged, so I returned the talisman to you. As for your matter, now that you've used both the Earth Talisman and the Human Talisman, you can only think of a way to find the illusory Heavenly Talisman. Heavenly Talisman. Xian Qing muttered softly and sighed in a deep voice. It's not that Imperial Brother deliberately concealed the whereabouts of the Heavenly Talisman. It's just that this place is too dangerous. Even those at the King's domain don't dare to rashly set foot in it. I was already lucky enough to obtain the Human Talisman and Earth Talisman from there. When he spoke up to this point, Xian Qing looked into the distance and said slowly, the forbidden area of the 100 clans, Qihuang Island, was the ancestral land of the Qihuang clan. Since the Qihuang clan was annihilated, no one has been able to enter this place. In the past thousands of years, countless top-notch experts have died here. 13th brother, if you want to enter, you have to at least reach the King realm. Qihuang Island. Ning Chen frowned slightly. How come he had never heard of this place before? Brother, you haven't been in the royal family for long, so you don't know much about these secrets. The name Qihuang Island hasn't been mentioned for a long time. Xian Qing sighed lightly and passed over a jade slip. He said, the matters related to Qihuang Island are recorded within it. Instead of calling it an island, it's better to call it a floating city. It's boundlessly vast, and it can be considered a miracle. Ning Chen took over the jade slip and scanned through it. A strange light flashed in his eyes. It was an unbelievable place. Brother, the Crown Prince and the 12th Prince should have already left for the ancestral land. Brother, you should hurry up. Ning Chen passed the Human Talisman to Xian Qing and said seriously, I hope we can make it in time. Xian Qing took over the Human Talisman. He couldn't suppress the waves in his heart. There was always a way out. His 13th brother had helped him a lot this time. Thank you, 13th brother. I will never forget this kindness. Xian Qing cupped his fist. Compared to the importance of this Human Talisman, the information about Qihuang Island was not worth mentioning. Brother, you're too polite. I know you still have things to do, so I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave first, Ning Chen said calmly and walked out of the Crown Prince Palace. Xian Qing held the Human Talisman in his hand and looked towards the direction of the heavenly demon ancestor. His expression turned cold. This time, he was going to prepare some gifts for the Crown Prince and the 2 demon emperors. Men. Xian Qing collected his thoughts and said, Your Highness. A black-clothed figure appeared in the void and knelt down. Get our men to prepare. This imperial city needs to be more lively. Xian Qing said coldly. Yes. The black-robed figure respectfully accepted the order. A moment later, his figure merged into the void and disappeared. Ning Chen walked out of the 3rd Crown Prince Palace. Not far away, the 2nd commander of the Imperial Army saw the young man and his expression turned serious. The 13th Crown Prince was the most incomprehensible among the 3 Crown Princes. When the two crown princes fought each other, both of them were injured. Only the 13th crown prince was unharmed. Second Commander. Ning Chen smiled when they passed each other. Send my regards to the first commander. You guys will be busy from now on. After saying that, Ning Chen smiled and continued to walk forward. The second commander of the Imperial Army turned around and looked at Ning Chen's figure. What did the 13th crown prince mean? The third crown prince had already lost. Could there still be a chance? Demonic qi surged in the heavenly demon ancestors' land. Xianzhen brought the 12th prince over and bowed respectfully. Greetings, father. Greetings, 7th uncle. The 12th prince also bowed respectfully. You may rise. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor's voice came from the depths of the ancestral land. He said calmly, 12th prince, how are your injuries? 7th uncle, I'm fine now. Xian Xiu said respectfully. That's good. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said, You saw the culprit last night with your own eyes. I saw it with my own eyes. The culprit is Xian Qing. Xian Xiu said with a dark expression. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said in surprise, It's third prince? 12th prince, it's not a small crime to frame the crown prince. Even as a prince, you can't avoid death. Do you know that? Nephew knows that everything nephew said is true. There is not a single lie. Xian Xiu said with a serious expression. If that's the case, come forward. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said calmly, I'll retrieve your memories. If it's proven that you're not lying, your father and I will give you justice. Understood. Xian Xiu bowed respectfully and walked forward. Demonic qi lingered in the depths of the ancestral land. Xian Xiu stepped forward. The closer he got, the heavier the aura became. It was suffocating. Even 12th prince has reached the star-shaking realm. Time really passes too quickly. A soft sigh came from the demonic qi. It was an expert from the previous generation of the royal family. We sealed ourselves in our demonic origin, so we can't sense the change of time. However, it's almost time. Once the passage between the two realms is opened, we can use the origin energy of the sky beyond heaven to take another step forward and achieve the monarch realm, another old voice said calmly. 12th prince, come forward, the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor said. Yes, father. Xian Xiu accepted the order and took a few steps forward. The next moment, demonic qi gathered in the sky. 2 illusionary figures appeared. Their terrifying aura made the world tremble. At the same time, in the distant Third Imperial City, a white-robed figure looked in the direction of the ancestral land with a cold grin. It was time. With a bang, Xian Qing clenched his right hand, and the human talisman shattered. An indescribable power instantly exploded in the world. Even the endless space and time couldn't stop it. In the heavenly demon ancestral land, just as the 7 Luminaries Demon Emperor was about to retrieve Xian Xiu's memories, Xian Xiu's body suddenly cracked and exploded. The 7 Luminaries Demon Emperor and the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor were shocked. They raised their right hand and blocked the impact of the explosion. Not far away, Xianzhen was pushed back by the impact of the explosion. He looked forward with a shocked expression. How could this be? Almost at the same time, a massacre began in the Third Imperial City. The spies hiding in the First Prince's territory suddenly attacked. The nobles couldn't react in time and had their chests pierced by sharp weapons. Dazzling blood flowers bloomed in the Imperial City. Boom! A few seconds later, a series of terrifying explosions occurred. The entire Imperial City shook violently. The shock waves destroyed everything in sight. On the streets of the Imperial City, Ning Chen stopped and looked at the explosions in all directions. His lips curled up slightly. In front of the third prince's residence, the 4 commanders of the Imperial Army were shocked. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Crazy, the third prince had lost his mind. Commanders, what happened? The door of the third prince's residence opened. Xian Qing walked out and looked at the 4 with a smile. Before they could answer, the four flashed and rushed toward the explosion. In the Nine Serenities' royal residence, demonic aura surged. The Nine Serenities' demon emperor appeared and frowned at the chaos in the imperial city. Was Xianqing out of his mind? Did he really think the two demon emperors wouldn't dare to attack him without any evidence? In the heavenly demon ancestral land, demonic aura surged. The aura of an emperor swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. 2 demon emperors walked out and arrived at the 3rd imperial city with thunderous fury. Xianqing, the 7 luminaries demon emperor and the 8 desolation demon emperor appeared in the sky and said in a deep voice, "Do you admit to your crimes?" "Uncle, I don't know." Xianqing looked at the 2 emperors in the sky and said calmly, "Very well." The 7 luminaries demon emperor replied coldly. Without saying anything else, he flipped his right hand and formed a giant palm to block the white-robed figure below. Xianqing's expression turned cold. He raised his right hand and a black badge appeared. In an instant, imperial demonic aura swept across the area and the heavens and earth sank. With a loud boom, the imperial aura clashed and dissipated. Xianqing took half a step back with red lip. Demon Emperor Badge. In the sky, the 7 luminaries' demon emperor's expression darkened when he saw the badge in Xianqing's hand. Kuan Yi had given the badge to Xianqing. 7th Imperial Uncle, what did I do to make you so angry? Xianqing looked at the person in the sky and said coldly, "Uncle, don't you think you've gone too far by attacking me without any evidence?" The 7 luminaries' demon emperor's expression turned dark when he heard that. He couldn't make a decision at the moment. In the distance, on the streets of the imperial city, Ningchen turned around and saw what was happening in front of the 3rd prince's residence. The smile on his face widened. The heavenly demon crown prince was indeed not stupid. With Demon Emperor Kuan Yi's Demon Emperor badge, the 7 luminaries demon emperor and the 8 desolation demon emperor would be going too far if they insisted on attacking. The 2 demon emperors didn't have any evidence to prove that the 3rd prince was responsible for what had happened in the imperial city and the ancestral land of the heavenly demon ancestral land. Grounding Xianqing was already the worst punishment. Chapter 11:28. In the heavenly devil imperial city, in front of the 3rd crown prince's residence, an emperor descended. The pressure of heaven and earth suddenly dropped. A black badge appeared in Xianqing's hand when he saw the 7 luminaries demon emperor closing in on him. A dominating aura spread out and stopped the 7 luminaries demon emperor. The demon emperor's order. The expressions of the 7 luminaries demon emperors and the 8 desolation demon emperors sank when they saw the black token in the former's hand. This unexpected change had caused the 2 of them to hesitate. Seeing the demon emperor's order was the same as seeing the demon emperor himself. Even they couldn't easily disobey the orders of the first demon emperor. Imperial uncles, if there's anything I've done wrong, there's no harm in waiting for Imperial Father's return to make a decision. Now, please don't make things difficult for me. Xianqing looked at the 2 demon emperors in the sky and said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone. The 7 brilliance demon emperor's eyes flickered coldly. A few moments later, he raised his right hand, unleashing a tremendous demonic aura. Up in the sky, the 8 desolation demon emperor took a step forward upon seeing this. "Don't be rash," the 8 desolation demon emperor reminded in a serious voice. Right now, he has the demon emperor token in his hands. If we attack him now, it will be the same as offending royal brother's dignity. The gains do not make up for the losses. Why don't we temporarily put him under house arrest and let royal brother personally deal with him when he returns? The 7 brilliance demon emperor's face turned colder after hearing the words. He harumphed and waved his right hand. Half of the demonic aura dissipated, while the remaining demonic aura spread further and sealed off the 3rd prince's residence. From today onwards, you are not allowed to take even half a step out of the residence. The Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor glanced at the third prince coldly before turning around and disappearing into the rift. Xianqing, take care of yourself, the Eight Desolation Demon Emperor said indifferently. He didn't stay any longer. His silhouette gradually dissipated as he left the imperial city. Seeing the two demon emperors leave, Xianqing heaved a sigh of relief. Even though he had the demon emperor token to protect him, the pressure from the two emperors was still unbearable. Around the crown prince's residence, demonic qi surged and coiled, sealing off all escape routes. No one could enter or leave. Xianqing's demonic barrier didn't change much. He had already guessed that this would happen. This was good too, as it would save him a lot of unnecessary trouble. In front of the crown prince's residence, the imperial army retreated one after another. The demon emperor had personally sealed off the crown prince's residence, so there was no need for them to stay any longer. Before they left, the four commanders of the imperial army looked at the white-clothed crown prince in front of the crown prince's residence. Their eyes were filled with questions. So many things had happened in the past few days. Although the third crown prince had barely managed to protect himself, he had still brought great trouble to himself. Why had the third crown prince done these things? Was it just to attack the crown prince's power? The four commanders left with their questions. Now that the imperial city was in chaos, they had many things to deal with and could not waste time here. On the streets of the imperial city, Ning Chen watched everything that happened in front of the third crown prince's residence in the distance. He smiled coldly and turned to leave. As expected, the two demon emperors failed to take Xianqing away. The third prince was able to stand firm in this cruel struggle for the throne. How could he be incompetent? Demonic qi was surging in the royal palace of Lord Juyo's mansion. After the farce in the imperial city ended, Xian Juyo's figure faded and disappeared. In the heavenly devil ancestral land, the seven luminaries Devil Emperor and the eight Desolation Devil Emperor's avatars had returned. Their auras were concealed in their bodies, and their pressure was gradually restrained. Imperial Father, Imperial Uncle. Xianzhen looked at the surging demonic qi in front of him and said in a low voice, "Are we just going to let the deaths of 5th brother and 12th brother go? If you can find evidence that Xianqing killed the princes, your imperial uncle and I can help you. If not, there is no need to say anything more." The Eight Desolation Demon Emperor's voice came from the depths of the ancestral land. A moment later, a powerful force spread out and sent Xianzhen flying out of the ancestral land. Outside the ancestral land of the heavenly demons, Xianzhen staggered and landed on the ground. His eyes were gloomy as he looked ahead. No matter what, he did not expect things to turn out like this. Now that 12th brother was dead, who could prove that third brother was the murderer? Unable to suppress his anger, Xianzhen clenched his fists. His nails pierced through his palms and blood dripped down. After a long time, Xianzhen turned around and walked toward the imperial city. Since the two demon emperors could not help him, he could only use his own method to give them a taste of their own medicine. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky. After the thunder, heavy rain poured down and covered the entire world. Ah, it's raining. In the third prince's residence, Shiqing ran into the hall with her head in her hands. She looked at the heavy rain and said anxiously, "His Highness did not bring an umbrella." Xiu turned around and walked into the hall. She took an oil paper umbrella and quickly walked out of the hall. "Wait for me." Shiqing saw this and quickly ran into the hall. She took the umbrella and rushed into the heavy rain. On the streets of the imperial city, a white-haired figure walked forward. The heavy rain drenched his plain clothes. "Your Highness." In the rain, Xiu quickly walked up and covered the figure with the umbrella. Seeing the two, Ning Chen smiled and said, "Let's go back to the residence." The three of them walked forward and gradually disappeared in the rain. Boom! In the sky, lightning flashed across the sky. The lightning was dazzling and lit up the dark world. "Get ready to move." "Yes, Your Highness." Under the dark rain, black-robed figures half-knelt. Each of them was surrounded by demonic qi and was abnormally powerful. In front of them, Xianzhen looked at the darkening sky. The murderous intent in his eyes became clearer. In the imperial city, Xianmo looked back at the sky and frowned. What an ominous feeling! He felt that something was going to happen tonight. In the 13th prince's residence, night fell. Ningchen sat quietly in the hall. Under the light, a scroll was spread out on the table. It was a picturesque woman. Xinyu, wait a little longer. Ningchen looked at the woman in the painting and said gently, 1,000 years is not too long. Your husband is about to enter the mortal realm and can live even longer. I can wait until you come back. But, then, Ningchen looked at his white hair and smiled. I'm old. When the time comes, you might not be able to recognize your husband. The flickering light shone on the woman in the painting. In front of the light, the plain-clothed figure looked the same as before. However, the white hair showed the ruthlessness of time. After 100 years, the white hair grew early. Your Highness. Outside the hall, Shi walked in with a bowl of ginger soup and said, Your Highness just caught a cold. Drink some ginger soup. Ningchen came back to his senses and looked at the woman in front of him. He nodded and said, Thank you. Put it down. You and Shiqing should drink a bowl each to get rid of the cold. Okay. Shiyu nodded and said, I'll send it to Shiqing later. Your Highness, drink it first. It won't have any effect when it gets cold. Ningchen smiled helplessly. He took the ginger soup and drank it in one gulp. Then, he put the bowl back and said, Okay, go. I'll take my leave. Shiyu bowed gracefully and turned to leave. In the backyard, in a room, Shiqing was sitting on the bed in a daze. She would occasionally giggle. With a creak, the door opened. Shiyu walked in with the ginger soup. She looked at Shiqing and said, Shiqing, drink some ginger soup. Your Highness, have you drunk it? Shiqing raised her head, looked at the former, and asked curiously. Yes. Shiyu replied softly. It's good to drink it. Shiqing smiled happily. She took the ginger soup and sipped it. Not long after, Shiqing finished the ginger soup and put the bowl down. She smiled and said, Shiyu, what is your Highness doing? Looking at the portrait. Shiyu put away the bowl and replied. Portrait? Shiqing asked curiously, Is it still that beautiful sister? Yes. Shiyu nodded and said. Shiqing looked envious and said, I don't know who that sister is to your Highness. She makes your Highness care so much. Shiyu shook her head and said, I don't know. Maybe she's your Highness' sweetheart. Shiqing replied softly and said with a smile, I used to think that the Fox Clan Saintess was the most beautiful person in the world. Now, I think your Highness' sweetheart is the most beautiful. Okay, don't flatter. Your Highness can't hear it. Shiyu smiled and said, Rest early. You've caught a cold. Don't kick off the quilt at night. Okay. Shiqing wrapped herself in the quilt and lay down. She closed her eyes and giggled inexplicably. Looking at the silly smile on the former's face, Shiyu didn't ask much. She went forward and blew out the candle flame and walked out of the room. In front of the room, Shiyu had just closed the door when suddenly, the ethereal sound of a zither came from the front hall. It was so unfamiliar. Shiyu was surprised. Your Highness knows how to play the zither? Dong, dong, dong. On the streets of the imperial city, the sound of the night watch rang out. The third watch was the King of Hell's judgment. Everywhere in the imperial city, the sound of black clothes swept past. The scimitar was like the scythe of the grim reaper, mercilessly harvesting lives. Giving him a taste of his own medicine, the heavenly demon crown prince, who was unable to restrain his anger, finally went to the extreme, killing with killing. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of the night watch spread throughout the imperial city. It was so loud that even the pouring rain couldn't cover it. In the front hall of the 13th prince's residence, a white-haired man in white clothes was playing the zither. The divine zither in front of him was aggressive. The white tiger divine artifact, the King of Hell, played again after 100 years. The faint sound of the zither spread out of the Crown Prince's residence, and mixed with the sound of the rain. However, under the scimitar, the indistinct spirits looked in the direction of the 13th Prince's residence with a blank expression. The sound of spirits falling to the ground and blood dyeing the ground red. The King of Hell's song sent off the spirits. In the north, in the sorcerer race's sacred land, Emperor Go looked at the third imperial city in the distance and said calmly, "Tianxin, prepare to send out the troops." Yes. Tianxin bowed respectfully and received the order. In the third imperial city, the sound of the zither reverberated, mixed with the sound of the rain, making it difficult to hear clearly. "Do it." In the 9th Prince's residence, Xian Ke looked at the kneeling figures in front of him and said calmly, "Yes." Dozens of figures received the order and disappeared in an instant. After the order was given, Xian Ke looked in the direction of the 13th Prince's residence. "13th Prince, this time, I will gamble with my life with you." Dong dong dong. In the middle of the night watch, the massacre in the imperial city broke out. Countless heads flew from the corpses, dyeing everything red. In the 13th Prince's residence, a white-haired man in white clothes sat quietly. The King of Hell's song, the third watch, the King of Hell's song, the King of Hell's song. Chapter 11:29. At night, the imperial city was filled with killing intent. Blood flowed through the rain and dyed the ground red. The darkness covered all evil. Blades and swords mercilessly reaped one life after another. Blood for blood. The enraged Crown Prince no longer concealed his sharp claws and counterattacked. The third Crown Prince's residence was sealed, and no news could get in. Without the third Crown Prince's orders, the third Crown Prince's faction was severely damaged in just one night. On the streets of the imperial city, the faint sound of a zither mixed with the sound of rain echoed. "Save me!" A sudden cry for help broke the silence of the night. The imperial army experts in the imperial city turned in shock to the source of the cry. "Let's go!" The leader of the imperial army and the second marshal of the imperial army came back to their senses and rushed forward. Behind them, a group of imperial army soldiers followed and rushed forward. At almost the same time, the same thing happened in other parts of the imperial city. The imperial army soldiers heard the cry and immediately moved out. Retreat! Seeing that they had been exposed, the men of sacrifice under the Crown Prince and the 9th Prince quickly retreated without any hesitation. At this moment, the zither music in the 13th Crown Prince's residence also stopped. The imperial army soldiers rushed to the various residences. What entered their eyes was a piercing red. This rain came at the right time. Within the 13th Crown Prince's residence, Ning Chun stood up and walked to the front of the hall. Looking at the pouring rain outside, a cold light flashed through his eyes. Everything was ready. Now, all that was left was for the flames of war to ignite. In the sacred mountain of the western sacred region, the lord of the 6th palace, Shama, sat cross-legged in the 6th palace. Shama. At this moment, a dignified voice rang out from the 6th palace. "You're the best diviner in the sacred region. Can you see what's going to happen in the primal demon realm?" "War." Shama spoke calmly. "The witch race and the celestial demon imperial family are about to start a war. The flames of war will quickly spread and even affect the entire primal demon realm." "Is that so?" The lord of the sacred region sighed. "What's going to come will come in the end. War is unavoidable. I hope the sacred lord can make a decision soon." Shama indifferently said, "I understand." At the top of the holy mountain, under the huge statue of the sun god, the lord of the holy region nodded slightly and looked to the east. At this time, the holy capital mountain and the stone tribe should have also received the news. In the north, the 12 shaman queens gathered in front of the central altar. Their powerful king auras caused the weather to change. "Attack!" On the altar, Go Huang spoke with a solemn expression. "Yes." The 12 shamans bowed in unison before turning around and leaving. "Chaos is the time for heroes to witness." On the divine capital mountain, a tall figure clad in dark red armor stood quietly, looking down at the world with extraordinary bravery. The lord of the gods' capital mountain, Uluawu, was the absolute overlord of the eastern continent. He was a valiant warrior who was bestowed the title of emperor in the gods' capital. "Father, are you really going to help the shaman race start a war?" the holy son of the divine capital mountain said with a grave expression. "The celestial devil royal family has ruled the primitive demon realm for too long. Now it's time for a change." Uluo looked into the distance and said faintly, "Get ready. Once the sorcerer tribe sends out their troops, the divine capital mountain will immediately send out our troop." "Yes," the holy son of the divine capital mountain said respectfully. At the same time, in the stone race, the stone emperor looked at the changes in the primitive demon realm. After hesitating for a long time, he finally made up his mind. "Get ready to attack." "Yes." After the order was given, the stone emperor felt more relaxed. There was only one chance. If the 5 sovereign races couldn't end the celestial devil royal family's rule this time, they wouldn't have another chance in the future. Boom! In the 3 sovereign city, the sound of thunder filled the night sky. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. It was as if the heavens had predicted something. In the 13th Prince Palace, Shiyu came to the front of the palace with an umbrella. When she saw the white-haired figure in the palace, her heart felt heavy. His Highness gave her a completely different feeling than usual. That coldness that kept people 1,000 miles away was bone-chilling. In the palace, Ningchen saw the figure outside. He waved his hand and put away the King of Hell on the table. He said calmly, "Shiyu, it's late. Go and rest." "Yes, Your Highness." Shiyu didn't dare to disobey. She walked back to the backyard. In the imperial palace, Ningchen walked to the front of the palace. Looking at the autumn rain that was getting heavier and heavier, his expression became colder and colder. After planning for so long, the war was finally about to begin. In the 9th Prince Palace, Xian Ke, who also didn't sleep last night, looked outside with a serious expression. Only by taking down the eldest prince and the 3rd prince could he have a chance to take the throne. The 13th prince didn't have the royal bloodline and could never inherit the throne. So, he trusted him this time. "Senior Commander." In the palace, in the heavy rain, the 4 commanders of the Imperial Guards all arrived. Looking at Xian Mo in front of them, they said seriously, "The Arsenal, Lord Ling's mansion, Wind Battalion, Shuntian Yard, and the 8th Prince's mansion were all attacked by assassins at night. They suffered heavy casualties, especially the 8th Prince's mansion. Almost everyone was killed." Hearing this, Xian Mo's expression changed. How could this be? Lightning flashed across the night sky and lit up the entire 3 sovereign city. Looking from the sky, the imperial city that had changed so much in one night was covered in blood. The demon's plan turned the celestial devil imperial city into a purgatory. People's selfishness made the demon's plan even more terrifying. In the heavy rain, the white-clothed figure stood still. She was soaked by the rain. Looking at the godly land, her tired heart became strong again. "Fan Lingue, what is your dream?" "Peace in the world and prosperity for the people." In the past, when war broke out in northern Meng and horses trampled on the land of the Xia dynasty, Fan Lingue said her wish. At that time, he thought she was crazy and mocked her. But today, he walked the same path as her. He stopped war by killing and stopped war by fighting. He didn't know how many people would be sacrificed in this war, how many people would lose their homes and families, but he didn't regret it. He hoped that the world would be peaceful and there would be no more wars in the future. Boom! In the sky, lightning flashed and echoed, as if mocking the hypocritical people below, just like how he mocked her 100 years ago. The long night gradually passed and the sky brightened. The people who woke up from their dreams heard the clanking of armors on the street outside before they went out. What happened again? The people were shocked. Did something big happen last night again? Pushing open the door, they saw teams of soldiers marching on the street outside. This time, not only the Imperial Guards, but also the demon guards in front of the three Emperor's palace were called over. The leader of the Imperial Guards, Xian Mo, was patrolling the city with a serious look on her face. The warehouse, Lord Ling's mansion, Tianfeng Battalion, Shuntian Yard and the 8th Prince's mansion were all blocked by the Imperial Guard. No one was allowed to enter or leave. In the 3rd Prince's mansion, Xian Qing frowned when he saw the demon guards in the Imperial City. Demon guards, what happened last night? Even the demon guards in front of the three Emperor's palace were called into the Imperial City. My lord. At this moment, the Prince of Lord Ling's mansion, covered in blood, broke through all the obstacles and came to the 3rd Prince's mansion. However, before he reached the gate, he was caught by the demon guards behind him. The gate of the Crown Prince's mansion opened and Xian Qing walked out. Seeing the Prince of Lord Ling who was caught by the demon guards, his face changed. It was the Prince of Lord Ling. What happened to him? My lord, something happened at the Lord Ling's mansion. The Prince of Lord Ling struggled and said anxiously. However, the demon energy was surging outside the Crown Prince's mansion, cutting off all connections with the outside world. Xian Qing looked at the Prince of Lord Ling outside, but could not hear what he was saying. Take him away. A commander of the demon guards said coldly. Yes. 2 demon guards picked up the Prince of Lord Ling and dragged him out of the Crown Prince's mansion. Outside the Crown Prince's mansion, Xian Qing's face sank. Something big must have happened last night. Had Xian Zhen started to take action? In front of the 13th Prince's mansion, the 9th Prince, Xian Ke, came with an umbrella and knocked on the closed gate. Shi Qing, open the gate. In the hall, a fire was rising, driving away the coldness brought by the cold rain. Ning Chen was boiling hot tea over the fire, concentrating as if he was doing something very important. Shi Qing walked to the gate and opened it. Seeing the 9th Prince standing outside, she bowed to him respectfully. Where is his lord? Xian Ke looked at the beautiful maid in front of him and asked. His lord is waiting in the hall. Shi Qing said respectfully. Xian Ke nodded and walked forward. In the hall, the tea was boiling and the aroma of the tea spread. Ningchen poured a cup of tea and pushed it to the Prince of Lord Ling. 9th brother, have a cup of hot tea to warm yourself up. Xian Ke walked forward and sat down. Looking at the man in front of him, he frowned. You are still in the mood for tea at this moment? Why wouldn't I be in the mood? Ning Chen raised his head and smiled. The ones who shouldn't be in the mood are the Crown Prince and the 3rd Prince. It has nothing to do with us. The Imperial Army has surrounded the Imperial City. It's too troublesome to go out. It's better to sit in the mansion and drink tea. Are you really not in a hurry? Xian Ke was puzzled. What's there to be in a hurry about? Ning Chen picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. The tea is good. You can try it. Xian Ke frowned again. Suppressing the impatience in his heart, he picked up the cup and took a sip. I don't know much about tea. 13th brother, let's talk about business. Ning Chen smiled and put down the teacup. Look at the current situation. The 3rd Prince is under house arrest, and almost half of his subordinates have been cut off. The Crown Prince has also suffered heavy losses after being severely injured a few days ago. More importantly, last night, the Crown Prince wanted to retaliate against the 3rd Prince, but because of you, many important places of the royal family were destroyed. Even the 8th Prince, who had been bedridden, died in the war. Tell me, do you think Xuanzhen can shirk his responsibility? I understand. Xian Ke said in a deep voice. But it's too difficult to get rid of the 2 Crown Princes. Do we still need to do something? Of course. Ning Chen smiled and said, a one-man show will be very boring. I think the Crown Prince will also be bored. Now, the best way is to let the 3rd Crown Prince know what happened in the Imperial City. This way, the show will be interesting. Xian Ke was silent. After a long time, he nodded and said, I know what to do. Not long after, Xian Ke got up and left, disappearing in the rain. Throw it away. Ning Chen said. Yes. Xiu walked forward and picked up the teacup used by the ninth prince. Then, she walked out of the hall. Ning Chen looked out of the hall with a cold expression. Xian Ke was too suspicious. Soon, he would no longer trust him. However, he had achieved his goal. It was time to give up this chess piece. Chapter 1130. The third royal city was covered in dark clouds. After the heavy rain, the sky was still gloomy. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard for people to breathe. The Imperial Army and demon guards could be seen everywhere in the city. The entire royal city was under martial law, and everyone had to go through strict checks. In just one night, several important places of the royal family were heavily damaged. One of the princes was assassinated and his entire family was killed. The third prince's forces suffered a heavy blow. Suddenly, everyone looked at the first prince's residence. What happened? In the first prince's residence, Xianzhen looked at the spy in front of him and asked coldly. Reporting to your highness, there were other people besides us last night. The eighth highness died at the hands of these people. In front, a black-clothed figure respectfully replied. Fishing in troubled waters. Xianzhen's expression turned cold. Can you find out where they came from? There are no clues so far, the black-clothed figure replied. Last night's heavy rain washed away all traces. When our people retreated, those people also left. Xianzhen looked at the royal city with a cold light in his eyes. There was no doubt that someone had predicted his actions and was prepared. This time, he would definitely be blamed for the eighth prince's death. This was troublesome. Outside the crown prince's residence, Xian Mo rushed over with 4 teams of imperial army. She looked at the crown prince's residence with a grave expression. Please report to the first prince that Xian Mo requests an audience. In front of the residence, Xian Mo looked at the 2 guards in front of her and said, Commander, please wait for a moment. One of the guards replied and quickly walked into the crown prince's residence. Inside the crown prince's residence, Xianzhen stood quietly. The guard walked over and bowed respectfully. Your Highness, Commander Xian Mo requests an audience. Please come in. Xianzhen said calmly. Yes. The guard accepted the order and walked back in. In front of the residence, the guard walked up and said respectfully, Commander, His Highness invites you in. Thank you. Xian Mo said. She then looked at the Imperial Army behind her and said, Wait here. Don't move without my orders. Yes. The 4 teams of Imperial Army said in unison. Xian Mo turned around and walked into the Crown Prince's residence. In the residence, the destroyed main hall was still not repaired. Xianzhen stood in front and looked at the person who came in. Commander, how are you? Your Highness. Xian Mo bowed respectfully and said, This humble subject has come to inquire about something. Please speak, Grand Commander. Xianzhen replied. Your Highness, do you recognize this item? Xian Mo waved her hand and a black curved blade appeared. It was a cold blade that pierced one's mind. Black Moon Blade. Xianzhen narrowed his eyes and said, The weapons of my personal guards. This saber was found in the 8th Prince's residence last night. Does your Highness have any explanation? Xian Mo asked seriously. Framing and framing. Xianzhen said indifferently, It's so obvious that the Grand Commander should be able to see through it. Your Highness, I can only do things according to the rules. Since this Black Moon Blade appeared in the 8th Prince's possession, it will be difficult for your Highness to escape suspicion. Xian Mo looked at the Crown Prince and said seriously, If your Highness can't give me a reasonable explanation, I can only offend you. Xianzhen's face darkened when he heard this. Commander, you don't have any evidence. Don't you think it's too much to pin the crime on me with just a saber? Grand brother, you're wrong. At this moment, a slightly sinister-looking noble figure walked into the Crown Prince's residence. His aura was extremely powerful and close to the King realm. Ninth brother. Xianzhen frowned. Why was he here? Greetings, Grand Brother. Xian Ke walked up and bowed politely. Ninth Brother, why are you here? Xian Zhen asked seriously. Grand Brother, I'm in charge of the law and order of the Imperial City. I had no choice but to come and take a look when such a big thing happened. Xian Ke then looked at the black curved blade in Xian Mo's hand and said, If I'm not wrong, this black moon blade should be the weapon of your personal guards. So what if it is? Xian Zhen said in a deep voice. Although the forging method of the black moon blade is a secret of the imperial family, it's not impossible to copy. Someone is framing us. If you have time, you should find a way to find the culprit instead of wasting your time here. I'll find out who the culprit is. However, while I'm investigating, I'll have to trouble you not to leave the Crown Prince's residence, Xian Ke said calmly. Xian Ke's expression turned cold when he heard this. Ninth Brother, do you mean to put me under house arrest? I wouldn't dare. Xian Ke said indifferently. I just hope that you'll cooperate with the investigation like Third Brother. At least, don't leave the residence before you're cleared of suspicion. On the side, Xian Mo quietly looked at the two princes in front of him, a strange light flashing in his eyes. How come he didn't realize that the ninth prince had such a tough side? Xian Ke's performance today really made him look at him in a new light. Given the Crown Prince's status, the ninth prince dared to step into the Crown Prince's residence today. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Your Highness, this is your duty. Please don't make things difficult for me and the ninth prince. Xian Mo calmed himself down and looked at the Crown Prince in front of him. Xian Zhen frowned again. Even though he was the Crown Prince, he had to think carefully when faced with the threat of an imperial army commander and a prince with real power. While the atmosphere in the residence was tense, demonic chi surged in the air. An illusory figure appeared with a powerful aura. Crown Prince, receive the decree. The new messenger said in the air. Xian Zhen immediately bowed respectfully. The Demon Emperor has decreed that Crown Prince Xian Zhen is not to take half a step out of the residence. If he disobeys, he will be severely punished, the messenger said calmly. This subject receives the decree, Xian Zhen said in a deep voice. He looked at the messenger in the air and said solemnly, Lord Messenger, please pass this message to the two demon emperors. Someone is deliberately framing us. I hope that the two demon emperors will investigate this matter. I will pass on His Highness's message. Farewell. As he spoke, the demonic chi in the air retracted. The messenger's figure faded and disappeared. In the Crown Prince's residence, Xian Mo and Xian Ke recovered from their shock. They didn't stay any longer and left. They didn't expect the two demon emperors to receive the news so quickly. After the third Crown Prince, even the first Crown Prince was placed under house arrest. When they left the residence, Xian Ke's lips curled coldly. Next, as long as the first Crown Prince was convicted of harming the eighth prince, even Xian Zhen wouldn't be able to salvage the situation. After leaving the residence, Xian Mo turned around and looked at the first Crown Prince's residence with a serious expression. Was it a coincidence? In just a few days, the two Crown Princes had been put under house arrest. This had never happened in the entire history of the Celestial Devil clan. While thinking, Xian Mo's expression suddenly changed. She looked at the ninth prince. Today, the ninth prince's behavior was unusual. Xian Mo's face became darker and darker. Was there someone behind all of this? If there was, then that person was too terrifying. In the 13th Crown Prince's residence, a white-haired figure stood quietly in front of the hall. In the back hall, Xiu looked at the white-haired man in front of her. Her beautiful eyes gradually lost themselves. She and Shiqing had witnessed everything that had happened in the past few days. While they were shocked, they couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. She didn't care about how the Imperial City had changed. She wanted to know how far His Highness could go. Could he topple the two Crown Princes by himself? Xiu. Ning Chen looked at the cloudy sky outside and said, Actually, the outside world is very big. You two really don't need to be trapped in this small cage. Xiu was puzzled. She didn't understand what Ning Chen meant. Ning Chen looked at the woman in the hall and said softly, "One day in the future, you will meet the right person. You will fall in love with him, and you will talk with him happily. You will tell him all the happy and unhappy things. You will cry seriously, laugh seriously, and live seriously. I hope that your life will be more real than it is now. Xiu, leave." Tears appeared in Xiu's eyes. She knelt and said, "Your Highness, this servant doesn't want to leave. Habits will always make people reluctant. However, trying a new life is what you and Shiqing should do." Ning Chen sighed. "If one day I leave the Crown Prince's mansion, where will you and Shiqing go?" Xiu's body trembled. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. His Highness was leaving. "You two have been with me for so long. I don't want you to be unhappy in the future. Xiu, it's time to seriously think about what kind of life you want," Ning Chen reminded her. Just as the imperial city was in chaos, the witch tribe in the north and the 12 witch empresses led the witch tribe's army south. After the witch tribe sent out their troops, the east, west, and central divine capital mountain, western divine region, and Shur tribe immediately responded. The 7 divine generals of divine capital mountain, the 12 palace lords of the divine region, and the 6 saint protectors of the Shur tribe all sent out their troops to attack the primeval demon realm. Not long after the 4 royal families sent out their troops, in the purple scale abyss in the southern continent, a majestic voice rang out and spread throughout the royal family. "Send out the troops!" Yes. 4 of the 8 kings of the scaled tribe accepted the order and led their troops north. The 5 royal families sent out their troops together. Everywhere in the primeval demon realm, the flames of war immediately ignited. Before anyone could react, the 5 royal families' troops had already entered the demon realm. In the 3 royal cities, the news of the 5 royal families invading the demon realm spread quickly. In less than a day, the whole world knew about it. In an instant, everyone, from the royal family to the commoners, was shocked. The 5 royal families had joined forces to attack the demon realm. How could this be? In the 13th prince's residence, Ning Chen did not look too happy when he heard the news. After planning for so many days, the 4 royal families had finally sent out their troop. However, there was one clan that he still could not trust. That clan was the Scaled tribe. The Scaled tribe was the first to invade the inner world. Even the passage between the 2 realms was most likely opened by the Scaled tribe. On the matter of attacking the outer world, the Scaled tribe and the Sky Demonic royal family were undoubtedly on the same page. Therefore, he could not trust this clan. This was also the reason why he did not go to the Scaled tribe despite persuading the 4 royal families. However, he did not tell the other 4 royal families about these concerns. The result he wanted was for the primeval demon realm to suffer great losses. Not only the Sky Demonic royal family but also the 5 royal families. Chapter 1131. In the primordial demon realm, the 5 Imperials joined forces to attack. The flames of war quickly spread to every inch of the demon realm's border. No one had expected this to happen. The heavenly demons who had ruled the primordial demon realm for countless years were caught off guard. The army at the border was forced to retreat, and the demon realm was lost. In the northern territory of the primordial demon realm, the 12 shaman queens of the shaman race attacked together. No one could stop them. They conquered 10 cities in a day. At the same time, the armies of the sacred region, the divine capital mountain, and the scaled race attacked together from the east, west, and south. Everywhere they went, the land was scorched. The flames of war burned the world. Countless civilians lost their homes. A large number of refugees rushed to the 3 imperial cities. In the southeast, the 3 sacred protectors of the stone race led their army to attack the demon realm together with the 4 Imperials. With the 5 Imperials working together, the heavenly demons had lost half of their territory before they could recover. In the three imperial cities, the two princes' internal strife hadn't been resolved yet. Everyone was in danger. When news of the war at the front lines spread, the entire imperial city fell into chaos. The 5 great imperial clans are truly audacious. A furious roar sounded in the heavenly demon ancestral land. Powerful demonic chi spread out, shocking everyone. Brother Kunyi isn't here, and the two princes are having an internal strife. It makes sense that the 5 imperials would choose to attack now. Another powerful figure said calmly. Since the 5 imperials started the war, we don't have to find an excuse. Let's attack. A third figure opened his eyes and said coldly. Brothers, who's willing to lead the army? 7 luminaries and 8 desolation demon emperors asked amidst the powerful auras. I'll go to the divine capital mountain. Among the princes of the royal family, a king with an unusually powerful cultivation base replied. Third brother. 7 luminaries demon emperor nodded slightly and said, We can rest assured with third brother on the eastern front. Perhaps the 100 races had forgotten that Xian Lai of the heavenly demon royal family used to be the most powerful palm strike in the demon realm. I'll deal with the people of the sacred region in the west. After Xian Lai, another heavenly demon prince said and agreed to the mission. I'll go to the north and south with 6th brother. The 5th heavenly demon prince said calmly. The 4 imperial princes agreed to set out, leaving only the Stone clan in the southeast. They were still lacking people to lead troops to stop them. All the celestial demon princes looked at the only prince who didn't express his opinion, waiting for a reply. Since you all have missions, I will go to the Stone tribe. The 4th prince of the heavenly demon tribe said faintly when he saw everyone looking at him. The best palm strike in the world, the best sword in the world. I'll be able to witness the brilliance of my brothers again, the 7 brilliance demon emperor said with a smile. No one dares to claim the title of number 1 in the world. Xuanqi, the 4th heavenly demon prince, said calmly. Besides, there's the sovereign Tao above the king realm. If you don't enter the sovereign Tao, your sword Tao will be incomplete. Even though you haven't become an imperial cultivator, your sword is invincible. The 7 brilliance demon emperor said with a smile. Even old 8 and I don't dare to claim that we can escape unscathed from the 4th brother. What about old 9? Did he say anything about the invasion? Asked the 4th heavenly demon prince, Xianqi. 9th brother doesn't like fighting. He probably won't interfere in this matter, answered the 8 desolation demon emperor. Xianqi fell silent and didn't ask any more questions. Jiuyo was the opponent he wanted to challenge the most in the entire imperial family. Unfortunately, Jiuyo was never willing to accept his challenge. While the kings of the heavenly demon ancestral land were recovering, Ning Chen was looking at the jade slip he had obtained from Xian Qing in the 13th prince's residence. He pondered for a long time before he got up and walked out of the residence. The situation of the 5 imperial families was set. Before the final battle, there was nothing for him to do here. It was time for him to go to Chi Huang Island. He had already used the imperial laws that the Phoenix Master had given him. Now, he lacked the power to fight against an imperial cultivator. If he could obtain the heavenly talisman, it would be very useful for him. Ning Chen walked up to the 9 Underworld's king's residence. The guards in front of the residence bowed respectfully and didn't stop him. Within the imperial palace, Ning Chen walked over, bowed respectfully, and said, Master. What's the matter? Demonic chi surged in the palace as an illusory figure walked out. His domineering and powerful aura spread out. Heaven and earth prostrated before him. I want to leave for a few days, said Ning Chen softly. Where are you going? Asked Xian Jiuyo calmly. Chi Huang Island, said Ning Chen honestly. Xian Jiuyo's eyes narrowed. How did you know about this place? The 3rd prince told me, said Ning Chen. Xian Qing. Xian Jiuyo frowned. Chi Huang Island is far away from the sea. It's dangerous. Where are you going? What are you looking for? The heavenly talisman and opportunity, said Ningchen honestly. Ningchen said honestly, Master should know that disciple has lost his cultivation for a long time. If this continues, disciple may not be able to step into the fourth realm for the rest of my life. The Qihuang clan is a master of spells. Perhaps disciple can find an opportunity to recover his cultivation from there. Xian Jiuyo was silent. After a while, he nodded. Go. Be careful. Don't force it. Yes. Ning Chen bowed respectfully. Without further delay, he turned and walked out of the palace. Take it with you. It might be able to help you at a critical moment. In the palace, Xian Jiuyo waved his hand. 9 rays of light flew out and flew toward Ningchen. Xian Jie 9 transformations, the heavenly demon imperial family's treasure. After being nurtured by the imperial power, it had successfully evolved into an imperial weapon. Its power was stronger than before. Thank you, Master. Ningchen stopped and took the Xian Jie 9 transformations. He bowed again and left. In the 3 imperial cities, the imperial army came and went. The entire city was under martial law. Now that the war had started, everyone in the imperial city was anxious. There were riots from time to time. The imperial army's task was even heavier. In front of the city, when Ningchen was about to leave, the commander of the imperial army stopped him and said respectfully, 13th Prince, please wait. Ningchen stopped and looked at the 4th commander of the imperial army in front of him. He said calmly, I'm out to do something. Please make it easy for me. Then, 9 rays of light appeared in Ningchen's hand. The powerful aura shocked everyone present. Seeing this, the 4th commander of the imperial army bowed respectfully and said, Your Highness, please. Thank you. Ningchen nodded to express his gratitude and stepped forward. When the 13th prince left the city, the 4th commander stood up and looked at the 13th prince's back. The 9 rays of light just now should be the legendary Xian Jie 9 transformations. The demonic emperor's weapon was indeed powerful. Just one weapon was enough to make him feel so pressured. The demonic emperor's power was immeasurable. Not long after Ningchen left the imperial city, the demonic origins in the heavenly demon ancestral land opened one after another. The 5 heavenly demon lords sealed within appeared. Their terrifying demonic aura swept across the world. My 5 royal brothers, please. The 7 brilliance demon emperor said calmly from the depths of the ancestral land. The 5 heavenly demon lords nodded and didn't say anything. They stepped forward and left. In the primordial demon realm, a white-clothed figure walked past. He was so fast that it was hard to see him with the naked eye. Even though his cultivation was suppressed, the knowing destiny state's understanding of the laws of space was the best in the world. He could travel 100 miles in an instant. In the primordial demon realm, the white-clothed figure flashed several times and appeared a few thousand miles away. At the same time, in the 3 imperial cities, the 5 heavenly demon princes led the army of 500,000 to the 5 battlefields. A day later, demonic clouds appeared in the sky above the east, west, south, and southeast. A powerful heavenly demon prince walked out and stopped the invading army of the royal family. In the east, in front of the 4 divine generals of the divine capital mountain, the 3rd heavenly demon prince blocked their way. His powerful demonic aura shocked the generals of the divine capital mountain. You are Xianlai. Seeing the person blocking their way, the 4 divine generals looked serious. It was the number 1 palm strike in the world that shocked the ancient times. Come, let me see how weak you are. Xianlai walked forward and looked at the 4 divine generals of the divine capital mountain. The 4 divine generals didn't say anything. They flashed and attacked together. The saber, the spear, the sword, and the halberd worked together and started the war. Good timing. Xianlai snorted. His palms were filled with destructive power. The palms that could shake the world appeared again after countless years. With a rumble, the palms shook the 4 divine generals. An earth-shattering power spread out rapidly. Ugh! The 4 divine generals grunted. The 4 divine generals' lips turned red. The power of the number 1 palm strike in the world was unparalleled. When the battle in the east started, the 12 witch empress and the 4 kings of the scaled race were also blocked by the heavenly demon princes. The battle was in a stalemate. At the same time, in the southeast, in front of the 3 saint protectors of the stone race, a purple-robed demonic cultivator walked over. He had an ancient sword in his hand. Before the sword was drawn, a terrifying sword aura swept over Xian-Chi. The 3 saint protectors of the stone race were shocked. It was him, the number 1 sword in the world. Retreat, or I'll spare your lives. Xian-Chi looked at the 3 saint protectors of the stone race and said lightly, "We can't do it." The 3 saint protectors of the stone race came back to their senses and replied, "Stubborn." As soon as he said that, Xian-Chi moved. The demon sword Burning Heart was unsheathed. The number 1 divine sword of the heavenly demon race appeared again. The sword pierced through the air and moved the world. The 3 saint protectors' expressions darkened. They worked together and used their natural stone bodies to block the number 1 divine sword of the demon race. Ugh! Blood splashed. A broken arm flew into the air. The 3 saint protectors' right arm was cut off from the shoulder. Blood gushed out and dyed their battle clothes red. The 4 sides were in danger. While the 2 sides were in a stalemate, the second prince of the heavenly demon race was blocking the way on the western front of the original demon region. The atmosphere was heavy. The battle was about to break out. Among the 6 palace masters, the 3rd and 6th palace masters looked at the people in front of them. After a while, Sarah, the 6th palace master, stepped forward and said calmly, "I'll take this one." The 3rd palace master nodded and said, "Be careful. The princes of the heavenly demon race are not easy to deal with." "Understood," Sarah answered softly. She walked forward and opened her eyes. Her eyes were deep like the reincarnation cycle. She stared at the second prince of the heavenly demon race and said, "Please." Xianmie snorted coldly. He moved his palms. Demonic chi swirled out. The strength of a king-level warrior was fully displayed. 6 paths of reincarnation. Sarah clasped her hands together. In an instant, 6 huge whirlpools appeared in the battle. Hell, hungry ghost, beast, azura, sky, and human. 6 worlds appeared and swallowed the heavenly demon prince in front. Chapter 1132. In the primordial demon region, the flames of war were everywhere. The 5 princes of the sky devil royal family entered the battle, and the situation was immediately reversed. In the east and southeast, Xian Lai and Xian Qi, who were once famous in ancient times, entered the battle. The 2 royal families of the divine capital mountain and the stone clan were immediately defeated. In the north and south, the 5th and 6th princes of the sky devil royal family fought against the 12 witch queen and the 4 kings of the scale clan. In the last battle, the 2nd prince of the sky devil royal family blocked the sacred army in the west. The lord of the 6th sacred palace entered the battle. Shama opened the 6 paths hell, hungry ghost, beast, azura, heaven, and man. The 6 paths appeared and engulfed the demon kings in front. The 6 paths of reincarnation descended. Xianzhen's expression turned serious. He opened his hands and demonic waves surged. The extreme moves clashed, and the 6 paths of reincarnation collapsed one after another. The aftershock made Xianzhen groan and retreat a few steps. Xianzhen's expression darkened. He stomped on the ground and the dust billowed. Sky Devil Force. With an angry roar, undercurrents surged. Demonic chi surged around Xianzhen. Behind him, a giant sky devil shadow appeared. It was like a god or a demon. The 5,000-foot-tall demon body was indomitable. When it punched, it could split the sky. Open! Shama raised his hand and golden light shone brightly. A golden light screen appeared and blocked the demonic might. The giant fist landed and the earth rumbled. Between the two, the ground cracked, and a 10,000-mile-long ditch appeared. Dust billowed into the sky. In the intense battle, the lord of the sixth sacred palace stood still like a mountain. After the two extreme moves, golden light flashed. Shama moved first, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the demon warrior. With a palm, golden light shone. The heavy palm hit Xianzhen's body, and Xianzhen retreated a few steps. Outside the battle, the other 5 lords of the sacred palace looked at the battle in front of them with strange expressions. Shama's strength was ranked in the top 2 even in the 12 palaces. His divine sense was especially powerful. No one below the imperial path could compare to him. If this second prince doesn't have any other tricks up his sleeve, his defeat is certain, the third palace lord said indifferently as he looked ahead. Before he finished speaking, Xianzhen let out a long roar. Endless demonic essence was released. Instantly, the murky undercurrent sublimated to the extreme. Everything within 10,000 miles instantly dimmed. The evil demon descended into the world, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Around Xianzhen, demonic shadows appeared one after another. A powerful pressure filled the air, frightening both humans and gods. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of demonic shadows rushed toward the sixth palace master. The undercurrent surged and forced the experts who were watching the battle outside to retreat. Demons wreak havoc in the world, and the heavenly Tao will not tolerate it. Sarah's expression turned cold. She opened her eyes and an unparalleled power of telekinesis erupted. In an instant, the wind and clouds froze and stopped moving forward. As soon as the anti-magic domain appeared, the tens of thousands of demonic shadows were immediately bound, unable to move. Break! With a light shout, golden light spread out from Shama's body. Within the anti-magic domain, the demonic shadows were rapidly swallowed up and dissipated. Your divine sense is not bad, but how can the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the moon? As she spoke, demonic chi surged in the battle. Xianzhen's eyes instantly turned blood-red, and his cultivation increased by several times. He threw out a punch, causing an ear-piercing explosion. The entire space and time twisted and cracks appeared. With a rumble, the heavy punch landed on Sarah's body. She was instantly sent flying several feet away, and the corner of her mouth was red. The celestial demon prince is indeed not easy to deal with. 10 feet away, Sarah stopped her body and raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. She looked at the demonic cultivator in front of her, and her expression became serious for the first time. Moke crossing the world, reincarnation, heavenly rotation. Forced to the extreme, Sarah pinched her fingers and sat down cross-legged. Instantly, tens of thousands of feet of golden light rose to the extreme. A huge golden Buddha statue appeared behind her. The world sovereign chanted, and all demons retreated. Legend has it that Sarah is the reincarnation of Moke, one of the 10 great disciples of the Buddha. Thus, after cultivating to the king realm, she has a powerful divine sense that is rare even for emperors. When she attacks with her full power, she can even fight against emperors. In front of the sanctuary's palace lords, the third palace lord looked at the supreme of the world Dharma idol that had appeared in the battle and said with a serious expression, "It's really hard to believe that this celestial demon prince could force Sarah to such a state." In the battle, the world's sovereign Dharma idol appeared, and sacred Buddhist energy spread out. The anti-demon domain filled with Buddhist might, dispelling all the demonic chi. In front of the Buddha Dharma idol, Xianzhen's expression sank. He raised his hands to the sky, and his demonic chi surged, pushing his cultivation to the limit. Celestial Demon 7 Transformations, Yu Tianqiong. With a furious roar, the demon Dharma idol appeared again, looking indomitable as it faced the world sovereign. The Buddha and the demon were in the sky, and the world changed color. Just as the outcome of the battle between the Buddha and the demon Dharma idol was about to be decided, a white-clothed figure sped by in the southeastern direction of the primordial demon region. In the southeastern territory, in the battlefield between the celestial demons and the Stone Clan, a sword cut through the sky. The unprecedented sword might could be felt clearly from tens of thousands of miles away. Ning Chen stopped and looked at the demonic clouds that covered the sky in the distance. His eyes narrowed slightly. What a terrifying sword pressure! The celestial demon royal family's speed was shocking. Moreover, the cultivation of the person leading the army was at least at the peak of the king realm. Since he came to the primordial demon region, it was the first time he felt such a powerful sword pressure. In the legends of the primordial demon region, there was a sword genius in the celestial demon royal family in the ancient times. He traveled all over the primordial demon region and challenged the swordsmen of the 100 clans. He had never lost and was known as the #1 sword in the world. Since the 3 demon emperors could live to this age with the help of the demon source, the celestial demon princes could do the same. If he guessed correctly, the person blocking the Stone Clan's army was the #1 sword in the world, the 4th prince of the celestial demon royal family, Qianqi. He didn't expect that even this legendary figure would appear. It seemed that the celestial demon royal family also attached great importance to the invasion of the 5 royal families. After pondering for a moment, Ning Chen withdrew his thoughts. Without further delay, he took a step forward and continued forward. He didn't know how long the 5 royal families could last. He had to return before the final battle. To the southeast of the central continent, there was a boundless sea with no end in sight. 2 days later, Ning Chen arrived. Looking at the blue sea in front of him, he stopped again. According to the address on the jade slip given by Qianqing, Qi Huang Island was above this sea. However, it wasn't easy to get there. The sea was vast and had a radius of more than 10,000 miles. Now that he had lost his cultivation and his ability to move was restricted, it was much more difficult. If he wanted to get there smoothly, he would have to put in a lot of effort. Thinking of this, Ning Chen looked back at the dense forest behind him. After thinking for a while, he walked forward. He unsheathed his sword and swung it. Towering trees fell down one by one. Ning Chen swung his sword and chopped off the branches and leaves of the trees. Then, he carried the trees and walked out of the dense forest. In front of the sea, Ning Chen held up a huge tree with his right hand. He adjusted his breathing and threw it out. It was a shocking move. The huge tree was like an arrow piercing through the sky. It was so fast that it disappeared in an instant. After a while, Ning Chen took a step forward and chased after the tree at an even faster speed. The huge tree and Su Yi followed one after another. 5,000 miles away, the huge tree slowed down. Su Yi's speed also slowed down. When Ning Chen was exhausted, he caught up with the huge tree in front of him. He took a step forward and traveled another 5,000 miles. He was as fast as the wind. In the blink of an eye, he traveled 10,000 miles. Ning Chen landed on an island and looked into the distance to confirm his direction. After observing for a while, Ning Chen threw out another huge tree. Then, his figure flashed as he chased after Su Yi. 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles. From the rising sun to the setting sun, one person traveled on the wind and covered 10,000 miles in a day. The huge trees were quickly consumed and Ning Chen was getting closer to Qi Huang Island. Gradually, small islands appeared in the sea. They were lush with greenery. It was like a legendary fairyland. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. After traveling for another 10,000 miles, a huge floating island appeared in the distance. It was covered in clouds and mist. It seemed so close yet so far away. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He threw out the last huge tree and chased after it like lightning. When he got close to the floating island, the huge tree lost its momentum. Ning Chen took a step forward and flew towards the floating island in the sky. It was a shocking scene. Around the floating island, there were 4 huge chains that reached into the sky and pulled Qi Huang Island. Ning Chen's figure quickly flew forward. With every mile he got closer, the huge pressure from Qi Huang Island became clearer. It was like a sleeping emperor that couldn't be offended. The Qi Huang ancestral land, that was famous in the primordial demon region tens of thousands of years ago, was once again visited by someone. When Ning Chen landed, he looked at the huge island in front of him with a serious expression. According to the jade slip that Xian Qing gave him, there were many ferocious beasts that were above the mortal realm on Qi Huang Island. Some of them were even at the king realm. They were extremely powerful. He had to be extra careful. According to the legends, Qi Huang Island was built by the Qi Huang clan's emperor. Since the Qi Huang clan was exterminated, very few people came to Qi Huang Island, and it was gradually forgotten by the world. In the sky, the sun set and the cold moon rose from the east. The night outside the ocean was even colder than in the Three Emperor City. Frost was everywhere as if the entire world was frozen. His thin clothes couldn't protect him from the cold. However, the undying god tree's reforged body wasn't afraid of the cold anymore. Ning Chen walked on the desolate island and was cautious of the dangers around him. Suddenly, he felt a chill that penetrated his heart. It was as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. Ning Chen stopped and listened with a serious expression. The flying dragon snake flew past quickly. Its huge head was about to devour Ning Chen. Ning Chen frowned. He took a step forward and jumped, dodging the flying dragon snake's attack. In the sky there was a familiar huge monster. It was almost the same as the phantom behind King Qi. The only difference was that the monster in front of him didn't have a pair of wings. It was obviously not a pure-blooded flying dragon snake. Its prey had escaped. A dim light flashed in the flying dragon snake's eyes. It obviously didn't expect that the weak human in front of it could dodge its attack. I was worried that I wouldn't have a gift for King Qi when I return. Since you've taken the initiative to deliver it to me, it would be impolite for me to refuse. Ning Chen said coldly. He clenched his right hand and a peerless divine weapon appeared in the air. His astral soul reappeared and illuminated the world. In an instant, a blood-red divine weapon pierced through the sky. In an instant, a waterfall of red splattered everywhere. Chapter 1133. On Qi Huang Island, the sword light slashed the flying serpent. A mournful cry resounded as half of the flying serpent's body was cut in half. Blood spurted out like rain. The stunning sword was invincible. The flying serpent was frightened. It ignored the fact that its lower body was cut off and tried to escape. Since you're here, you don't have to leave. Ning Chen stopped and moved in a flash. His plain clothes flashed past and a sword slashed across the sky. The bloody sword light slashed across the night sky. The flying serpent's pupils shrank as it roared in fear. It opened its mouth and spat out a ball of dim light that burned everything in its path. The sword Qi slashed the dim light apart. However, the dim light was not extinguished and continued to attack forward. Roar! The sword Qi slashed through the flying serpent's body and brought out another waterfall of red. Fresh blood splattered on the ground and dyed the ground red. On the other side, the dim light swept past. Wherever it passed, even the air was burned. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and made a grabbing motion with his left hand. A broken green cauldron appeared and blocked the dim demonic fire. You don't want a painful death and insist on being tortured. You really don't want to do things the hard way. Ning Chen's expression turned cold. He waved his hand and kept the Star Soul sword. Holding the green cauldron in his left hand, he moved forward in a flash. With a loud bang, the green cauldron smashed down with an earth-shattering might. The entire Qi Huang Island trembled. 10 miles away, a small mountain was affected. The mountain shook and cracked. In the battle, the flying serpent could not avoid the green cauldron's attack and was smashed to the ground. Roar! The mournful cry resounded for a few hundred miles. The flying serpent's body was covered in blood as it twisted its body violently. It was no longer as majestic as before. The law of the jungle was on full display on Qi Huang Island. Ning Chen walked forward with the green cauldron in his hand. There was no pity on his face. He was clear that if it was not because he was stronger than the flying serpent, he would have become the flying serpent's food. On the ground, the flying serpent begged for mercy. However, the knowing destiny sword did not slow down at all. The star-soul brilliance flashed past and pierced through the flying serpent's vital point mercilessly. The blood that gushed out reflected the coldness of the night. Ning Chen waved his hand and the flying serpent's corpse into the green cauldron. In the next moment, the divine prohibition brilliance appeared and the green cauldron disappeared. "Thank you for your gift," Ning Chen said coldly and continued to move forward. Flying serpents were ancient beasts that were extremely rare. Although this flying serpent wasn't a pure-blooded one, it was still at the red dust realm. It wasn't too shabby to give it to King Qi as a gift. Under the moonlight, the white-clothed figure's white hair danced in the wind. After a great battle, there was not a speck of dust on her body. After stepping into the vast and boundless Qi Huang Island, Lin Yun had a deeper understanding of its boundless territory. Several hours had passed, but the scenery around him did not change much. Ning Chen frowned slightly. He took a step forward and leaped up to the top of a mountain. Looking into the distance, it was difficult to see the end of the island. Qi Huang Island was shrouded by a strange law, blocking the vision and divine sense of those who entered. Boom! Just then, a furious thunderbolt fell from the sky and struck the knowing destiny state cultivators on the mountain peak. Ning Chen sensed something. His figure flashed, moving 100 zhang away. With a rumbling sound, furious lightning struck down from the mountain peak. The entire mountain shook violently as cracks spread and collapsed. Ning Chen took another step, dodging the falling boulders as he descended from the mountain peak. Boom! Before Ning Chen could stabilize himself, another furious thunderbolt descended from the sky. This time, it was even faster than before. Ning Chen raised his hand and used the spiritual gathering restriction. A strange light sword. Runes flickered above Ning Chen, blocking the thunderbolt. When the thunderbolt fell, the ground under Ning Chen's feet cracked. The cracks extended for thousands of kilometers. The spiritual gathering restriction blocked the thunderbolt. Amid the intense tremors, the thunderbolt's light scattered and disappeared. With the furious thunderbolts raining down, it was hard to identify the enemy. Ning Chen looked at the sky with a grave expression. The legendary thunderbolt from a clear sky was probably referring to this. Ning Chen had seen heavenly punishment more than once, and it was not this gentle. It looked like another monster had targeted him. Ning Chen's thoughts turned quickly, and his figure flashed out as he rushed forward. In the distance, a cold gaze stared at Ning Chen's figure in the night. Then, the figure disappeared and did not attack. The predator in the night gave up on hunting for now, waiting for the best opportunity. After traveling 50 kilometers, Ning Chen slowed down. He looked at the deep valley before him and became even more alert. The terrain here was really changing. Earlier, it was densely covered with forests. Now, it had become such a deep valley. Ning Chen did not know if this was done on purpose by the Qi Huang clan sovereign back then, or if it was caused by the changes in the world after the Qi Huang clan was exterminated. Time was precious. Without hesitation, Ning Chen jumped down and rushed toward the deep valley below. The valley was deep and thousands of meters tall. Ning Chen's body fell faster and faster until he landed on the ground with a thud. The huge falling force could not be withstood by the mountain rock. Under Ning Chen's feet, the rocks crumbled and cracks spread out. After falling thousands of meters, Ning Chen was not injured at all. The strength of his body was even stronger than metal and stone. Ning Chen straightened his body and walked forward. What's wrong? After walking 100 steps forward, Ning Chen suddenly stopped and asked. Something's not right here. My power is almost completely suppressed. Be careful. The demonic body warned in a deep voice. Ning Chen frowned. Before the celestial gate, the demonic body's aura was concealed by the divine restriction. He had luckily escaped the suppression of the celestial gate. Therefore, the demonic body still retained the cultivation of the celestial demon's sixth change. However, the power here could actually suppress the demonic body's cultivation. This was truly unexpected. Fortunately, he had lost his cultivation for a long time and was already used to it. If he was caught off guard, he would definitely not be used to it. Boom! At this moment, another bolt of lightning descended from the sky. A terrifying might blasted open the night sky and descended into the deep valley. Ning Chen did not move. The divine restriction around him rose up and protected his body. Roar! A huge figure appeared in the sky. It was the best time for a vicious beast to appear and fly down. A divine beast that can control gravity and lightning, the white tiger. Long time no see. As he spoke, a sword light shot out from below the lightning. A white-clothed figure shot out and arrived in the sky. The Moon Demon Divine Artifact was right in front of the white tiger. The Moon Demon Divine Artifact slashed down. Roar! The white tiger flapped its wings and clashed with the Moon Demon Divine Artifact with its sharp claws. As the divine artifacts clashed, an ear-piercing sound of friction was heard. The white tiger's body suddenly sank and fell from the sky. Caught off guard, the white tiger fell into the valley with a rumble. After a while, it crawled up in a sorry state and roared at the sky. Ning Chen's figure descended from the sky. The upside-down water in his hand shone brilliantly. You are not the only one who can control gravity. Ning Chen looked at the descendant of the white tiger in front of him and said coldly. The white tiger was furious. It flapped its wings and rushed up again at an extremely fast speed. Its sharp claws swept past and destroyed everything in its path. The sharpness was deadly. In the distance, mountains could not withstand the power of the sharp metal and collapsed silently. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed and his expression turned serious. The white tiger was one of the four symbols deities. The other vicious beasts could not compare to it. In terms of attack power, the white tiger was the only king among the four symbols deities. Boom! The sharp claws tore through the air. A green cauldron appeared in Ning Chen's left hand. The indestructible immortal artifact blocked the white tiger's sharp claws. Let's see if your claws are sharper or this green tortoiseshell is tougher. Chapter 1134. On Chi Huang Island, the sound of divine weapons clashing was ear-piercing. The white tiger's sharp claws shook the heavens and the earth. A green cauldron appeared in front of Ning Chen. The rusty broken divine weapon clashed with the white tiger's sharp claws. Boom! The indestructible claws clashed with the white tiger's claws. The white tiger roared, commanding the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the wind and clouds in the 9 heavens changed. A thunderbolt struck down towards the human in front of it. Ning Chen snorted. The inverted water moon in his hand slashed upwards. The sword aura broke through the air and the thunderbolt collapsed. The white tiger's attack was suppressed. It flapped its wings and retreated immediately. Its extraordinary battle instinct was shocking. Ning Chen squinted. The four symbols deities were indeed different from other ferocious beasts. Their battle intelligence was not inferior to humans. Just the descendant of the white tiger was so difficult to deal with. If the real white tiger deity was so powerful, how powerful would it be? Roar! Both sides faced each other. No one was in a hurry to attack. The white tiger roared softly and was unusually cautious. There's a saying in my hometown. A barking dog doesn't bite. It seems like it's true. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen's figure flashed and appeared in front of the white tiger. The divine sword slashed past, and a strange light rose. The white tiger raised its claws to block the divine weapon. The divine weapon revealed its demonic power. The white tiger lost control of its body and flew into the sky. Roar! The white tiger roared and controlled gravity to stop its body forcefully. However, in the blink of an eye, the inverted water moon appeared again. The sword pierced towards the white tiger's spiritual altar. The white tiger opened its mouth, and a thunderbolt broke through the air and blasted towards the former. Get down! Ning Chen ignored it. The green cauldron in his hand smashed down. The thunderbolt dispersed with a boom and smashed onto the white tiger's head. The white tiger fell to the ground. In the deafening sound, a huge pit was formed on the ground below. Dust billowed and spread out for hundreds of feet. Ning Chen descended from the sky and walked towards the deep pit in front of him. Suddenly, the white tiger jumped out from the dust. Its sharp claws tore through the void and clawed at the human's chest. Ning Chen was prepared. He leaned to the side and swung the green cauldron in his hand. With a boom, he smashed it on the white tiger's body again. Bang! 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 The white tiger smashed down towering trees one after another and flew hundreds of feet away. 1,000 feet away, the white tiger came to a halt in a sorry state. Its powerful mortal body had been struck again and again, but it still hadn't collapsed. In front of him, Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the white tiger who had stood up again. He put away his divine sword and went forward again with the green cauldron. In the next moment, the sound of a violent collision was heard again. The green cauldron sent the white tiger flying. The mountain shook and huge rocks fell from above. Its sharp claws were restrained, its lightning was ineffective, and its most powerful offensive weapon was completely suppressed. The white tiger attacked again and again, but in the end it was sent flying without any suspense. Ning Chen didn't use his sword either. Instead, he used the broken cauldron in his hand to send the white tiger flying again and again. He didn't hold back at all. Streaks of blood appeared on the white tiger's body. Several of its ribs and spine had been broken. However, the pride of a descendant of the four symbols deities allowed the white tiger to stand up again and again. 100 years ago, I once fought with one of your ancestors. Compared to him, you are still far inferior. As he spoke, Ning Chen swung the green cauldron in his hand again. With a loud rumble, the white tiger was sent flying again. 1,000 feet away, the white tiger struggled to stand up. However, after several attempts, it failed and couldn't get up. 100 years ago, your ancestor was only a remnant soul, but he brought me a lot of trouble. As for you, you only have the bloodline of the four symbols deities, but you are weak and useless. Ning Chen looked down at the white tiger who was lying on the ground and couldn't get up. He mocked. Roar. The white tiger roared in a low voice. Its severely injured body kept struggling, but most of its martial bones were broken. Its struggle was in vain. I have a guqin called Yama. It is the killing divine weapon of the white tiger deity. As he spoke, the divine guqin appeared in Ning Chen's left hand. It was full of murderous aura which was driving people crazy. I have a heart that originated from the demon emperor. It contains the imperial law and is the only one in the world. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon heart appeared in Ning Chen's right hand. The imperial law's aura swept out in all directions. I have a sword called Immortal Slaying. Can kill millions of people and can kill deities. Ning Chen waved his hand and the immortal sword appeared, floating above the white tiger's head. He said coldly, "Now I will give you two choices. Submit, and the white tiger divine weapon and the demon emperor's heart will be yours. Of course, you can choose to die rather than submit. This way, the immortal slaying sword in my hand can be stained with the blood of deities again." The white tiger's eyes were filled with fear. In front of death, any living creature would be afraid, and the descendants of deities were no exception. I will give you 3 seconds to think about it. 3, 2. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen held the sword, and his murderous aura overflowed. 1. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen's murderous aura burst out. Without hesitation, he slashed the immortal slaying sword. Roar. At this moment, the white tiger roared anxiously. It couldn't care less about its pride and lowered its head. An inch away, the immortal slaying sword stopped. Ning Chen put away the sword and said indifferently, "You have made the wisest choice." The divine restriction gathered and turned into a stream of light that entered the white tiger's forehead. Ning Chen looked at the descendant of the four symbols deities and said calmly, "I will give you 4 hours to recover. After 4 hours we will depart together." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen walked to the side and waited quietly. The white tiger roared in a low voice. Since it had already come to this, it couldn't go back on its words. Rings of white light spread out from the white tiger's body and recovered its injuries. Time passed by slowly. The cold moon was moving towards the west, and the night was getting darker and darker. In the silent deep valley, no sound could be heard. It was so quiet that it was terrifying. Ning Chen looked at the surroundings, and after a long time, he took a step forward and flew towards a towering tree in the distance. The deep valley was huge, and he still couldn't see the end of it even after 100 miles. Ning Chen frowned. This Chi Huang Island was strange, and it seemed like it would be difficult to walk out after entering it. First, it was the soaring serpent, and now it was the white tiger. The Chi Huang Island was like an independent small world. After countless years of evolution, countless terrifying existences had appeared. Xian Qing reminded him not to step into the Chi Huang Island before reaching the King Realm. Now, it seemed like he wasn't exaggerating. Now, he had to be even more careful. Looking for the heavenly talisman was probably more difficult than he had imagined. The moon moved towards the west, and 4 hours passed by slowly. Ning Chen took a step forward and flew down from the towering tree. He looked at the white tiger that had awakened and said, "Let's go. Let's leave this place." The white tiger roared in response and walked forward together with Ning Chen. Just when Ning Chen subdued the white tiger, a red sword light tore through the sky on the other side of the Chi Huang Island. Along with a shrill cry, a huge fiery red bird fell from the sky with blood gushing out from its body. The red-clothed figure descended, and his familiar face became even colder. "Vermilion bird, it's enough that there's only one person in this world." The red-clothed man raised his hand, and a suction force devoured the vermilion bird's demonic energy. After 1,000 days, the descendants of the azure dragon, vermilion bird, and black tortoise that had evolved naturally over countless years on the Chi Huang Island were all killed. Their strength returned to him, and the aura around the red-clothed man grew stronger. He faintly showed signs of breaking into the King Realm. In the west, the vermilion bird looked into the distance. Without further delay, it flew away quickly. There was still the white tiger. As long as he could obtain the white tiger's power, he would gather all the power of the 4 symbols. By then, he would definitely be able to break through his current realm and step into the King Realm in the shortest time possible. In different directions, the 2 people with similar faces were like flowers in a mirror and the moon in the water. The phoenix and the vermilion bird were the gods of fire from different eras. They were destined to be unable to coexist. The 2 people walking opposite each other had the same face, the same sword technique, and even the same voice. The phoenix fell, and the vermilion bird rose. In the west of the Chi Huang Island, Ning Chen led the white tiger forward. In the eastern sky, the morning sun shone, dispelling the coldness of the night. The man and the tiger walked faster and faster. In front of them, Su Yi's figure flickered. Her speed was so fast that it made people's hearts palpitate. The white tiger flapped its wings to catch up. A white light flashed past, but it still couldn't catch up. Among the 4 symbols, the white tiger and the vermilion bird had wings and were known for their speed. However, they were still slightly inferior to the knowing destiny state cultivators who had mastered the laws of time and space. After traveling for another 500 kilometers, Su Yi stopped. There were thousands of tombstones in front of her, forming a huge sea of tombstones. In the war that had lasted for tens of thousands of years, the Chi Huang tribe fought against the world. Countless people died in battle, and heroes were buried, forming a shocking sea of tombstones. Ning Chen walked past the tombstones. Many of them didn't even have names. However, the people buried under each tombstone were undoubtedly warriors who bravely defended their home. The white tiger walked at the back, its footsteps much lighter. Its spiritual nature made it understand that this place was not to be desecrated. When they reached the Sea of Tombstones, a huge stone tomb appeared in front of them. It was like a palace in the mortal world, with layers of buildings that stretched endlessly. After tens of thousands of years, the stone tomb was already covered in moss. Ning Chen stepped forward. After thinking for a while, he walked in. The door of the stone tomb had already been destroyed. Clearly, someone had been here before him. The Qi Huang tribe's inheritance was rare in the mortal world. It was not strange for someone to come here to seek fate. The light in the stone tomb was dim, almost impossible to see. Ning Chen took out a luminous pearl to illuminate the path ahead. The white tiger looked curiously at the pearl in Ning Chen's hand. Interest appeared in its eyes. It secretly noted it down and did not make a sound. Ning Chen did not notice the white tiger's abnormality. The divine restriction in the white tiger's forehead would only alert it when the white tiger resisted. At other times there would be no change. The stone tomb was huge. After walking for a long time, the man and the tiger were still walking in circles. It was difficult to see anything out of the ordinary. Suddenly, a chilly wind blew from the front. The white tiger's white fur immediately stood up. It stared fiercely in front, ready to attack at any time. Don't be nervous. It's the Yin spirit. Ning Chen looked at the white figures floating in front of him. He had seen the Yin spirits more than once. They were not much of a threat, but the reason why they were formed was a mystery. The white tiger opened its mouth, and a bolt of lightning shot out. Instantly, dozens of Yin spirits were purified. Not even ashes were left. Ning Chen ignored it and continued forward. The Yin spirits just now were not formed after the 100 races died. They were from the human race. In that case, humans had come to this stone tomb before. In fact, humans had been buried in this stone tomb before. Could the Qi Huang tribe be humans too? Then what was the real reason why the 100 races destroyed the Qi Huang tribe? Could it be, as Xian Qing said, that the Qi Huang tribe used curses to bring disaster to the world and caused the 100 races to be angry? Chapter 1135. It had been several hours since Ning Chen and the white tiger entered the dark and damp stone tomb on Qi Huang Island. Yin spirits appeared in the depths of the stone tomb. The Yin Qi was bone-piercing, making one feel extremely uncomfortable. The white tiger spat out a bolt of lightning, purifying all the Yin spirits. As the descendant of the four symbols deities, it hated these ominous things. Ning Chen looked ahead. Thoughts flashed through his mind as he continued to walk forward. The white tiger followed him cautiously. Its divine sense was on guard, and it was extremely careful. A man and a tiger walked forward quickly. The deeper they went into the stone tomb, the more oppressive the Yin Qi became. Ning Chen's expression gradually turned serious. This pressure was not right. Normally, after a living being died, even if they turned into a ghost, their strength would be much weaker than when they were alive. The pressure in front of him was at least above the mortal realm or even the king realm. Such a powerful ghost must have been a terrifying existence when it was alive. Behind them, the white tiger also felt the pressure from the depths of the stone tomb. It growled and became more anxious. Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar resounded through the world. The space in the stone tomb began to shake, unable to withstand the violent vibration. Roar! Hearing the roar from the stone tomb, the white tiger's eyes were filled with anger. It also roared in response to the existence in the depths of the stone tomb. Don't be noisy. Ning Chen turned around and scolded softly. Then, he looked to the front and a look of contemplation flashed across his eyes. Whoa! Being scolded by its master, the white tiger whimpered and did not dare to make another sound. In front, Ning Chen thought for a long time and did not rush forward. It was not the first time he had seen such a situation. There was most likely an ominous existence in front of him. After a living being died, it was almost impossible to be resurrected. He knew this better than anyone else. He could not figure out how those ominous beings were able to obtain life. Thinking of this, Ning Chen collected his thoughts and continued to walk forward. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well figure this out. Behind him, the white tiger followed quietly. There was still a look of grievance in its eyes. After an hour, the scene in front of them changed. A huge blood pool appeared in front of them. After 10,000 years, the blood pool had dried up. Around the blood pool, there were thousands of runes carved on it. Many of them were damaged. Time was merciless, erasing all the spiritual qi in the runes. Ning Chen went up and looked at the runes carved around the blood pool. He memorized the changes of the runes in his heart. The Qihuang clan was famous for their incantation technique. Although the spiritual energy in these runes had dissipated, it did not mean that these runes were useless. There were tens of thousands of ever-changing runes. Even though Ning Chen's intelligence was far superior to that of ordinary people, he still spent nearly 4 hours before he could barely memorize the runes around the blood pool. At the side, the white tiger had been waiting impatiently for a long time, but it did not dare to rush him. It could only lie there in boredom and scratch the ground with its claws to pass the time. 4 hours later, Ning Chen memorized the last rune. Then, he closed his eyes and gently knocked his dizzy head. Then, he let out a long breath. Remembering things like this was not something a human could do. If he did it again, his head would definitely explode. Boom! As Ning Chen was resting, the ground around the blood pool began to shake. Countless runes began to awaken on their own, crazily absorbing the world's spiritual energy and lighting up once more. Ning Chen sensed something and opened his eyes. He looked at the blood pool in front of him and was shocked. What was going on? Not far away, under the white tiger's claws, a stone slab had caved in. The white tiger stood there in confusion, not knowing what to do. "What are you standing there for? Let's go." Ning Chen's face was filled with anger. He shouted and immediately moved away from the blood pool. Hearing this, the white tiger immediately regained its senses. It flapped its wings and followed. Boom! Above the two of them, huge rocks fell down, filling their eyes with dust and blocking their path. Ning Chen waved his hand and his astral soul appeared. With a slash of his sword, the huge rocks shattered. "Let's go!" Ning Chen took a step forward and continued to rush forward. Bang! At this moment, a violent tremor sounded behind him. The white tiger was sent flying and smashed into the wall. Ning Chen turned around and his pupils shrank. He saw that in the blood pool, blood was surging violently and a huge blood dragon had appeared. It was a shocking sight. The awakened runes reappeared and the blood dragon came back to life. It directly swung its tail and sent the white tiger flying. Its aura was close to the king realm. Even though it had been tens of thousands of years, it was still shockingly powerful. In the distance, the white tiger got up from the rubble and looked at the blood dragon cautiously. "I'll leave it to you." Ning Chen glanced at the white tiger and said. He didn't have any intention of helping. The white tiger let out a low roar in response. Then, it flapped its wings and rushed forward. On the blood pool, the dragon and tiger were fighting. The white tiger's claws tore through the air and tore the blood dragon's body apart. However, the blood dragon was formed from the blood pool and couldn't be harmed by weapons. Its torn body quickly recovered and it swung its tail, sending the white tiger flying again. The stone wall collapsed and buried the white tiger. Dust billowed and blocked the white tiger's vision. Outside the battlefield, Ning Chen looked at the battle and narrowed his eyes. The Qihuang clan's technique wasn't that easy to deal with. Fortunately, he didn't rush forward recklessly. Under the collapsed stone wall, the white tiger got up again and stared fiercely at the blood dragon. This time, it was even more cautious. In the sky above the blood pool, as the runes awakened, the surrounding heaven and earth spirit qi rushed over. The blood dragon's aura became stronger and stronger, and it could break through to the king realm at any time. The white tiger noticed this and didn't dare to hesitate. It charged forward bravely. The dragon and tiger fought again. Their cultivations were almost the same, and the two divine beasts fought fiercely again. The roars of the tiger and the dragon resounded through the stone tomb. The dragon's claws tore through the blood dragon's body, but it quickly recovered. The dragon's tail smashed down, and the white tiger quickly dodged. It didn't dare to use its body to take the attack. Master! At this moment, demonic chi surged out from Ning Chen's body. The thousands of demons hidden in the soul-suppressing banner reminded him. There's a dragon soul mark sealed in the blood pool. As long as the dragon's soul isn't destroyed, the blood dragon can't die. Ning Chen nodded. He saw the abnormality and fell into deep thought. With Master's strength, it's not difficult to destroy the dragon's soul mark. Why haven't you done it yet? A demon asked in confusion. It's easy to destroy the dragon's soul. However, I'm wondering if I can use the talisman to give you a physical body like the Qihuang race. Ning Chen replied. The thousands of demons were excited when they heard this. They surrounded Knowing Destiny and rushed out. Master, is there really a way? The demons asked excitedly. They had lost their physical bodies for a long time, and it was difficult for them to survive without external help. If they could have a physical body, they wouldn't have to hide in the soul-suppressing banner. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and said indifferently, since the Qihuang race can do it, I can do it too. Thank you, Master. The thousands of demons bowed and thanked him. Come back first. After I'm done with the matters here, I'll find a way to create a physical body for all of you. Ning Chen said calmly. Yes. The thousands of demons accepted the order and returned to the soul-suppressing banner. In front of the blood pool, Ning Chen's figure flashed and appeared in front of the blood dragon. His sword intent condensed and he slashed the dragon's head. The moment the sword slashed open the dragon's head, the blood pool below surged up and accelerated the blood dragon's recovery. However, Ning Chen did not give the blood dragon any time to recover. He took a step forward and grabbed the dragon's soul imprint in the dragon's head. At the same time, the Dragon Emperor sword on Ning Chen's right arm sensed it and quickly recovered. Golden light spread out and devoured the dragon's soul imprint. In the blink of an eye, the battle was over. It was so fast that no one could recover from it. Not far away, the white tiger stood in the void. It was stunned and couldn't react for a moment. The Dragon Emperor sword on Ning Chen's right arm recovered a little after devouring the dragon's soul imprint. However, it was still far from its peak. A few breaths later, the Dragon Emperor's sword gradually fell into a deep slumber. After the dragon's soul was devoured, the blood pool quickly dissipated. The runes around the blood pool dimmed and the spiritual energy dissipated. Ning Chen looked at the Dragon Emperor's sword imprint on his arm and frowned. This sword's appetite wasn't small. If he wanted to use this sword in the future, he would have to spend some effort. In this world, the dragon race had already perished, and it wasn't easy to replenish the dragon aura for the Dragon Emperor sword. But even if it wasn't easy, he still had to find a way. He had personally witnessed the power of the Dragon Emperor sword in the Dragon Mountain. If he could recover the Dragon Emperor sword, it would be a powerful trump card for him. He knew that the enemies he and the human race would have to face in the future would be experts at the level of the Mysterious Fantasy sect, the Seven Luminaries sect, and the Eight Desolaces sect. If he didn't have a corresponding trump card, it wouldn't be easy to survive, let alone fight against the enemy. Ning Chen's thoughts flashed through his mind. He looked at the white tiger behind him and said calmly, "Let's go." After saying that, Ning Chen didn't delay any longer and continued to walk forward. The white tiger followed behind him. With the lesson just now, it didn't dare to touch anything in the stone tomb. Outside the stone tomb, the morning sun rose from the east and shone down, illuminating the floating Qihuang Island. In the west of Qihuang Island, a red stream of light pierced through the sky. The vermilion bird appeared and looked down at the deep valley that was mostly destroyed. There were traces of the white tiger, but it seemed like someone had gotten there first. Someone actually came to this place? The vermilion bird turned around and looked at the depths of Chi Huang Island. It spread its wings and flew away. In the stone tomb, a man and a tiger continued to walk forward and gradually reached the deepest part of the stone tomb. In the dim path ahead, skeletons appeared one after another. Over the years, the white bones had started to turn into stone. Human race. Looking at the skeletons in front, Ning Chen frowned. It was indeed a human. Roar! In front, a cold wind blew violently and a deafening roar sounded as if it was warning the intruder. The white tiger was frightened. It stared at the depths of the stone tomb with vigilance. If a fight breaks out later, you're responsible for holding him back. You're not allowed to do anything else. Understand? Ning Chen looked at the white tiger behind him and said, "Roar!" The white tiger nodded and agreed unwillingly. "If you do well, I'll reward you," Ning Chen said with satisfaction and continued to walk forward. Longevity had always been a taboo. Although such an ominous item couldn't be said to be able to revive the dead, the way it existed was already a miracle. Chapter 1136. In the depths of the stone tomb on Chi Huang Island, a chilly wind blew. The roars of the ominous creatures shook the sky, constantly warning the people who entered. In the stone tomb, Ning Chen and the white tiger walked between the bones one after another. Their eyes were solemn. After walking for half an hour, a stone door appeared, blocking their path. Behind the stone door, the roars became fiercer and more urgent. Ning Chen stopped and looked at the stone door in front of him. He pondered for a moment and said, "Are you ready?" "Roar!" the white tiger replied in a low voice. Ning Chen waved his hand and the green cauldron appeared. Without hesitation, he smashed it directly. After a while, a loud rumbling sound spread throughout the stone tomb. The stone door shattered, and huge rocks flew everywhere, creating a huge pit. The stone door collapsed, and a terrifying yin-chi surged out. It almost condensed into a substance, and it made people's hair stand on end. In an instant, a black shadow flashed by, and a fist that was like metal and stone blasted out. It was powerful enough to destroy a mountain. In a flash, Ning Chen took a step and instantly moved 100 steps away. Behind him, the white tiger roared and waved its sharp claws to meet the attack. The evil ghost and the holy divine beast collided with each other, and a violent tremor sounded. The white tiger was sent flying and smashed into the stone wall behind. Roar! The humanoid monster with green fur roared in a low voice, and yin-chi spread out from its body. Outside the battle, Ning Chen looked at the one-sided battle in front of him helplessly. The white tiger that he took in didn't have any good points other than being able to take a beating. In front of the stone wall, the white tiger got up, flapped its wings, and rushed out again. The ghost and the white tiger clashed again, and after a few breaths, the white tiger was sent flying again. The white tiger couldn't fight against the ghost of the king realm. After more than 10 moves, the white tiger was sent flying several times. The ghost's body was like metal and stone, and with the power of the king realm, the white tiger seemed to be having a hard time fighting. Outside the battle, Ning Chen didn't rush to help. He knew the white tiger's ability to take a beating. Even the immortal cauldron from the eastern celestial world couldn't kill it. The white tiger's life wouldn't be in danger for the time being. Roar! In the battle, after being sent flying for the umpteenth time, the white tiger roared at its master outside the battle. Its eyes were filled with grievance. "Hold on a little longer." Ning Chen remained unmoved and said calmly. He looked at the green-furred monster in the battlefield and thought for a moment. "Can you tell how this thing obtained life?" Ning Chen asked. "I can't tell." The demonic body replied. When this strange object was fighting, there was a faint glow of incantations in its body. It was blocked by its physical body, so I couldn't see it clearly. However, I can be sure that the incantations in its body are very profound. I'm afraid they were left behind by an Emperor Dao expert. Ning Chen frowned slightly and said, "The incantation can't give life to people. This monster doesn't belong to the category of puppet. It's really no different from being alive. If we want to verify if it's the effect of the incantation, we can only test it out. This Chihuang clan has too many incomprehensible abilities. If we can find their inheritance, it will be of great help to us. The demon body reminded. I understand. Ning Chen nodded his head in response. He had already gained quite a lot after coming to Chihuang Island. However, it seemed like it was just a drop in the ocean. This race was truly mysterious. Roar. Just as Ning Chen's two bodies were conversing, the white tiger's disadvantage in the battle became more and more obvious. After being sent flying again, the white tiger no longer went forward. It stood up and roared at the monster in front of it. Then, it looked at its master outside the battle, seeking help. All right, retreat to the side, Ning Chen replied. He clenched his right hand, and the inverted water moon appeared. In the next moment, the sword moved. In the dusky stone tomb, the sword light cut through the darkness. The moon demon divine tool's peerless brilliance appeared again. The green-haired corpse roared angrily. It threw out a heavy punch to resist the divine sword. With a rumble, the divine sword and the iron fist collided. The inverted water moon shone brightly, and the green-haired corpse's body involuntarily floated up. In an instant, Ning Chen took a step forward and arrived above the green-haired corpse. A green cauldron appeared in his left hand, and he smashed it down. Seeing this, the white tiger's eyelids twitched, and a chill ran down its spine. Previously, it had suffered a great loss because of this turtle shell. After living for so long, it was the first time it had seen such a sturdy thing. It couldn't be broken no matter how it smashed it. In the battle, the green-haired corpse was smashed down from the middle. A violent tremor resounded through the stone tomb. The green-haired corpse roared in pain. It clapped its hands and straightened its body, wanting to take revenge. However, at this moment, a white-clothed figure appeared in the sky. The green cauldron swung down, and with a bang, the green-haired corpse was smashed into the ground again. Even though the green-haired corpse's strength wasn't inferior to that of an immortal king, in front of a huge gap in combat experience, it still didn't have much power to fight back. It was being beaten up. On the ground, the green-haired corpse tried to get up several times, but it was smashed back down by the green cauldron every time. Violent tremors constantly sounded, scaring the white tiger to retreat again and again. After being smashed for an unknown period of time, the green-haired corpse on the ground finally couldn't stand up anymore. All the bones in its body were shattered, and deep blood dyed its entire body. It was extremely miserable. Not far away, the white tiger watched with fear. It didn't want to take a step forward. Fortunately, it chose to submit yesterday. Otherwise, it would end up in the same miserable state as the green-haired corpse. The incantation is in his dantian, the demon body reminded. Yes. Ning Chen nodded. He pointed with his right hand. Sword chi gathered and penetrated the green-haired corpse's dantian. Blood spurted out, dyeing his black robe. Ning Chen's right palm cut open the green-haired corpse's dantian, and his eyes narrowed. He saw an extremely complicated incantation looming in the green-haired corpse's dantian that was cut open by the sword chi. It was engraved in the corpse's flesh and blood, and it was constantly absorbing the spiritual chi between heaven and earth. After looking at it for a moment, Ning Chen's sword chi flowed on his right hand, and he directly cut off the flesh and blood engraved with the incantation. The bloody scene made one's hair stand on end. The moment the incantation left the corpse's body, the eyes of the green-haired corpse immediately dimmed, and its consciousness disappeared. What unimaginable power! Ning Chen exclaimed as he looked at the incantation in his hand. Creating life had always been the domain of the god. Even emperors couldn't create life out of thin air. It was really incomprehensible that this incantation could revive a corpse. Not far away, the white tiger saw that the battle had ended, and it walked over carefully. On the ground, the green-haired corpse whose incantation had been taken away had lost all its breath, and its qi was gradually dissipating. The white tiger glanced cautiously at the green-haired corpse that was smashed beyond recognition. Then, it looked curiously at the flesh and blood in its master's hand. It didn't understand why its master took out this piece of flesh. Was it going to eat it? Although it was a spiritual divine beast, it wasn't human. The white tiger's thoughts were still instinctive. Ning Chen naturally didn't know what the white tiger was thinking. If it denied, he would definitely kill it with a slap. Let's go in. After a long time, Ning Chen put away the incantation in his hand and walked toward the stone room in front of him. This green-haired corpse wouldn't guard here for no reason. There might be something unexpected inside. Behind him, the white tiger followed, its sharp claws grinding. It had fought 3 times in a day, and it lost every time. This made the white tiger feel a little embarrassed. Traces of battle could be seen everywhere in the stone room. It could be seen that he wasn't the first person to come here. Although the green-haired corpse was strong, it still couldn't stop a King Realm expert. After all, the green-haired corpse's battle intelligence was somewhat lacking. In the stone room, several stone coffins had been opened. There was nothing but bones. Obviously, the experts of the 100 races who came before had taken everything away. Not even a needle was left. Go and look around. See if there's anything else in here. Remember not to touch it. Ning Chen glanced at the white tiger behind him and said, "Woo!" The white tiger nodded and ran to look for treasures. Ning Chen looked around the huge stone room. It wasn't strange that someone had been here before. However, after this place was cleaned out, the green-haired corpse had been guarding here and didn't leave. There should be something important that hadn't been taken away. Not far away, the white tiger looked around and sniffed around as if it was looking for something. As a divine beast, it naturally had intuition and sensitivity far beyond that of humans. Ning Chen also searched carefully in the stone room. However, looking for things wasn't his forte. After an hour, he was like a headless fly. He didn't find anything. Immortal Elder, let me help too. The space formation on Ning Chen's shoulder flickered, and the little gourd appeared. Okay. Ning Chen nodded. The little gourd was a spiritual object of heaven and earth. It was more sensitive to treasures than him. After getting a response, the little gourd flew forward on the gourd. Seeing this, the white tiger's eyes lit up. It almost drooled. Humph! The little gourd snorted proudly. It wasn't afraid. It knew that with its master's protection, the big tiger wouldn't dare to do anything to it. 100 steps away, the white tiger quickly regained its senses and suppressed the bad thoughts in its heart. This immortal herb seemed to have a good relationship with its master. It couldn't offend it. In the stone room, a man, a tiger, and an immortal vine worked together to look for treasures. Time passed by, but they still didn't find anything. Ning Chen stopped and rubbed his temples. It was really clean. He didn't know how many times this place had been robbed. You guys continue to look. I'll take a break. Knowing that he wasn't cut out for treasures, Ning Chen casually found a place to sit down. He took out the incantation that he cut from the green-haired corpse's dantian and studied it carefully. The incantation was complicated and hard to decipher. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth constantly gathered to maintain the incantation's spirituality. Ning Chen looked at the changes on the incantation seriously. After studying for a long time, he still couldn't find anything. This was the domain of the gods. It was beyond the reach of humans. He didn't expect the Qihuang clan to have such wisdom to bring the dead back to life in other ways. He'd seen similar ominous things in the outer heavens. Could it be that the Qihuang clan came from the outer heavens? Just when Ning Chen was thinking, a red light converged outside the stone room. A familiar figure appeared. His powerful aura indicated that he would step into the King Realm at any moment. Within the stone room, Ning Chen sensed something. He stood up and looked outside the stone room with a serious expression. I was wondering who it was. So it's you. As he spoke, a red-clothed figure walked in from outside the stone room. He looked at the young man in plain clothes and spoke indifferently. I didn't expect it either. We're really fated. Ning Chen spoke with a calm expression. It should be said that enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. The vermilion bird waved her hand. The red feathers that covered the sky converged and transformed into a divine sword. It was extremely extraordinary. Today, I'll end this detestable fate. Chapter 1137. On Chihuang Island, the Destiny Meeting and the Vermilion Bird sect started their fated conflict once again. It wasn't because of deep hatred, but because there was only one person in the Book of Life and Death. Ning Chen unsheathed his astral soul, causing the sky to be dyed red with blood. Ning Chen pointed his finger and crossed his sword. After 100 years, they met again. Things remained the same, but people had changed. There was only fate and the cycle of reincarnation. In an instant, the two swords clashed. The sound of the swords reverberated, and sword chi spread in all directions. Your growth has disappointed me, the vermilion bird said coldly as she stared at the person in front of her. Your strength is also not as good as expected. Ning Chen sneered. He didn't let go of any opportunity to attack his psychological defenses. The two people with similar faces were like mirror images. The two swords danced in the wind. The swords were born from the same origin, but today they were separated by life and death. The swords clashed and sparks flew in all directions. The two of them were so close to each other that their swords broke through the air and brushed past each other. Strong, so strong that it was indisputable. After practicing the sword for 100 years, he had finally surpassed the only two people who had ever surpassed him. They met again in the extreme realm. So, your cultivation has been crippled. After exchanging 10 moves, the vermilion bird couldn't sense any Zhen Yuan fluctuations from the vermilion bird's body. The vermilion bird sneered. Her divine essence surged, and her cultivation that was infinitely close to the immortal king realm erupted, suppressing the vermilion bird. I don't need cultivation to deal with you. Ning Chen formed a seal with his left hand. The light of the divine prohibition flowed, and the yellow spring opened, blocking the pressure of the king realm. The tip of the sword streaked across the air. Time slowed down. Seeing this, the vermilion bird's expression turned serious. She added another 30% of her strength to the sword and pierced it towards the former's chest. Ning Chen stepped forward and sidestepped. He used the time restriction to suppress the former's sword speed and avoid the fatal sword. Outside the battlefield, the white tiger and the small gourd were looking at the battle ahead with nervous expressions on their faces. Zila, the sound of clothes being torn apart rang out, as his astral soul slashed across the arm of the vermilion bird. Fresh blood splattered out, dyeing the tip of the sword red. At the same time, the sword in the vermilion bird's hand changed direction, and as the sword slashed out, it was dyed red. Sword wounds were exchanged, and a heavy punch was about to land on his body. With a bang, both of them retreated a few steps. Sword art, sky-shattering. The two of them wielded their swords, using the same move. As the sword chi passed by, the void cracked. With a loud rumble, the sword chi collided. The shock waves from the collision caused the entire stone tomb to shake violently. The sword chi broke through the stone walls and penetrated 1,000 zhang into the ground. The two of them were evenly matched, and each of them had something to rely on. As their figures intersected, they threw out heavy punches. Boom! With a deafening tremor, the ground between the two of them caved in. Stone slabs flew into the air, and the stone tomb began to show signs of collapse. The stone tomb was about to be destroyed, but countless runes around the stone tomb awakened on their own, turning into golden chains that crisscrossed and stabilized the shaking stone tomb. Behind him, the white tiger and the small gourd were horrified. They retreated again and again to avoid the shock waves of the battle. Ning Chen glanced at the falling boulders around him, and his expression hardened. He could not delay any longer. This stone tomb would not be able to hold for much longer. Nirvana. Not willing to fight for a long time, Ning Chen's astral soul changed its direction. With a light shout, countless streams of sword chi appeared in the air, boundless and incomparably magnificent. Seeing this, the vermilion bird's expression also became serious. With a low roar, the crimson wings around her spread open. Divine fire filled the air and strengthened the divine sword. Nirvana. It was the same move, but the sword pressure was incomparably vigorous. In the dusky heaven and earth, streams of sword light broke through the air and circled above the two of them. In the next moment, countless streams of sword chi swept out, and the majestic sword current slashed towards the opponent in front. Boom! The fated battle was gradually coming to an end. The Nirvana sword destroyed everything in its path. Everywhere in the stone tomb, wherever the sword chi passed, the runes would shatter, unable to withstand the might of the extreme Tao. The scene of the sky collapsing and the earth being destroyed was shocking. The entire Chi Huang Island shook violently, and cracks spread out for thousands of miles. Not far away from the battle, the shock waves of the battle arrived. The small gourd's expression changed. At the critical moment, the white tiger flapped its wings and blocked the front. With a loud bang, the white tiger flew out and smashed through stone walls one after another before stabilizing its body. In the white tiger's arms, the small gourd covered its eyes and was trembling in fear. Protect the small gourd. Amidst the falling boulders, Ning Chen instructed. He looked at the vermilion bird in front of him and shouted. The surrounding sword intent rose to the peak again. Great Sword Realm! Sword Emperor! The astral soul was in the sky, and the extreme realm was activated. In an instant, violent sword intent spread out rapidly in the battle. The blood-red sword light spiraled into the sky. The sword realm opened, and the Emperor appeared. In the void, a white-clothed figure soared into the sky. Her white hair danced in the wind as if a divine king had descended. The sword Emperor appeared, and his might was boundless. The space around the two of them turned into a world of sword. In the sword realm, the vermilion bird's expression sank. It flapped its wings and avoided the sword currents. However, the limitless extreme realm destroyed the blood-red sword light. There was no beginning and no end, and it was hard to dodge. The vermilion bird held its sword horizontally and blocked the blood-red sword chi head-on. There was an intense vibration, and the sword chi brushed past the vermilion bird, bringing along a splendid fountain of blood. True extreme vermilion flames. The battle was not going well. The vermilion bird shouted, and divine flames rose in the surroundings. The god and the flames reappeared with the ancient majesty. The raging vermilion bird's divine flames spread out in the sword realm. The extremely high temperature distorted time and space, burning the sky and boiling the sea. The divine flames burned the sky. In the sword realm, the blood-red sword light was obstructed and couldn't get close. Ha! Ning Chen didn't want to continue the cycle of reincarnation. He slashed his left palm across the sword. With the blood-herder sword, the pressure of the sword realm increased by several folds. Every drop of blood that spilled between heaven and earth contained the will of a swordsman. Tens of thousands of swords were arranged and spiraled rapidly. The scene was unparalleled and shocking. In the void, Ning Chen waved his sword. In an instant, countless sword lights broke through the void and slashed toward the vermilion bird in the sea of flames. At this moment, the vermilion bird also raised its cultivation technique. The vermilion bird's divine flames condensed and turned into a giant vermilion bird deity. It faced the attack head-on. The emperor in the sword and the god in the fire. The two extremes of the world collided. In the shocking scene, the entire small world collapsed. The unceasing sword currents collided with the vermilion bird deity. After a few seconds, the tens of thousands of swords slashed the deity's body and broke through the sky. A pool of blood splashed in the void. The sword chi penetrated the vermilion bird's body. Blood spurted out of the vermilion bird's mouth, and its body flew hundreds of feet away. At the same time, the tens of thousands of sword chi continued to advance. At the end of Chi Huang Island, the sword chi broke through the void and slashed on a heaven-reaching chain. With a bang, the heaven-reaching chain collapsed. A corner of Chi Huang Island immediately fell. Not good. On Chi Huang Island, Ning Chen's expression slightly changed. This floating island was located on the boundless sea. Once it fell, it would be very disadvantageous for him. In the battle, the vermilion bird also saw the current situation. Ignoring the serious injuries on its body, it forcefully raised its cultivation technique and slashed its sword. The sword chi broke through the void and slashed toward the heaven-reaching chain on the other side. As time passed, the heaven-reaching chain that used to be indestructible had lost most of its spirituality. After experiencing the destruction of the battle, it finally couldn't withstand the sword chi anymore. It shattered into pieces. 2 of the heaven-reaching chains were broken. The remaining 2 chains couldn't withstand the weight of the floating island and broke with a bang. Chi Huang Island collapsed and fell from the void, rapidly falling into the sea below. You are courting death. The moment the floating island fell, Ning Chen's face was filled with anger. He took a step forward and used the momentum to leap toward the vermilion bird. An immortal sword appeared in his hand. Bang! The vermilion bird blocked the Zhu immortal sword. In the intense vibration, the vermilion bird's sword shattered. The immortal sword slashed down, and a terrifying sword mark appeared on the vermilion bird's chest. It spread from the left shoulder to the right rib. The vermilion bird flew out 100 zhang away, covered in blood. It stabilized its body in a sorry state. Its body was bathed in blood, and it looked extremely miserable. However, as the descendant of the 4 symbols deities, the vermilion bird's unparalleled vitality allowed it to withstand the fatal sword strike. You can't kill me. The vermilion bird vomited blood. Its body turned illusory, and the vermilion bird clan's inherited secret technique appeared once again. Ning Chen's expression sank. He slashed his sword, and the Zhu immortal sword chi slashed through the void. However, it was already too late. The vermilion bird's body turned illusory, as if it had disappeared into thin air. In the void, Ning Chen's body fell from the sky, falling into the sea below. At this moment, the white tiger flapped its wings and flew over from afar, supporting its master who was about to fall into the sea. Senior Immortal. The small gourd struggled out of the white tiger's embrace and flew to Ning Chen's shoulder. Its young face revealed a concerned expression. Are you all right? I'm fine. Ning Chen shook his head. He frowned as he looked at the Chi Huang Island that had fallen into the sea below. The appearance of the vermilion bird had disrupted all his plans. Now that the Chi Huang Island had fallen into the sea, the heavenly talisman and the Chi Huang clan's inheritance had all disappeared. It would never appear again. Man proposes, God disposes. He did not expect this to be the outcome. Senior Immortal, don't be sad. The small gourd could tell what was on Ning Chen's mind. It said in a childish voice, Senior Immortal once said that life is not as you wish. If you get it, it's luck. If you don't, it's fate. Ning Chen smiled when he heard that. You're a fast learner. Forget it, I came here with the mentality of trying my luck. After so many years, no one has found the heavenly talisman. It doesn't make sense that I would find it the moment I came. Let's go back. After that, Ning Chen patted the white tiger beneath him, indicating that they should depart. The white tiger roared and flew towards the northwest direction. Something's not right. Not long after the white tiger flew away, Ning Chen's body suddenly shook. He turned around and looked at the sky, squinting his eyes. Xian Qing said before that the human talisman was found in a coffin. A person was buried in the coffin. Xian Qing did not tell him the whereabouts of the earth talisman. However, it must be from the Chi Huang Island. Then, the heavenly talisman should be in the sky. Let's go back. Ning Chen patted the white tiger's back and said. The white tiger was confused when it heard that. However, it did not hesitate. It turned around and flew back. In the sky, 4 broken iron chains were hanging upside down. Ning Chen stood up and stood on the white tiger's back. He asked, "Can you fly up?" Roar. The white tiger replied. It flapped its wings and flew towards the sky. In the sky, the temperature was getting lower and lower. The clouds disappeared and birds could not fly. The 4 iron chains could not see the end. They extended all the way to the top of the sky. It was so close yet so far. It was hard to reach. Above the clouds, the white tiger's flying speed was getting slower and slower. It could not see the end of the sky. As the descendant of the 4 symbols deities, the white tiger felt powerless. Ning Chen looked at the 4 iron chains. His expression became more and more serious. If he guessed correctly, the heavenly talisman should be at the end of the 4 iron chains. However, the white tiger seemed to have reached its limit. It was really troublesome. Chapter 1138. Above the sea, the white tiger soared into the sky. After flying through the clouds, it gradually slowed down. Ning Chen stood quietly on the back of the white tiger. Looking at the 4 iron chains, his expression became more and more serious. In the endless sky, the temperature was terrifyingly low. White frost had even formed on the white tiger's wings. The small gourd was so cold that it hid in the divine prohibition, not daring to come out again. Stop. Seeing that the white tiger had reached its limit, Ning Chen said calmly, "Wait here. I'll go up myself." Hearing this, the white tiger stopped and did not force itself to move forward. Ning Chen took a step and leaped up. He grabbed one of the iron chains with both hands and swung himself over it. Then, he flew to another iron chain. The cold iron chains were bone-chilling. The moment Ning Chen touched them, frost formed on his hands. However, the frost melted in an instant. It could not hurt the origin of the divine tree. It was difficult for a mortal to ascend to the heavens. Ning Chen's figure moved between the 4 iron chains. He relied on his physical strength to forcefully fly to the 9th level of the cloud sea. Below, the white tiger flapped its wings and waited in place. Its tiger eyes looked at the sky with a hint of nervousness. In the sky, a white-clothed figure moved quickly. Soon, he was thousands of miles away. At the end of his sight, the starry sky seemed to be right in front of him. The end of the 4 iron chains finally revealed its true appearance. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. His figure moved faster and flew to the 9th level of the cloud sea. Looking down from above, the sea and the ground could no longer be seen. Layers of clouds blocked his vision, making him unable to know where he was. In the 9th level of the cloud sea appeared again. The 4 iron chains went deep into the clouds and gradually disappeared. Ning Chen flew to the clouds and stood on them. He squinted his eyes slightly. Walking on the clouds was like walking in a fairyland, making one feel much more relaxed. The Chihuang clan was truly an unimaginable clan. The fairyland was surrounded by clouds and mist. There was no land under his feet, but he could support the knowing destiny state without any cultivation. The magical cloud sea was like a real 9th level of heaven. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. Ning Chen walked on the clouds and looked around, looking for the whereabouts of the heavenly talisman. The sun rose in the east. A day later, the sun set in the west. Above the clouds, Ning Chen was still patiently looking for it. He was certain that the heavenly talisman was here. In the west, the sun had set and the cold moon rose. It was cold at the top, and the cold moon seemed to be within reach. Ning Chen walked among the clouds, searching for the heavenly talismans again and again. As midnight approached, the cold moon hung high in the sky. Above the clouds, the temperature was getting lower and lower. Drops of water turned into ice, and even breathing became difficult. Right at this moment, above the clouds, illusory figures appeared one after another. The great Tao was engraved, recreating the scene from tens of thousands of years ago. The 100 races slaughtered the Qi Huang race. Countless Qi Huang race members fell into a pool of blood. From the experts of the King Dao to the women and children, none of them were spared. The Sky Devil royal family, the Golden Lion tribe, the Scale tribe, the Divine Capital Mountain, the Stone tribe, and all the other royal families except the Sorcerer tribe participated in the battle. Even so, the 100 tribes still suffered heavy casualties. In the illusion, the 9 Peak King realm elders of the Qi Huang clan used incantations to summon a terrifying god that could destroy the heavens and earth with a wave of his hand. Boom! The scene from tens of thousands of years ago seemed to be real. When the 100 tribes suffered heavy losses, the sovereigns of the 5 royal families joined forces to kill the god, severely injuring the 9 elders of the Qi Huang race. In the end, the illusion could no longer be seen. The figures faded and disappeared in the wind. How do you feel when you see your fellow humans being slaughtered? In the void, an old voice asked. Sad. Ning Chen looked back at the blurry old man in the void and replied. You're very smart to be able to find this place. You're the 4th in the past 70,000 years. The old man sighed. Ning Chen did not mind. He looked at the old man and said calmly, Is the Qi Huang race a human? Why are there humans in the primordial demon realm? The old man sighed again and said, In ancient times there was a war between the 2 realms. The 100 tribes of the primordial demon realm invaded the sky beyond heaven. In order to resist the invasion, the humans also sent powerhouses into the primordial demon realm to disturb the stronghold of the 100 tribes. The Qi Huang race is the descendant of those powerhouses. Ning Chen fell silent when he heard that. He knew a little about what happened after that. The Queen Mother of the West sealed the passage between the primordial demon realm and the sky beyond heaven. The human powerhouses who went deep into the primordial demon realm would definitely not be able to leave. Young man, why are you here? The old man asked. Heavenly talisman. Ning Chen did not hide anything and said honestly, Now that the passage between the primordial demon realm and the sky beyond heaven has been opened again, it's only a matter of time before the primordial demon realm invades the humans. I need a trump card that can resist the sovereigns of the 100 tribes. The old man's eyes were filled with emotion when he heard that. He said, I've waited for tens of thousands of years for the descendants of the humans to come. Unfortunately, after so many years, the number of people who could find this place can be counted on one hand. Every time, it's people from the 100 tribes. Today, I've finally waited for it, but, the old man paused and said seriously, the heavenly talisman is different from the human talisman and the earth talisman. If you don't master the Qi Huang art, you won't be able to fully unleash its power. If you want to use it, you must cultivate the Qi Huang art to an extremely high level. This art is different from any cultivation technique or martial art. No matter how amazing your talent is, it's useless. The key to learning the Qi Huang art is patience and comprehension. Do you understand? Ning Chen nodded and bowed like a student. He said respectfully, Senior, please teach me. The old man raised his hand and his expression turned serious. Strange runes appeared, engraved with the wisdom of the Qi Huang race over tens of thousands of years. They flowed continuously into the former's consciousness. The endless runes and incantations were complicated and vast. There wasn't a trace of power mixed in. Only the ocean-like cultivation method needed to be mastered by the descendant. After a full 15 minutes, all the inheritance of the Qi Huang race had flowed into Ning Chen's consciousness. Even someone as strong as knowing destiny felt like his head was exploding. You're not bad. Looking at the former who was covered in cold sweat, the old man said with a gratified expression. This kind of inheritance method wouldn't be able to withstand the pain if one's willpower was weak. Even the most outstanding descendants of the Qi Huang race didn't dare to pass down their skills in this way. Gradual progress was naturally the best way. However, he didn't have time. He could only stuff everything into the spiritual consciousness of the person in front of him at once. After obtaining the Qi Huang art, Ning Chen's thoughts spun quickly. Previously, many things that he didn't understand gradually became clear. Ning Chen raised his hand, and a series of incantations appeared indistinctly. Clouds gathered in the surroundings, forming a 3-meter-long cloud dragon that coiled in the air. Seeing this, the old man's eyes flashed with shock. The spiritual attachment method was so fast. After a short moment of shock, the old man came back to his senses. Looking at the young man in front of him, a complicated expression flashed in his eyes. It seems that my worries were unnecessary. The young people of my race couldn't master the spiritual attachment method even after a few months. It seems that not only are you smart, but your comprehension is also unparalleled. My high comprehension ability is indeed one of my few strengths, Ning Chen said with a humble expression. The heavenly talisman originates from the laws of heaven and earth. When you master the Qi Huang art, you can truly control this power. The old man raised his hand. Suddenly, wind and thunder roared in the sky. Clouds and mist surged around the two of them, and the world changed rapidly. Ning Chen looked at the changing world around him, and seemed to be deep in thought. It turned out that the heavenly talisman that he had been looking for was under his feet. Remember, an external object is ultimately an external object. If you want to fight against the Emperor of the 100 Races, you still need to become stronger. The human race has never lost to any race. It was so in the ancient times and it is still so today. After saying that, the old man's illusory figure gradually dissipated. In the blink of an eye, he had completely disappeared. Looking at the Qi Huang Great Elder, who had disappeared with the wind, Ning Chen respectfully bowed and sent off the ancestor of the human race. After a while, Ning Chen stood up and formed a seal with both hands to activate the heavenly talisman. Whoosh! At that moment, the floating cloud below him shook violently. The 4 iron chains swayed, and in the blink of an eye, they shattered. In the next moment, on the floating cloud, incantations crisscrossed endlessly. The floating cloud that was engraved with the laws of heaven and earth formed a world of its own. Ning Chen stood on it and became the only controller. Below, the white tiger that had been waiting for a day heard the commotion above. Shock flashed in its eyes. Not long after, the floating cloud descended from the sky. The white-clothed figure stood quietly and looked at the white tiger in front of her. Let's go back. After saying that, Ning Chen rode the cloud and disappeared into the distance. The white tiger recovered from its shock and flapped its wings to follow. Immortal, you know how to ride the clouds. A small gourd flew out from Ning Chen's shoulder and said excitedly. Don't you know how to fly too? What's there to be curious about? Ning Chen chuckled. It's different. The small gourd danced and said, Look, that big tiger behind me can fly too. However, only immortals can ride the clouds. Immortal, you're an immortal. Ning Chen smiled and did not refute the small gourd's childish words. Behind, the white tiger looked enviously at the small gourd that was rolling excitedly on the floating cloud. When could it be valued by its master like the small gourd? After a day, the central continent appeared at the end of the sea. Ning Chen's expression also became serious. Next, it was time for the real war. Seeing the change in the immortal's expression, the small gourd flew from the clouds and landed on the former's shoulder. It hid itself obediently and did not disturb him. In the sky above the central continent, Ning Chen descended from the sky. He raised his right hand and runes appeared. Suddenly, the clouds quickly gathered and disappeared into the divine restriction. The white tiger landed at the side and looked at the clouds that disappeared into thin air. Its tiger eyes were filled with confusion. Let's go, Ning Chen said and continued to walk forward. The white tiger followed and rushed towards the northwest. Just as knowing destiny returned, the flames of war spread rapidly on the 5 battlefields of the primordial demon region. Flames filled the sky and smoke covered the ground. In the east and southeast of the demon region, the situation was extremely tragic. The two strongest princes of the demon race, Xian Lai, the world's #1 palm, and Xian Qi, the world's #1 sword, attacked. The leaders of the two royal families suffered casualties and were defeated. Chapter 1139. In the southeast battlefield of the primitive demon region, the three saint protectors of the stone race teamed up to fight against Xian Qi. The fourth prince of the sky demon region had shown his power again after hundreds of thousands of years. The #1 sword in the world was invincible. The demon sword Burning Heart shook the 9 heavens. After the battle, one of the three saint protectors of the stone race was killed and the other 2 were injured. In front of the army of 100,000, Xian Qi looked at the retreating army of the stone race and didn't chase after them. The stone race was a royal race after all. They wouldn't be defeated so easily. The real war hadn't started yet. Just as the stone race was retreating, a silhouette in plain clothes walked over from afar. Beside him was a white tiger with wings on its back. It had an extraordinary temperament that attracted people's attention. In front of the sky demon army, Xian Qi's eyes narrowed. He had guessed the identity of the newcomer. In the primitive demon realm, only the disciple of the 9 underworlds could have such an extraordinary sword intent after losing all his cultivation. Greetings to fourth martial uncle. Ning Chen walked over and bowed respectfully. No need to be so polite. Xian Qi said calmly. Where did you go? Qi Huang Island. Ning Chen didn't hide anything. Hearing the 2 words, Xian Qi's face darkened. What's the matter? The Qi Huang race is not weak. I've lost my cultivation for a long time. I went there to find a way to recover my cultivation. Ning Chen said respectfully. Did you find anything? Xian Qi said lightly. Other than this white tiger's descendant, nothing else. Ning Chen answered. Xian Qi glanced at the white tiger. He didn't care and said indifferently, Our sky demon royal race is the #1 race in the world. We don't need other races' technique. Cultivating is the right way. Don't disgrace your master's name. I will remember fourth martial uncle's teachings. Ning Chen replied. Go back. Your master should be waiting for you. Xian Qi said calmly. Yes, I'll take my leave first. Ning Chen bowed again and left with the white tiger without saying anything. In front of the army of 100,000 demons, Xian Qi stood in the air. The Burning Heart demon's sword in his hand was vast and mighty. He looked like the #1 sword in the world. In the distance, Ning Chen sensed something. He raised his hand and gripped his sword. The water and moon appeared out of thin air, and he waved his sword. Sword Qi shot out for 10,000 zhang. Above the boundless wasteland, 2 terrifying sword Qi collided. In an instant, boundless sword pressure spread out, and the ground within a radius of 10,000 miles crumbled. After that sword strike, Mysterious Strange sheathed his sword in front of the heavenly demon army and did not attack again. Thank you, fourth martial uncle, for teaching me this move. Ning Chen bowed respectfully behind the towering dust wave before turning around and leaving. Immortal Elder. Along the way, the small gourd flew out unsteadily. It looked back with some lingering fear and said, That person just now was so powerful. You live up to your reputation as the best sword in the world, Ning Chen said with a smile. Is Immortal Elder more powerful, or is that person more powerful? The small calabash asked in anticipation. In terms of martial arts, he's #1 under the imperial path. Ning Chen said calmly. In terms of swordsmanship, the world's #1 has yet to be proven. When the little gourd heard this, a confused look appeared in its big eyes. It didn't quite understand. In terms of swordsmanship, the barren city has a sword that can shake gods. The great Xia has a sword that is invincible in the world. Ning Chen looked into the distance and said softly, Outside of the Divine Prefecture, the #1 swordsman in the Divine Prefecture has reached the 12th sword and is the only one in the world. Other than these 3 seniors, Mu Qianshang of the Compassionate Sword Heavenly Pavilion uses the sword as a brush and the world as a scroll to form his own path. There's also your immortal elder. Although he's not as good as the two seniors from the Divine Prefecture, it's not impossible for him to compete for the title of the best sword in the world. The small calabash looked envious. The best sword in the world, such a resounding reputation. Roar! On the side, the white tiger growled in agreement. The small calabash was startled. It looked at the white tiger unhappily and said, "Big tiger, you scared me." The white tiger whimpered apologetically and didn't dare to make another sound. Just as the man, tiger, and immortal vine were hurrying towards San Huang City, in the void ahead, a figure flashed past. It was so fast that it was shocking. Someone's coming. In the distance, Ning Chen sensed it. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Small calabash, hide." The small calabash nodded obediently. It entered the divine restriction and disappeared. Not long after, demonic chi surged above the void. An illusory figure appeared with a golden token in his hand. He said in a deep voice, "13th Prince, here's your order." Seeing the golden token in the former's hand, Ning Chen stopped and bowed. The demonic emperor has ordered the 13th Prince, Ning Chen, to head to the western battlefield immediately to support Prince Xianmia. There must be no mistakes, the messenger said seriously. "Yes, sir," Ning Chen replied respectfully. "Your Highness, the situation on the western battlefield is tense. The two demonic emperors are very concerned. Your Highness should hurry there as soon as possible," the messenger reminded him. Ning Chen nodded and said, "Thank you for your reminder, sir. May I ask, what's the situation on the 5 sides now?" "In the east and southeast, Prince Xian Lai and Prince Xian Qi have gone personally. The Divine Capital Mountain and the Stone Tribe are not a problem for now. As for the north and south, although the Sorcerer Tribe and the Scaled Tribe can't defeat them right away, they are still under control. Only on the western battlefield, the strength of the western sacred region is beyond our expectations. Prince Xianmia was severely injured by Sarah, the lord of the 6th palace of the sacred region. Now, the morale of the troops on the western battlefield is unstable. So, after knowing that your Highness has returned, the two demonic emperors urgently sent your Highness to the front line to stabilize the morale of the troops," the messenger replied. Ning Chen nodded slightly and said, "Don't worry, sir. I will definitely arrive in 2 days. In that case, I will take my leave first." As soon as he finished speaking, the void shook. The messenger's figure disappeared in an instant. Seeing the messenger leave, coldness flashed through Ning Chen's eyes. It turned out that the person heading to the eastern battlefield was Xian Lai, the world's #1 palm master. With Xian Lai guarding, the leaders of the Divine Capital Mountain would be in for a tough time. As for the Sorcerer Tribe and the Scaled Tribe, he was not too worried. This time, the Sorcerer Tribe would definitely go all out to invade the south. The 12 Sorcerer Queens were not ordinary experts. It would not be easy for the Sky Devil Royal Tribe to defeat the 12 Sorcerer Queens. The Scaled Tribe? He didn't care about them at all. From the very beginning, he had never trusted them. However, the western sacred region was beyond his expectations. Back on the sacred mountain, Sarah, the lord of the 6th palace, had attacked him. He could only describe this person's strength as unfathomable. However, he did not expect that even the second prince of the Sky Devil Royal Tribe would be defeated by Sarah. According to rumors, the lord of the 3rd palace of the sacred region was equally unfathomable. If this was true, then the combat power of the western sacred region was truly terrifying. It was said that the western sacred region was the strongest of the 5 royal tribes, second only to the Sky Devil Royal Tribe, the overlord of the primordial demon region. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. Let's go to the western battlefield. After thinking for a while, Ning Chen collected his thoughts and changed direction, rushing toward the west. The white tiger roared and flapped its wings to follow. In the west of the primordial demon region, the flames of war were burning. The Western Sacred Region's army was advancing toward the east. The 100,000 Sky Devil royal tribe that had lost their commander was forced to retreat, suffering heavy casualties. 6 of the 12 palace lords of the Sacred Region had been dispatched. The strongest 3rd Palace and 6th Palace were among them. Their shocking combat power made the 100,000 Sky Devil royal tribe invincible. In front of the Sacred Region's army, 6 men in golden armor stood quietly. Their bodies were bathed in the light of the sun. The king's aura was shocking, and the gods and demons were terrified. Xianmia has been defeated. The 3 imperial cities should send a new general. Luo Jia, the lord of the 3rd palace, said. Xian Lai and Xian Qi are far away in the east and southeast. With the divine capital mountain and the stone tribe holding them back, it will be difficult for them to leave in a short time. Other than these 2, it would be useless for the Sky Devil royal tribe to send anyone else. Sarah said calmly. There is one more person. Luo Jia said seriously. The strongest of the 3 imperial cities, Xian Mo. Sarah shook his head and said, this person needs to guard the 3 imperial cities, so he can't come. The current situation in the 3 imperial cities can't be separated from this grand commander of the Forbidden Army. The 2 demon emperors should know this. Luo Jia looked into the distance and said, the infighting between the 2 Sky Devil princes has taken up a lot of the Sky Devil royal tribe's energy. I wonder how the 2 demon emperors will deal with the current situation. Sarah didn't answer. Although he didn't have any confirmed information, he believed that the current situation in the 3 imperial cities was related to the 13th prince. Report. At this moment, a soldier in armor walked in front of the 6 palace lords. He half knelt and said, the Sky Devil royal tribe has sent a new general. Hearing this, Luo Jia was surprised and said, who is it? The 13th prince of the Sky Devil royal tribe. The soldier in armor said respectfully, it's him. Luo Jia frowned and looked at the lord of the 6th palace. He said, Sarah, you have fought with this person before. How is his strength? Unmeasurable. Sarah said calmly, however, don't worry. This person won't really help the Sky Devil royal tribe to fight against us. The Sacred Lord had already told him the reason why the 13th prince went to the Sacred Realm. This person was the real driving force behind the demon-slaying army. At the same time, Ning Chen brought the White Tiger into the Sky Devil army. The Sky Devil soldiers bowed and welcomed the 13th prince. The 2 demon emperors' imperial edicts had arrived. They knew that the 13th prince would replace Prince Xianmia as the new general. Ning Chen walked in front of the general's tent. The 2 Sky Devil guards bowed respectfully and didn't dare to stop him. Ning Chen entered the tent and looked at the unconscious middle-aged man on the bed. His eyes narrowed slightly. Feng Shidao, the number 1 imperial doctor of the Sky Devil royal tribe, frowned. Obviously, Prince Xianmia's injuries weren't good. Ning Chen walked up and said, Mr. Feng, how is second uncle's injuries? Feng Shidao raised his head. Seeing the person who came, he stood up and bowed. He said, 13th Prince, the prince's injuries are very serious. However, what's more troublesome is that there is a special power in the prince's body that has sealed off his 5 senses. The prince hasn't woken up because of this special power. Is there a way to cure him? Ning Chen asked with concern. I will try my best to draw out this power. As for whether it will succeed, I am not too confident, Feng Shidao said with a serious expression. Then I will have to trouble you, Mr. Feng. There are still many things in the camp that I need to deal with. I will leave first. Ning Chen said and didn't stay any longer. He turned and left. Outside the tent, Ning Chen looked back at the unconscious second prince and said indifferently, Can you guys reach the 4th realm after devouring his power? Definitely. The thousands of demons said excitedly. Chapter 1140. Demonic Qi lingered in the heavenly demon ancestral land. The 5 heavenly demon princes had all left for the battle. The demonic aura in the heavenly demon ancestral land had decreased significantly. The messenger returned to the ancestral land and knelt on one knee. Deep inside the ancestral land, the 7 luminaries demon emperor and the 8 desolation demon emperor listened to the messenger's reply quietly. 7 luminaries said calmly, "You may leave." Understood. The messenger bowed respectfully, then turned around and left. 9 serenities doesn't know about it yet. It's best to inform him about 13th prince, said the 8 desolation demon emperor. There's no rush. The 7 luminaries demon emperor said calmly, as the crown prince of the royal family, it's his duty to serve the demon region. 9 serenities can't say anything even if he knows about it. Our top priority now is to figure out a way to solve the problem on the Western Front. The Western Sacred Region's strength is indeed beyond our expectations. The 8 desolation demon emperor said sternly, the master of the 6th palace is already able to severely injure a prince of the heavenly demon royal family. If the master of the 3rd palace, whose strength is on par with the 6th palace, joins the battle, the Western Front will quickly crumble. Legend has it that the master of the 6th palace is the reincarnation of the Buddha's disciple, Moku. Therefore, he was born with the power of his divine sense. The master of the 3rd palace, Luo Jia, has the destructive power of an emperor realm expert. He's extremely powerful. With these 2 in charge, the Western Sacred Region will have a hard time fending off the attack, the 7 luminaries demon emperor analyzed calmly. Brother Xian Lai and Brother Xian Qi still have to deal with the armies of the Divine Capital Mountain and the Stone Tribe. They won't be able to reinforce the Western Sacred Region for the time being. Only Xian Mo can fight against the 2 strongest palace masters in the Sacred Region, suggested the 8 desolation demon emperor. No. The 7 luminaries demon emperor rejected it right away. The royal city is in chaos. Xian Mo must stay behind to protect the city. Rebellions keep breaking out in the royal city after the battle between Xian Zhen and Xian Qing. They must be spies planted by the 4 royal families. We have to be careful. The 8 desolation demon emperor fell silent. He had the same concern too. However, if Xian Mo did not join the battle, who else in the royal family could stop the Western Sacred Region's attack? 9 Nether's disciple couldn't hold on for too long. Even though his strength was extraordinary, he had to face the 6 palace lords of the Western Holy Region after all. In terms of cultivation, the difference was too great. Temporarily stabilizing the morale of the troops was already the limit. 7 luminaries said in a serious tone, "Actually, there's another candidate, but whether or not he can go depends on your attitude." The 8 desolation demon emperor shuddered upon hearing this. Xian Zhen was also the successor that 8 desolation favored the most. Among the princes of the royal family, only Xian Zhen's cultivation is close to the peak emperor realm. However, swords and sabers have no eyes on the battlefield. No one knows what's going to happen. But Huang, only you can make the decision, the 7 brilliance demon emperor said calmly. The 8 desolation demon emperor was silent. After a long time, he sighed and said, just like the disciples of 9 underworlds, Xian Zhen is the crown prince of the royal family. It is his duty to serve the demon region. Let's do it this way. Xian Zhen will go to the Western Front. In the west of the original Devil Domain, inside the 100,000 Heavenly Devil Army camp, Ning Chen was sitting in his tent, quietly listening to a few devil generals reporting the battle situation and losses. Your Highness, we have lost almost half of our army. Our morale is low. If this continues, we will be defeated by our own fear before the Western Sacred Realm arrives, one of the devil generals said with a serious expression. Your Highness, did the 2 devil emperors say when the rest of the devil army will arrive? Also, will there be generals at the peak of the emperor realm? The 2nd devil general asked worriedly. Ning Chen raised his hand and tapped on the table softly. He did not answer. The atmosphere in the temporary commander's tent became unusually tense. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of fingers tapping on the table echoed in the commander's tent. The 5 devil generals felt more and more depressed. They looked at each other. No one could guess what the 13th prince was thinking. Your Highness! The devil general who spoke first was annoyed. He said in a deep voice, "Have we been abandoned? Are there no reinforcements behind us?" The commander's tent fell silent. The 5 devil generals all looked at the young man in front of them, hoping to hear his answer. The 5 royal families had joined forces with the devil realm. Now that all 5 devil emperors had gone to war, they could not think of anyone other than the 5 devil emperors who could stop the attack of the Western Sacred Realm's 6 palace lords. In the commander's tent, Ning Chun stopped tapping on the table. He looked at the 5 devil generals calmly and said, "Reinforcements? Am I not here? What other reinforcements do you want?" When the 5 demon generals heard this, they were stunned. Only the 13th prince? Why, do you think I am not qualified to be the commander? Ning Chun said indifferently. The 5 devil generals looked at each other, then stood up and bowed. We dare not. Ning Chun did not pursue the matter. He said indifferently, I am the only reinforcements now. As for whether there will be more in the future, I don't know. Instead of blindly hoping for reinforcements, it is better to think about how to deal with the current situation. The 5 devil generals' hearts sank. Were there really no other reinforcements? Had the 2 devil emperors really abandoned them? In the next hour, the atmosphere in the commander's tent became unusually gloomy. The 5 devil generals were in low spirit. No one could make any decent suggestions. Ning Chun sat in the tent and only listened quietly. He did not make any suggestions. Half an hour later, the 5 demon generals left the commander's tent with confusion and fear. Ning Chun got up and walked to the front of the tent. Looking at the tent that was heavily guarded not far away, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Every imperial prince was an indispensable fighting force for the celestial demon clan. Now that the opportunity was in front of him, he could not let this Prince Xianmia walk back to the celestial demon ancestral land alive. Your Highness. At this moment, a devil soldier quickly walked over and knelt down. The Western Sacred Region has sent someone to deliver a letter of challenge. Ning Chun took the letter of challenge, glanced at it, and said calmly, "Accept the challenge." "Yes." The kneeling devil soldier replied respectfully. 1,000 miles away, in front of the Western Sacred Region's army, the masters of the 6 sacred palaces stood quietly. Their golden armor was dazzling, and their valiant royal aura made people fearful. Not long later, demonic clouds loomed in front of them. The army of 100,000 a few days ago was now reduced to less than 60,000. In front of the celestial demon army, a white tiger flapped its wings. A white-clothed figure stood on it, looking extraordinarily handsome. "It's really him." In front of the Sacred Region's army, Luo Jia said calmly. "Shama, you should fight this battle." "Okay." Shama nodded. Only Luo Jia knew about the agreement between the 13th prince and the Sacred Lord. This battle could not be fought by anyone else. On the other side, the white tiger landed, and Ning Chun stepped forward, walking between the 2 armies. The inverted water moon was unsheathed, and the moon demon divine weapon shone brightly. 13th Prince, we meet again." As he spoke, a man shining with golden light walked over. He had a handsome face, and his royal aura was faintly discernible, attracting attention. "When we meet on the battlefield, we are enemies. Today, I will not hold back. I hope the Palace Lord will do the same," Ning Chun said calmly. "Of course." Shama nodded and opened his eyes. In an instant, an abnormally terrifying king's aura spread out, causing the pressure on the entire battlefield to plummet. Ning Chen's expression froze. What a powerful mental energy! Behind him, the 60,000 celestial demon army also felt this shocking mental energy pressure, and their expressions changed. Great Sword Realm! Under everyone's gaze, Ning Chen did not hold back. He raised his sword, and his sword intent soared. In an instant, the extreme state of Sword Realm spread out rapidly, and blood-red sword light filled the sky. The great Sword Realm appeared, and sword pressure swept out. In an instant, the white-clothed figure disappeared. It was so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. Clang! The palm and sword collided. Golden light shook around Shama's body, and he used his royal aura to block the peerless divine sword. The Buddhist light and sword chi clashed, and the world rumbled. Above the two, the clouds parted. In the celestial demon army and the sacred region's army, many soldiers looked at the sky in shock. It was such a simple move, but the remaining force could even split the clouds. Were all experts in the King realm so terrifying? Rumor has it that the 13th Prince's cultivation in the Great Sword Realm is amazing. You really live up to your reputation, a demon general in front of the celestial demon army said. No matter how powerful the 13th Prince is, he has only reached the 6th transformation of the celestial demon imperial family's 9 transformations. Besides, rumor has it that the 13th Prince has lost all his cultivation, and his strength will be greatly affected. The 13th Prince's opponent is the Lord of the 6th Palace of the Sacred Region, who is said to be the closest to the imperial path. I'm afraid the 13th Prince won't last long, another demon general said. While the two demon generals were talking, the sword light in front of them was crisscrossing, and the palm power was boundless. The battle was white-hot. The two were clearly strong and weak, but the battle was hard to tell who would win. Outside the battle, the leaders of the two armies looked at the battle in front of them with admiration. The battle between the two could only be described as breathtaking. It wasn't that their cultivations were terrifying, but the way they moved could be said to be exquisite and peerless. Every move was not the slightest bit sloppy, and the attack and defense were exceptionally swift and fierce. 13th Prince, are we really going to continue like this? With your current cultivation, you have no chance of winning. In the battle, Shama raised his hand to block the sword light. He looked at the young man in front of him and sent a telepathic message back. Ningchen stepped forward, and his body flickered as he avoided the former's palm power. He replied, "Palace Lord, you don't have to hold back. Besides, there is no ambush in the celestial demon camp. Palace Lord, do you understand?" Hearing that, Shama squinted his eyes. After a while, he nodded and said, "Don't worry, Your Highness. When Your Highness loses, the Sacred Region's army will immediately attack the celestial demon camp." As soon as he sent the telepathic message, Shama put his hands together in the middle. In the earth-shattering vibration, boundless golden light illuminated the world. The 6 paths of reincarnation appeared in the world again. While everyone was shocked, 6 huge whirlpools appeared in the battle. Hell, hungry ghost, beast, Azura, heaven, and man. The 6 paths appeared, and the boundless death chi engulfed the former. 13th Prince. In front of the celestial demon army, the 5 demon generals' expressions changed, and they cried out in alarm. On the battlefield, Ning Chen saw the 6 paths of reincarnation descending from the sky. He rotated his sword to the extreme. In an instant, a dazzling sword light appeared. The sword light was boundless, it was filled with sword intent. Bang! The 2 attacks collided, and blood splattered. With a muffled groan, the white-clothed figure took a few steps back, and the sword was dyed red. In front of the Sacred Region's army, Luo Jia, the 3rd Palace Lord, waved his right hand and said, "Kill!" With that order, the army moved forward, and the mighty army pressed forward. Chapter 1141. In the western battlefield of the primordial demonic region, the 6 paths of reincarnation had descended. The swordsman was dyed red and retreated several steps. The celestial demonic imperial clan was defeated once again. The moment the outcome of the battle was decided, Shama gave the order to the Sacred Domain army. The army of 100,000 immediately pressed forward. The Sacred Saint army that blotted out the sky pressed forward like an undercurrent. The shocking scene caused fear to rise in people's hearts. In front of the celestial demonic army, the 5 demon generals recovered from their shock. Before they could think, the sacred domain army had already arrived. As the two armies clashed, the sky changed color. After a while, thousands of broken bodies fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. The blood that filled the sky was like heavy rain, dyeing the wilderness red bit by bit. In the battle below, a figure in plain clothes with half his body dyed red stood with a sword in his hand. In front of him, Shammah blocked the path. His golden battle armor shone with a dazzling light, making it difficult to look at him directly. Around the two, corpses were strewn everywhere. Blood rained down from the sky, making the battle even more cruel. Although this is a fake battle, your strength still shocked me. Shammah looked at the youth before him and said seriously, "Acting is only believable when it is real. Let's continue. I will not retreat. The celestial demonic army will not retreat either." Ningchen raised his blood-stained right arm and pointed his sword forward as he spoke calmly. Shammah nodded and shouted. His body glowed with golden light as he flew out. The battle started again. When the two started fighting again, the battle in the sky became even more intense. Luo Jia, the head of the 5 palaces, faced 5 celestial demonic generals alone. Every move he made was accompanied by a golden sage technique, dazzling world. His attacks were comparable to the explosion of a star, suppressing the 5 celestial demonic generals. Boom! An earth-shattering collision rang out. Golden waves swept out in front of Luo Jia, and the 5 celestial demonic generals were all sent flying. Blood dyed the sky. In the battle below, Ningchen used his sword to shake off the battle. He looked at the sky and squinted his eyes. It was about time. Retreat! Ningchen shouted, and his orders spread throughout the battlefield. Then, he took a step forward and leaped up. Roar! The white tiger roared at the sky. It flapped its wings and flew under Ningchen. Then, it carried its master and flew to the east of the battlefield. In the battle in the sky, when the 5 demon generals heard the order, they did not dare to hesitate and immediately retreated. You can't leave. At the front, Luo Jia's expression was cold. Above his hands, golden light soared. Numerous large golden stars appeared and exploded. With a loud rumble, the battlefield in the horizon collapsed. The expressions of the 5 demon generals changed drastically. They joined forces to block the force of the star's explosion. With a muffled groan, the 5 heavenly demon war generals vomited blood at the same time. Cracks appeared around 2 of them, and in the blink of an eye, they exploded. The splattering blood covered the entire battlefield. The other 3 demon generals suppressed the fear in their hearts and immediately retreated. Without a doubt, it was a crushing defeat. The 60,000 sky demon army quickly retreated towards the east. Their defeat was like a landslide. The devil army, whose morale was in chaos, could no longer resist the assault of the Sacred Realm army. After chasing for 3,000 miles, the heavenly demon army had already retreated far away. In the void, Luo Jia looked at the heavenly demon camp in the distance and asked, "Should we pursue them or not?" The collapse of the heavenly demon army was indeed a good opportunity to pursue. However, he was worried that there might be an ambush ahead. If that was the case, it would not be worth it to continue chasing. Pursue. Beside him, Sarah replied, there is no ambush ahead. This is a good opportunity to defeat the heavenly demon army in one fell swoop. Luo Jiao nodded and did not ask any more questions. He immediately ordered, "Pursue." With that order, the 100,000 Sacred Realm army in the void immediately pursued towards the east. They covered the sky and the sun, shocking everyone. In the heavenly demon camp, the defeated heavenly demon army immediately reinforced the fortifications. Array patterns rose and crisscrossed, sealing off the camp. In front of the army, Ningchen, whose half-body was dyed red, looked at the 3 demon generals who were lucky enough to survive. 13th Prince. One of the demon generals spoke with a heavy expression, "We can't hold this place anymore. Let's retreat. Prince, where there is life, there is hope. Another demon general spoke. The sacred realm's attack is too strong. With our current strength, it is impossible to block it. We can only retreat. Ning Chen waved his hand, and the moon in the water turned upside down. He looked at the two and said coldly, I would rather die in battle than retreat. Prince. The three demon generals' expressions changed as they said anxiously. No need to say any more. Ning Chen said, Our heavenly demon imperial family has never had a crown prince who retreated without fighting. I will not be one. The three demon generals looked at each other and saw the heaviness in each other's eyes. The heavenly demon imperial family's selfishness would never change. For the sake of his reputation, he would sacrifice all his soldiers? Ning Chen did not bother with the three anymore. He looked at the distant horizon. It was about time for them to catch up. Just as he was thinking, a golden light appeared in the western horizon. A boundless king's aura quickly spread out, shaking heaven and earth. Prepare for battle. Ning Chen looked at the three demon generals beside him and said coldly, Yes. The three heavenly demon generals had no choice but to accept the order. They quickly left to prepare for the upcoming battle. Ha! In front of the demon army, Ning Chen roared. Sword and tent rose around him, sharp and threatening as it rushed towards the nine heavens. Nirvana! Nirvana reappeared with boundless might. In the sky above the demon camp, sword lights were displayed, magnificent and unparalleled. In an instant, sword lights broke through the sky and swept towards the Sacred Realm army in the distance. In front of the Sacred Realm army, Luo Jia, the third palace lord, looked at the sword lights in front of him and narrowed his eyes. Galaxy dazzling. Luo Jia stepped forward, and the starlight around him flickered. His body erupted, and suddenly, the starlight in front of the army gathered into a galaxy. In an instant, the sword lights and starlight collided, and a rumbling sound echoed throughout the western part of the demon territory. In front of Luo Jia, the sword lights quickly dissipated. The Sacred Realm King forcibly withstood the Nirvana's might. After one move, the three Sacred Realm Palace lords in golden armor behind Luo Jia walked forward. Looking at the array in the sky above the heavenly demon camp, they gathered their chi and used all their might. The three late-stage King Realm experts worked together, and the wind and clouds changed. Dazzling golden light gathered from all directions. A forbidden power gathered in front of the three, and their might rose rapidly. Not good. In the heavenly demon army, the three demon generals' expressions changed. What a terrifying power! In the next moment, the golden light beam pierced through the sky and swept towards the demon camp. Boom! In an earth-shattering tremor, the two huge forces collided. The array above the heavenly demon army shattered, and the aftershock spread out, causing the ground below to collapse. The terrifying aftershock swept through the demon camp, and thousands of screams rang out. Blood and bones flew everywhere, and it was extremely tragic. In the sky, the 6 Sacred Realm Palace lords descended from the sky. Their golden armor shone brightly under the sun, and no one dared to look directly at them. Shama, you'll be in charge of the heavenly demon Imperial Prince, said Luo Jia. Okay. Shama nodded and scanned with his divine sense, then walked towards the tent in front of him. Around the tent, more than 10 royal guards staggered and stabilized their bodies. They looked at the man walking in front of them with serious expressions. All of you back off. Sarah raised her hand, and a majestic energy swept out. The dozen or so Red Dust Realm Imperial Army soldiers were immediately sent flying, unable to resist at all. The Sacred Realm Palace Lord, who was the closest to becoming an emperor in the world, once again displayed his amazing ability. It was an absolute suppression. The area within a radius of 100 zhang became a no-fly zone. No one could get close. Under the royal aura, the tent collapsed. Inside the tent, the number 1 royal physician of the heavenly demon imperial family, Feng Shidao, had his back facing everyone. The silk thread on his right hand extended and entered Prince Xianmia's body. Seeing this, Shama frowned slightly. He raised his hand and a golden light spread out, grabbing Prince Xianmia. Arg! Feng Shidao stepped forward and used his body to block the attack. The golden light pierced through his body, bringing out a fountain of blood. I, Feng Shidao, am the royal physician of the heavenly demon imperial family. I won't allow anyone from the heavenly demon imperial family to die in front of me. Drops of blood flowed down along the demonic silk. Feng Shidao looked at the unconscious Prince Xianmia in front of him, and his demonic yuan surged. A powerful flame of life entered the latter's body, helping him recover his senses. In the distance, Ning Chen sensed something. He looked back at the tent, and his expression changed slightly. Not good. In front of the tent, Shama also sensed the powerful demonic energy coming from Prince Xianmia's body. His expression became serious, and he didn't waste any more time. Shama didn't allow any variables to appear. He used his famous technique, the 6 paths of reincarnation, and suppressed the 2. Just as the 2 were being swallowed by the reincarnation, the demonic cultivator on the bed opened his eyes. His demonic qi exploded, and it was even stronger than before. Mr. Feng, thank you. Have a safe journey to the Yellow Springs. Xianmia stood up and raised the 6 paths of reincarnation. He looked at the exhausted Feng Shidao and said calmly. Seeing the second prince of the heavenly demon imperial family wake up, Feng Shidao's tired eyes revealed a trace of relief. However, before he could finish his sentence, his body collapsed. He had completed the mission given to him by the 2 demon emperors. On the battlefield, the demon king reappeared. His demonic aura was even stronger than before. He raised his hand and dispersed the 6 paths of reincarnation. He looked at the lord of the 6th palace in front of him with killing intent. New and old grudges, let's end them all today, Xianmia said coldly. Demonic qi spread out from his body. Instantly, a huge demonic figure appeared in the sky. It was 6,000 feet tall, and it was indomitable. Seeing this, Shama didn't dare to be careless. He clasped his hands together and rose into the sky. Boundless golden light illuminated the world. As the Sanskrit chants filled the sky, the Buddha appeared again. The Venerable of the world preached, and the demon king exterminated the world. 2 dazzling moves clashed, and victory and defeat were decided. At this moment, a white-clothed figure flashed by outside the battlefield. Sword rotation 12, shocking the world. Second martial uncle, let me help you. As he spoke, the shocking sword merged with the demonic figure. The 2 moves merged, forming a move that could kill gods and destroy Buddhas. Boom! A shocking collision sounded. With the 3 as the center, a terrifying shockwave spread out rapidly, destroying everything in sight. 3 muffled groans sounded. In the sky, the golden Buddha collapsed. Shama's figure flew out and retreated 100 feet. On the opposite side, the demonic figure also collapsed. In the shocking scene, golden light pierced through Xianmia's chest. A huge hole appeared, shocking everyone. You! With a thump, the demonic cultivator fell to the ground. The words he didn't have time to say were forever buried in the earth. On the side, Ning Chen clutched his chest. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. No one could see the bone-chilling coldness in his eyes. Chapter 1142. In the west of the primordial demon region, the flames of war raged as the Sacred Realm army pressed forward, covering the sky. In the celestial demon camp, countless celestial demon soldiers were slaughtered by the Sacred Realm army. After successive defeats, the once invincible celestial demon army had lost all their vigor, unable to fight back. At the front of the battle, the strongest experts of the 2 armies were fighting. The second celestial demon Prince Xianmia woke up from his coma and blocked the master of the 6th palace. 2 peerless experts at the peak of the King realm clashed. A shocking scene appeared before everyone's eyes. Golden light pierced through the demon's chest, bringing out blood. On the other side, Shama's figure flew back hundreds of meters. He stumbled and barely managed to stabilize himself. Arg! With a muffled groan, Shama spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing his golden armor red. The final move of the celestial demon prince was extremely powerful. Even Shama, who was said to be the closest to the sovereign realm, could not block the demonic might and was heavily injured. After the final move, the outcome was decided. The demon fell to the ground, dyeing the ground red with blood. Even in death, his eyes could not close. There was anger in his confusion. The second celestial demon prince died with his eyes wide open. How can this be? In the distance, the three demon generals' expressions changed drastically. With Prince Xianmia's strength, how could he be defeated in one move? Thank you, Master. Demonic souls flickered within Xianmia's body as he spoke. We don't have much time. Don't waste any more time. He raised his hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the lord of the sixth palace in front of him and said calmly, Xianmia is a prince of the celestial demons. I must send him back to the three imperial city. Hearing this, Shama frowned and said, I must take this person with me. Although he did not know what had just happened, he must take this Prince Xianmia away. Every prince of the celestial demon royal family was an extremely powerful existence. Even if they died, their value was extraordinary. If the sacred realm could obtain the celestial demon royal family's body tempering technique, their strength would undoubtedly increase greatly. Since we cannot come to an agreement, then let's fight. Ningchen replied coldly. The moon demon god's sword in his hand shone brightly. Although they were in the Demon Slayer alliance, they could not back down in front of Benefit. Sarah's expression turned serious. She also understood this principle. Golden light rose from her body, and her king's might continued to spread. Just as the two of them started fighting again, Xianmia's body was being devoured by thousands of devils. The ocean-like devil chi was being devoured by thousands of devils to nourish his thousand devil soul body. The miserable war, the slaughter, and the cries covered the scheme. The lives of the army of extraterrestrial devils were like weeds that were gradually harvested in the merciless scheme. Boom! Not long after, thunder rumbled in the 9 heavens. Dazzling lightning streaked across the horizon and illuminated the world. This is... On the battlefield, the Saint Domain Palace Masters looked up at the sky with serious expressions. Mortal tribulation. What kind of person was transcending tribulation at this time? Find the person undergoing the tribulation. Immediately. We cannot let the heavenly tribulation descend, Luo Jia said in a low voice. The other 3 palace masters nodded and released their divine senses to search for the person who was undergoing the tribulation. Boom! A second clap of thunder resounded in the sky, followed by a third, a fourth. More and more thunderclouds gathered and stirred, their might becoming more and more terrifying. When the 3 palace masters saw this, their expressions changed drastically. This aura meant that more than one person was going to transcend tribulation. At the front of the battlefield, sword radiance and golden light crisscrossed. The battle between the two began again. After 3 moves, they separated. Shama stopped and looked at the sky with a solemn expression. Not good. Luo Jia, retreat. Without hesitation, Shama immediately sent a telepathic message to remind him. In the distance, Luo Jia also felt the increasingly terrifying aura of the heavenly tribulation in the sky. Without hesitation, he ordered, retreat. At the order, the army immediately stopped fighting and retreated like a torrent. Not long after the army of the Saint Domain retreated from the battlefield, thunderbolts descended from the 9 heavens and engulfed the heavenly devil camp. Far away, Xianzhen, who was ordered to support the western battlefield, felt the shocking power of the heavenly tribulation in the distant sky. He stopped and his eyes flashed. Behind him, the 30,000 green armor army also stopped. They were shocked by the terrifying power in the west. Eldest brother. Behind Xianzhen, the 10th Princess Xian Yu said with a solemn expression, something might have happened in front. You take the army and follow. I'll go first and see what's happening in front. Xianzhen instructed before he took a step forward and rushed forward. The power of the heavenly tribulation was too unusual. It looked like the mortal tribulation, but in fact, its power was far beyond the ordinary king's tribulation. On the western battlefield, thousands of demons faced the heavenly tribulation. Under the sea of thunder, the center of the heavenly devil camp was immediately scorched. There was no place left intact. In the dazzling thunderbolts, a white-clothed figure stood quietly. The divine prohibition light around her flickered and covered her aura. In front, demonic shadows flew out of Xianmie's body. Thousands of demons entered the ghost immortal realm. When the demons left Xianmie's body, it was immediately burned by the thunderbolts. Demonic qi spread everywhere and was quickly purified by the heavenly tribulation. Master! The demons knelt and asked for protection. They were souls and could not withstand the power of the heavenly tribulation. Ghost immortals were ghosts after all. How could they withstand the power of the heavenly tribulation? Ningqian waved his sword and dispersed the thunderbolts falling from the sky. The divine prohibition light around him spread and protected the demons. Having lost their target, the thunderbolts in the 9 heavens kept roaring but did not fall. Boom! In the distance, a heavenly devil general wanted to escape, but the thunderbolts broke through the sky and quickly swallowed him. In the shrill scream, the thunderbolts purified the filth. The body of the heavenly devil general burned quickly. 13th Prince, save me! The heavenly devil general screamed. Sorry, I can't save you. In the divine prohibition space, Ningqian said indifferently. He had no intention of helping. After a few breaths, the heavenly devil general's aura gradually disappeared. No one could withstand the 1,000-demon tribulation. Even king realm cultivators would find it difficult to survive. In the east, Xianzhen's figure flashed past, moving faster and faster. Feeling the power of the heavenly tribulation quickly dissipating, his expression became more and more serious. How could it be so fast? Could it be that the person facing the heavenly tribulation had succeeded? Under the thunderbolts, Ningqian looked toward the east and narrowed his eyes. This aura belonged to Xianzhen. He came really quickly. It seemed that the 2 demon emperors were very worried about the battle here. However, he was still too late. In the divine prohibition, thousands of demons disappeared and entered the soul-suppressing banner. When the heavenly tribulation was about to dissipate, Ningqian waved his hand and dispersed the divine prohibition, allowing the remaining power of the heavenly tribulation to strike him. With a rumble, the thunderbolts struck his body. A smear of red seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Ningqian stumbled and fell. In the sky, the last of the heavenly tribulation's power dissipated. The clouds scattered and the wind cleared. The sky became clear again. On the ground, Xianmie's body had been completely burned by the heavenly tribulation. Only ashes remained of the undying demon body. Outside the heavenly devil camp, the heavenly devil soldiers far away from the heavenly tribulation looked at the scorched ground in front of them. The fear in their eyes didn't fade for a long time. Prince Xianmie, 13th Prince. The 2 demon generals who were lucky enough to survive came back to their senses. They immediately went forward and looked for the 2. In the scorched ground, a figure in plain clothes lay on the ground. Half of her body was covered in blood. 13th Prince. Seeing this, a demon general flashed past and stepped forward. After checking her injuries, he let out a long sigh of relief. Luckily, her aura was still there. Her life shouldn't be in danger. At this moment, the void in the east rolled. A powerful figure walked out. Looking at the scorched ground in front of him, he frowned. Feeling the powerful demon qi behind them, the 2 demon generals turned around. When they saw the person's face, they immediately knelt down and bowed. They said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Highness. Stand up and reply." Xianzhen looked at the two and said in a deep voice, "What happened? Who was undergoing the heavenly tribulation just now?" The two demon generals stood up and looked at each other. One of them replied respectfully, "Your Highness, we didn't see anyone undergoing the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation came and went suddenly. There was no sign at all." Hearing this, Xianzhen frowned again. He looked over and saw the unconscious 13th prince behind one of the demon generals. He said calmly, "How are the 13th prince's injuries?" "Your Highness, the 13th prince's injuries aren't light. However, his life shouldn't be in danger," the demon general who checked on Ning Chen's injuries replied. Xianzhen nodded. He looked at the few remaining heavenly demon soldiers around the camp. His expression turned cold. There were probably less than 20,000 heavenly demon soldiers left. In just a few days they had suffered such heavy losses. His royal uncle and royal brother had really left him a huge gift. He only brought 30,000 green armor soldiers. He thought that at least half of the heavenly demon army would be left. With the two armies joining forces, they wouldn't be too far off from the sacred army. He didn't expect that the losses here would be so heavy. Even if the green armor soldiers arrived, the difference in their numbers would be double that of the sacred army. With such a huge difference in numbers and the combat power of the 6 sacred palace masters, they still had no chance of winning the upcoming battle. "Let's settle the 13th prince down first. When the green armor soldiers arrive, we'll talk about fighting the enemy," Xianzhen said in a deep voice. "Yes." The two demon generals accepted the order respectfully. At the same time, to the west of the celestial demon camp, in front of the retreating Sanctum army, the 6 Sanctum Palace lords looked at the thick demonic clouds in the distance with solemn expressions. The reinforcements of the heavenly demon army had arrived. There were at least 30,000 of them. "Sarah, what was that heavenly tribulation just now?" Luo Jia asked in a serious tone. "I'm not sure." Sarah shook her head. "However, it definitely has something to do with the 13th prince. Also, there's something wrong with Xianmia's death." "Oh? What do you mean?" Luo Jia asked. "When Xianmia woke up, I clearly felt that his strength was stronger than before. However, during the last move, Xianmia was suddenly exposed. It was as if he was being controlled by something. The moment he attacked, all his flaws were exposed," Sarah said in a serious tone. "There were too many uncertainties in this battle. Coupled with the sudden appearance of heavenly tribulation, everything was hard to understand. Although they didn't know what had happened, there was no doubt that the 13th prince was behind everything. From the looks of it, the 13th prince had been manipulating this battle from the beginning to the end. This person's mind was terrifying. Chapter 1143. The heavenly demon camp was devastated after the battle. The green armor army arrived and gathered with the rest of the heavenly demon army. They immediately strengthened the defense array. In the camp, Xianzhen listened to the report of the two demon generals, and his face became gloomier. "Prince Zunmi's body is gone?" Xianzhen asked in a low voice. "Are you sure that the Western Sanctuary didn't take his body away?" "Your Highness, the Western Sanctuary did want to take his body, but they were stopped by the 13th prince," a demon general replied respectfully. Then, the heavenly tribulation suddenly came, and the Western Sanctuary retreated. The 13th prince and Prince Zunmi were in the center of the heavenly tribulation, and we couldn't see what was happening inside. When the heavenly tribulation ended, the 13th prince was unconscious, and Prince Zunmi's body disappeared. Xianzhen frowned. The body of a demon prince wasn't inferior to any weapon. It shouldn't have been destroyed so easily by the heavenly tribulation. In a tent not far away, a figure in plain clothes was lying on the bed. Beside him, the 10th Princess Xian Yu was patiently checking the injuries in the former's body. She squinted her eyes. It turned out that the rumor that the 13th prince had lost all his cultivation was true. Her 13th prince was indeed extraordinary to be able to survive the heavenly tribulation without any cultivation. After checking for a long time, Xian Yu gathered energy in her right palm, and a vast amount of demonic qi flowed into the former's body. Outside the tent, Xian Zhen, who had finished listening to the report of the two demon generals, looked at the tent behind him coldly. The 13th prince and Xian Qing were on the same side, and they couldn't be left alive. However, there were many spies in the camp, and it wasn't easy to do it. They had to find another way. Your Highness. At this moment, a familiar figure walked out of the green armor army and bowed respectfully. What's the matter? Xian Luo. Xian Zhen looked at the person in front of him and said calmly, Your Highness, please send the 13th prince back to the imperial city for treatment. Xian Luo said seriously. Oh. Xian Zhen looked surprised when he heard Su Mo's words. Are you confident? Xian Luo nodded and said, with his current injuries, he has almost no ability to fight back. Killing him will be easy. Good. Xian Zhen replied, I will find a reason to send 13th brother back to the imperial city. After that, it will depend on your capabilities. Remember, don't let this opportunity slip by. This subordinate understands. A cold smile flashed across Xian Luo's face as he said, A lion will use its full strength even when hunting a rabbit. I won't let such a good opportunity go to waste. Eldest brother. While the two of them were conversing, Xian Yu walked out from the back of the tent. She looked at the crown prince and said, 13th brother's injuries are not light and it will be difficult for him to recover in a short period of time. Now that Mr. Feng has met with an accident and is unable to treat 13th brother, sending 13th brother back to the imperial city might be the best choice. When Xian Zhen heard this, the corners of his lips curled up. What he wanted to hear had come true. Since Xian Yu had spoken first, it saved him the trouble of finding excuses. Let's do as 10th sister says. Xian Zhen collected his thoughts and said with a smile, Now that the war is intense, I can't do anything at the same time. I can only leave the matter of 13th brother to 10th sister. Brother Feng Xian, I will make the arrangements. Xian Yu nodded before turning around and walking back into the tent. After Xian Yu entered the tent, Xian Zhen turned around and looked at the man in front of him. He said calmly, Your chance is here. Go and prepare. Your subordinate will take his leave. Xian Luo bowed respectfully before turning around and leaving. In front of the tent, Xian Zhen stood quietly with a cold expression. With Xian Yu handling the matter of 13th brother, no one would be able to suspect him if anything happened to him. Inside the tent, a white-clothed figure was sleeping peacefully. Her white hair was dyed red, making her look exceptionally dazzling. As the sun set and the moon rose, 3 carriages left one after another outside the military camp. The carriages were pulled by desolate beasts so fast that it was hard to see them clearly. Not long after, they disappeared into the night. In front of the military camp, 2 figures stood in the dark, watching the 3 carriages leave. 10th sister is indeed cautious. The 3 carriages left at different times and are not too far away from each other. If anything happens to one of the carriages, the people in the other 2 carriages will know very quickly and take 13th brother away. Therefore, you must strike him with 1 strike. There is no chance of making a mistake. Xian Zhen said coldly. Xian Luo nodded and said, If it were someone else, they might make a mistake. However, the 13th prince's power was taken from me. I will not make such a mistake. Xian Zhen nodded and said, That would be for the best. Go. Wait until 13th brother is far away before you act. Don't leave any evidence behind. Yes. Xian Luo replied respectfully. Without further delay, he took a step forward and chased after the 13th prince. Under the night sky, 3 carriages pulled by desolate beasts passed by on the western land of the primitive demon region. The rumbling sound of the carriages broke the silence of the night. Just as the 3 carriages were about 10,000 miles away, demonic aura surged in the void above. Not long after, a powerful palm force broke through the void and smashed the last carriage. A demon general carried the unconscious Ning Chen out of the carriage and dodged the fatal palm strike. Xian Luo's figure slowly descended from the surging demonic aura. He looked at the demon general in front of him and said calmly, "Put down the 13th prince, and I will spare your life." "I can't do that." The demon general's expression darkened as he replied. "Then you can go to hell." Xian Luo snorted coldly and did not say anything else. He took a step forward and dashed out. The demon general swung his halberd and charged towards Xian Luo. The halberd and palm collided. With a loud boom, a violent tremor shook the wilderness. Demonic flames burned around Xian Luo. He circulated his cultivation technique and sent the demon general flying. 10 steps away, the demon general staggered and stabilized himself. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. There was a clear difference in strength. In just one move, the victor was decided. 6 ultimates of the celestial demon, astral transformation. The royal clan's ultimate move appeared again. Xian Luo raised his hand and many stars appeared. The powerful astral energy crashed into the demon general in front of him. With a groan, blood dyed the sky. The demon general retreated, unable to withstand the might of the royal clan's ultimate move. "You are not bad. However, you met me." Before the demon general finished speaking, Xian Luo arrived before him and punched him, bringing out a waterfall of blood. With a groan, blood spurted out of the demon general's chest and splashed on his face. This miserable scene was unbearable. 10th Princess, this subordinate has done his best. The demon general looked through the dark night at the distant army camp. With his final words, his hands drooped down powerlessly as his soul returned to the netherworld. Xian Luo pulled back his arm and looked at the fallen demon general in silence. Brave and loyal soldiers deserved respect at all times. Unfortunately, he couldn't let him live. With the demon general dead, Xian Luo looked at the still unconscious figure not far away. He walked forward step by step but didn't rush to attack. In this world, the person he wanted to get rid of the most was without a doubt the Jiming Marquis from the inner world. However, this person was definitely not someone easy to deal with. In the several times they had fought, whether it was when he had the absolute advantage or later when their strength had been reduced, he had never gained an advantage. What made him fear this person the most wasn't his strength, but his unfathomable scheming. He would be the first to not believe that this person didn't have any tricks up his sleeve and put him in such a dangerous situation. Jiming Marquis, the spies around you have been eliminated. There is no need to pretend anymore. Get up, I have something to discuss with you, Xian Luo said. In front of him, the sleeping figure still didn't move. It was as if he was really unconscious and hadn't woken up. Xian Luo narrowed his eyes. After a moment, he walked forward step by step. 10 steps away, Xian Luo stopped. Demonic qi surged in his hand as he prepared to strike. After a few breaths of stalemate, Xian Luo no longer hesitated. He rushed out and struck with a thunderous palm. At this moment, thousands of demons roared in the sky. Demonic shadows appeared one after another and blocked the former's palm. In the earth-shattering tremor, dust and sand surged like waves, blocking one's sight. In front of him, the figure in plain clothes had disappeared. Xian Luo's expression changed at the same time as he quickly retreated. But at this moment, a dazzling sword light appeared in the dust. It was so beautiful and perfect that it didn't seem to belong to the mortal world. After condensing the sword for a long time, the figure in plain clothes flashed through the dust, and the sword opened the path to the underworld. Ugh! The sword entered his body and blood flowed out. Xian Luo made a prompt decision and grabbed the sword edge to stop the sword. An invisible sword. Ning Chen stepped forward, spinning the sword and pushing out with a palm to help. The sword edge went in another inch. Xian Luo retreated again and again. Blood kept dripping from his chest and the hand holding the sword, dyeing the sword edge red. Jiming Marquis, you can't kill me. Xian Luo's expression turned cold. He condensed his palm again and attacked back. Seeing this, Ning Chen pulled out his sword and dodged the former's palm. 10 feet away, Ning Chen stopped and didn't rush to attack again. He looked at the man in front of him with undisguised killing intent. Xian Luo's strength was even stronger than before. Although he hadn't reached the late king realm, he wasn't far from it. So, can we talk now? Xian Luo looked at the young man in front of him and said in a low voice, I said that you can't kill me. Now, I don't have the confidence to kill you either. Let's put aside our hatred and talk. What is there to talk about between us? Ning Chen said coldly. In the primitive demon realm, I'm the only one who knows your identity. Maybe it's fine now, but once the war between the two realms breaks out, the primitive demon realm and the human race will become mortal enemies. Do you think the 3 demon emperors will let you go then? Xian Luo said in a low voice. If you want to talk, then talk. I won't stop you. Ning Chen waved his hand and put away his sword. He said indifferently, however, you said that it will happen after the war between the two realms breaks out. Now, the primitive demon realm and the human race haven't reached the point of life and death. Even if you tell them my identity, the 3 demon emperors won't do anything to me for the sake of Xianzhuyo. At that time, do you think my master will still tolerate your existence? Xian Luo's expression darkened when he heard this. He had been hiding this secret for a long time, mainly because he was afraid of the terrifying 9 Serenities Demon Emperor. Everyone knew that 9 Serenities Demon Emperor was protective of his disciples. For this disciple, Xianzhuyo had fought with the 3 demon emperors in the imperial city more than once. This was something that everyone had seen with their own eyes. Put away your threats. It won't benefit you if both sides suffer. I don't think you're stupid enough to make such a choice, Ning Chen said calmly. The Jiming Marquis of the Great Xia really understands human nature. Xian Luo said in a low voice, then let's talk about cooperation. Chapter 1144. In the primeval demon region, swordsmen and demons faced each other in the western wilderness. After several deadly fights, they temporarily stopped. Under the night sky, the 2 men looked at each other with murderous intent in their eyes. However, neither of them would attack unless they were absolutely sure. Jiming Marquis, let's talk. Xian Luo looked at the young man in front of him and said calmly, I can continue to hide your identity and even help you fight Xianzhen. How about that? With your situation in the Celestial Devil Royal family, it's imperative that you kill Xianzhen. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, haven't you already joined Xianzhen? With your strength, Xianzhen will definitely put you in an important position. Why do you still want to betray your master? Betray my master? Xian Luo sneered and said, Xianzhen alone is not qualified to be my master. Jiming Marquis, you should seriously consider my suggestion. Instead of fighting each other, why don't we join forces and achieve our goals? What do you want? Or rather, what can you get by joining forces with me? Ning Chen said calmly. I want the fate of the Celestial Devil Clan, Xian Luo said in a low voice. Oh! Ning Chen's eyes flashed with surprise and said, only the 2 princes are qualified to inherit the fate of the Celestial Devil Clan. Do you think you have the chance? It seems not now, but it doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. Xian Luo smiled and said, now that the 5 royal families are joining forces to kill demons, and Demon Emperor Kuan is trapped in the easternmost land, the Celestial Devil Clan seems to be flourishing, but it's actually very dangerous. When the time is right, the emperors of the 5 royal families will definitely act, and then the chance I've been waiting for will come. Ning Chen frowned. How could the fate of the Celestial Devil Clan be so easily obtained? If that was the case, Xianzhen and Xianqing wouldn't be fighting each other to the death. Xian Luo must have some scheme or support that he didn't know about, or he wouldn't be so eager to cooperate with him. While he was thinking, the 2 carriages in front of him turned back and sped up. Apparently, they had sensed the fluctuations of the battle behind them and rushed back. What do you think, Jiming Marquis? This should be a win-win situation for you. If you cooperate with me, not only will you not have to worry about your identity being exposed, but you will also have an ally to deal with the Crown Prince. Why not? Xian Luo asked again as he felt the aura coming closer and closer. Ning Chen calmly looked at the demonic cultivator in front of him. A moment later, a smile appeared on his face as he said, "Perhaps you're right. In the current situation, we should put aside our grudges and work together to fight against greater dangers." Xian Luo smiled and said, "Exactly. Then I wish us a happy cooperation in advance." Ning Chen raised his hand and smiled. "I look forward to working with you." Xian Luo took a step forward and raised his hand as well. Bang! A palm as heavy as Mount Tai shook the mountains and the earth. The two of them high-fived, announcing the temporary end of their enmity and the beginning of their cooperation. They looked at each other and smiled, but their killing intent was still hard to conceal. Neither of them said anything more and left. The two of them disappeared into the night. It was destined that swordsmen and demonic cultivators would never walk the same path. In front of them, two carriages quickly arrived. Seeing the young man walking alone in the night, the two demonic generals immediately got off the carriage and bowed respectfully. 13th Prince, please forgive me for being late. Rise. Ning Chen said calmly, the assassins have retreated. Let's return to the city. Yes. The two demonic generals respectfully accepted the order. In the next moment, the two carriages set off once again. The rumbling sounds echoed through the night as they sped towards the three imperial city. In the western territory, Xian Luo had returned to the Sky Demon camp. Xian Zhen was waiting in the commander's tent. Seeing the person who had arrived, he asked calmly, "How was it?" "We failed," Xian Luo said with a gloomy expression. "The 13th Prince didn't faint at all, and he's even stronger than before. Perhaps Prince Zumi's death has something to do with him. Back then, he could devour half of my body, and now he can do the same to Prince Zumi." "I don't think so." Xian Zhen stood up and shook his head lightly. "Xian Yu and I have both checked. There's no trace of true Yuan on the 13th Prince's body. If he devoured Imperial Uncle Xianmie's body, there's no way he could hide it so perfectly." Hearing this, Xian Luo went silent and didn't say anything else. "You can leave for now. The 13th Prince is extremely intelligent and won't be easy to deal with. We'll find another chance in the future," Xian Zhen said faintly. "I'll take my leave." Xian Luo bowed respectfully and left immediately. Seeing Xian Luo leave, Xian Zhen's expression turned gloomy. He didn't expect to fail again. This 13th brother of his was really difficult to deal with. In the distance, two carriages sped past under the night sky. Desolate beasts galloped, and their speed was so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. The night gradually passed, and the first rays of the morning sun shone on the earth, dispersing the coldness in the world. In the front carriage, a white-clothed figure sat quietly. His sword intent was completely retracted, and he looked like a mortal without any sharpness. In the back carriage, the two demon generals looked at the front carriage in shock. Last night, the Crown Prince was attacked, and the huge commotion could be felt from thousands of miles away. The 13th Prince's sword was too shocking. After traveling for a day and a night, just as the sun set in the west, the third royal city appeared in front of them. The ancient and majestic primordial demon domain's largest city was magnificent and shocking. In front of the third royal city, the desolate beasts stopped. Ning Chen got off the carriage and walked towards the third royal city. In the sky, White Tiger, who had been secretly following him, descended from the sky and landed beside Ning Chen. They walked together. "Greetings, 13th Prince." In front of the city gate, the Imperial Army soldiers were shocked when they saw the person who had arrived. They immediately bowed respectfully. "Get up," Ning Chen said as he led White Tiger into the city. In the 9th Underworld King's palace, Ning Chen walked in without any notice. "Master." In the palace, Ning Chen bowed respectfully. "You're back." In the sky, a familiar voice sounded. At the same time, demonic chi surged and an illusory figure walked out. He looked at the disciple in front of him and asked, "Are you injured?" "I'm fine," Ning Chen replied. "It's just a small injury." Xian Jiu nodded and said, "Did you gain anything from your trip to Chi Huang Island?" Ning Chen replied, "I got what I wanted, but I didn't have the time to cultivate it." Xian Jiu did not ask any further and continued, "Your cultivation isn't that easy to recover. Don't put all your hopes on the Chi Huang tribe's inheritance." "I understand." Ning Chen nodded and said, "However, if I don't try and give up, I won't have any hope left. If this method doesn't work, I will look for another method. I won't give up just like that." "It's good that you're mentally prepared," Xian Jiu said seriously. "One more thing. Do you have any relationship with Go Huang of the Sorcerer tribe?" "We've met a few times, but not really." Ning Chen frowned and said, "Master, why do you ask?" Now that the primordial demon region is surrounded by enemies from all 5 sides, the war situation is tense. There are already voices of peace talks among the royal tribe. Back then, outside the Blood Moon Ancient War, Go Huang protected you. This matter is known to the world. If the royal tribe and the 5 royal tribes talk about peace, you'll be the best candidate to go to the sorcerer tribe," Xian Jiu said calmly. Ning Chen heard this and his expression turned serious. He said, "Thank you for telling me, Master." Peace talks? The heavenly demonic royal tribe was thinking too much. The 5 royal tribes had already sent out their troop. If they accepted the peace talks now, they would be digging their own grave. When the heavenly demonic royal tribe recovered and demon Emperor Kun-yi returned, it would be the end of the 5 royal tribes. "You're injured. Go back and rest first," Xian Jiu said. "I'll take my leave." Ning Chen bowed respectfully and turned to leave. Outside Jiu King's mansion, White Tiger saw its master coming out and immediately went forward and growled. "Let's go back," Ning Chen said before he strode towards the Crown Prince's mansion. 13th Crown Prince's mansion. Xiu and Shiqing were anxiously waiting in the mansion. They would occasionally go to the front of the mansion to watch, waiting for His Highness to return. They already knew that His Highness had entered the city. His Highness had gone to see the 9 underworld demonic empress and should be back soon. Just as the 2 girls were feeling anxious, a figure in plain clothes appeared in front of the mansion and walked over step by step. "His Highness is back." Shiqing's eyes were sharp. She saw the familiar figure walking over from afar and immediately shouted. When Xiu heard this, she quickly stepped forward, and her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement. In front of the Crown Prince's mansion, Ning Chen walked over. Seeing the 2 people waiting in front of him, he smiled and said, "I'm back." "Greetings, Your Highness." Xiu and Shiqing bowed excitedly. "No need to be so polite." Ning Chen smiled and said, "Don't stand here. Let's go back." "Okay." Xiu and Shiqing got up and suppressed the excitement in their hearts. They watched His Highness enter the mansion. Roar. White Tiger walked past the 2 and roared in a low voice. Then, it swaggered into the mansion. Xiu and Shiqing subconsciously took a step back. Only then did they notice White Tiger behind His Highness. Ning Chen ignored White Tiger's provocation. He walked into the hall and sat down on the main seat. Many people must have known that he had returned. Today, the mansion would not be too quiet. In the 9th Prince's mansion, Xian Ke listened to the report of the black-clothed spy in front of him and nodded gently. "Understood. You may leave." "Yes." The spy accepted the order and disappeared. Xian Ke stood up and looked outside. A serious look flashed in his eyes. The 13th brother had finally returned. Now that Xianzhen had gone to the front line and Xianqing was grounded, it was a good opportunity for them to develop their forces. As a prince, no one would be indifferent to the position of the crown prince. He believed that as long as they defeated the two princes, the three demon emperors would have to reconsider the candidates to inherit the throne. These princes could not be crowned as crown prince just because their mother's bloodline was not pure. This was too unfair to them. At the same time, in the northern battlefield, the sorcerer tribe's army went south to put pressure on the sky demonic royal tribe. In front of the sorcerer tribe's army of more than 100,000, 12 women with different styles stood in the air. Their powerful auras spread out, attracting attention. 12 witch queens. In front of the sky demonic army, the sky demonic fifth prince Xian Kong looked at the 12 women in front of him with a serious expression. The 12 witch queens were all out. This was troublesome. Chapter 1145. In the cold night, the moon hung high in the sky. The incomplete moon shone with cold moonlight. People had their joys and sorrows, and the moon had its waxing and waning. A full moon was not common. An incomplete moon was the most common scene. Yuru's life was not perfect. Perhaps that was the norm. Under the cold moon, a white-clothed figure stood quietly in front of the main hall. Thousands of complicated and incomprehensible runes flickered around her. It was the Qi Huang secret technique that was once famous in the primordial demon realm. Even the royal family of the 100 races feared it. They worked together to exterminate the Qi Huang family, eliminating all future troubles. Today, the Qi Huang secret technique reappeared. Endless runes filled the air, condensing from nothingness into reality. There were dragons, divine tigers, and even giant demons. There were thousands of changes. It was shocking. The shocking power was strange and magical. In the Crown Prince's residence, the fallen leaves were swept up. Spiritual qi surged and rushed towards the front of the hall. The fallen leaves and runes merged together. The giant dragon roared. A terrifying sound wave spread out, shaking heaven and earth. Around the Crown Prince's residence, the divine restriction lit up and blocked the sound wave. It did not alarm anyone. The might of the heavenly dragon breaks the city was rare in the world. It did not rely on the cultivator's own strength. Instead, it combined the power of all things to the greatest extent. With the runes as a guide, the divine power was shocking. The wisdom of the Qi Huang is really amazing. Ning Qin looked at the heavenly dragon formed by the fallen leaves and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. He was impressed. The human race was inferior to the 100 races in terms of physique and lifespan. However, the human race's wisdom was not something the other races could compare to. Borrowing the power of heaven and earth to strengthen oneself. Such great wisdom was indeed shocking. Not far away, the white tiger lay on the stone steps, bored. It watched its master practice the Qi Huang secret technique. Even though it could not understand it, it could feel the terrifying power of the dragon. Your Highness is so powerful. Shi Qing sat beside the white tiger. Her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement as she shouted. Roar! White tiger growled in dissatisfaction at the woman's sudden movements. Big tiger, be quiet. Beside the white tiger, the small gourd raised its meaty hand and hit the white tiger. It was a little angry. Hearing that, the white tiger immediately shut up. It did not dare to make another sound. In the courtyard, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth surged more violently. The aura of the dragon kept rising. The rare scene in the world again after tens of thousands of years. Boom! At this moment, the runes around Ning Chen's body suddenly collapsed. The starlight scattered and disappeared between heaven and earth. The moment the incantation collapsed, the heavenly dragon formed by the fallen leaves quickly dispersed. The fallen leaves swirled in the air like rain. The uncontrollable power spread out rapidly. Not far away, the little gourd and Shi Qing's expressions changed. Fear filled their faces. Roar! At this moment of crisis, the white tiger let out a low roar and stood in front of the two of them without hesitation. Pring! The aftermath of the impact sent the white tiger flying, crashing into the fake mountain in the residence. Amidst the rumbling, the fake mountain collapsed. pieces of huge rocks fell down, splashing up sand and dust into the air. In front of him, Ning Chen looked at the fallen leaves in the sky and frowned slightly. What a difficult power to control. He was already very careful, but he still lost control. Under the rubble, the white tiger crawled out. It shook off the dust on its body and walked back to the small calabash, as if nothing had happened. "Thank you, Big Tiger." Little Gourd patted White Tiger's head with a happy expression. "Woo-woo." White Tiger replied softly, indicating that it was fine. At the side, Shih-Ching looked at the interaction between Little Gourd and White Tiger and smiled with interest. There were always strange things happening around Her Highness. This was the first time she saw a tiger with wings and an immortal medicine that could talk. In front of the palace, Ning Chen pondered for a long time. He looked over and saw the white tiger and the small calabash staring at each other. He smiled and said, "Are you okay?" The small calabash flew up on its own calabash and landed on Ning Chen's shoulder. It said in a tender voice, "Immortal Elder, was that an immortal technique you used just now?" "No." Ning Chen shook his head gently and smiled. "This is a power created by the human race to fight against the 100 races. It's closer to formations and restrictions. It's fundamentally different from immortal technique." "Then, is the immortal technique more powerful, or is it more powerful?" the small calabash asked curiously. "They both have their strengths and weaknesses." Ning Chen smiled and said, "Immortal techniques require a huge amount of quintessential essence as the foundation to unleash their true power. The Qi Huang's secret technique requires the understanding and application of the origin power of all things in the world. It's actually a method of borrowing power." "Oh, I don't understand," the small calabash said bluntly. "Heh." Ning Chen chuckled and said, "These things are useless to you. You don't have to know so much. Go and play with the white tiger. Just don't leave the residence." "Okay." The small calabash nodded obediently and flew down on its calabash. "Your Highness." Shih-Ching stood up and bowed. Ning Chen looked at the woman in front of him and said softly, "Shih-Ching, I won't stay in the residence for long. I might leave again soon. Have you and Shiyu thought about the arrangements for the future?" Shih-Ching looked confused. She didn't understand what the former meant. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. It seemed that Shiyu didn't tell Shih-Ching what he said earlier. "It's fine. It's getting late. You should go and rest." Ning Chen collected his thoughts and smiled. "This servant will take her leave." Shih-Ching left with a puzzled expression. What did His Highness mean just now? In the backyard, Shih-Ching walked back to Shiyu's room. She stopped in front of the door and entered. In the room, Shiyu was sewing new clothes by the candlelight. When she saw her sister enter, she said, "It's so late. Why aren't you resting?" "I just came back from the front yard." Shih-Ching looked at the former and said softly, "Shiyu, just now His Highness said that he will leave soon and asked if we have thought about the arrangements for the future. What do you think His Highness meant?" Shiyu's hand trembled when she heard this. A fine needle pricked her finger and a touch of red seeped out, dyeing the plain clothes in her hand red. "Nothing. His Highness is kind. Maybe he just asked casually. He asked me before. It's not a big deal, so I didn't tell you." Shiyu suppressed the waves in her heart and covered the wound on her finger without leaving a trace. She said with a gentle expression, "It's getting late. Go and rest." Shih-Ching was relieved. She turned and walked towards her room. The door closed. Shiyu put down the plain clothes in her hand. The blood-stained sleeves looked like a bloody rose embroidered on it. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. His Highness mentioned this again. Did he really want them to leave? She didn't know what His Highness was going to do, but she knew very well that His Highness' heart was not with the heavenly devil imperial family. His Highness wanted them to leave probably because he didn't want to implicate them. However, they really didn't want to leave. Shiyu looked at the plain clothes in front of her and tears unconsciously appeared in her eyes. Perhaps they really didn't have much time left in the Crown Prince's residence. In the front hall, Ning Chen was focused on deducing the Qi Huang clan's secret technique. He didn't have the energy to think about other things. A person's strength was limited. For a knowing destiny state cultivator, it wasn't easy to protect their family in the world. They couldn't be distracted by other people. The Qi Huang clan's secret technique was complicated and difficult to understand. It gathered the wisdom of the Qi Huang clan for hundreds of thousands of years and formed its own path. It could be called a miracle. Ning Chen studied it for several days but still only understood half of it. He couldn't even use it skillfully, let alone master it. However, to be able to understand half of it in just a few days was already a terrifying thing. Even the peerless geniuses of the Qi Huang clan couldn't do it. Knowing destiny state cultivators were the best in the world. No one could be compared to them. Another night gradually passed. When the sun shone from the east, Ning Chen woke up from his contemplation. He looked to the east and a deep look flashed across his eyes. Time. What he needed most now was time. The Qi Huang clan's secret technique wasn't easy to practice. If he couldn't master it, it was no different from not knowing it at all. A power that could go out of control at any time couldn't be used in a battle. Not to mention that his opponent wouldn't give him a chance, even if he could use it. Once the Qi Huang clan's secret technique went out of control, it would be a disaster for him. In 100 years, he had experienced countless battles, big and small. Luck was one of the reasons why he could live until today. However, the most important reason was that he never gambled his life on a power that he couldn't even control. In a battle, especially a battle between cultivators of the same level, the one who could use battle techniques more skillfully would have a greater chance of winning. Your Highness. Unknowingly, Xiu came to the front of the hall and said softly, I made a set of clothes for you. Try it on and see if it fit. Ning Chen looked over and saw the woman's bloodshot eyes. He asked, You didn't sleep well last night? Xiu smiled and said, Your Highness's clothes are torn. I slept late last night and made a new set of clothes. Ning Chen nodded slightly and didn't point it out. He wasn't a fool. He could tell from Xiu's eyes that she didn't sleep last night. Try it on, Your Highness. Xiu said softly. Okay. Ning Chen took the clothes from the woman's hand and walked into the hall. He removed the torn old clothes. I'll serve you. Xiu stepped forward and took the old clothes. She carefully helped the former put on the new clothes and tidied them up. Does it fit? Ning Chen looked at the woman in front of him and smiled. Xiu took a step back and looked at the clothes on the former's body. She nodded and said, It fits. Ning Chen smiled and said, You've worked hard. This is what I should do. Xiu said softly, Your Highness, I won't be with you in the future. You must take good care of yourself. Ning Chen heard this and paused. The smile on his face disappeared. He said seriously, Have you thought about it? Yes. Xiu nodded lightly and said, I'll take my family and leave the 3 imperial city. We'll find a secluded place to live in seclusion. Your Highness doesn't have to worry about us. Ning Chen was silent. Xiu's understanding made his heart ache the most. However, he didn't have a choice. In this dangerous primordial demon realm, he couldn't even guarantee his own safety, let alone take them with him. Leaving the Crown Prince's residence might be the only way to protect Xiu and Shiqing. Xiu, Your Highness wishes you and Shiqing that you'll be able to meet someone you cherish in the future and live a happy and healthy life, Ning Chen said softly. Xiu turned her head. Her tears flowed down uncontrollably. Chapter 1146. In the 3rd Imperial City, the sun was setting. Desolate beasts roared in front of the 13th Prince's residence. 2 carriages were parked in front of the residence. The sadness of parting was unbearable. Your Highness! Yu and Shiqing bowed in unison. Their eyes were filled with tears. They were reluctant to part, but at this moment, they all turned into drops of tears, silently sliding down their cheeks. Have a safe journey. Ning Chen looked at the 2 of them with a warm smile on his face. Was he willing to part with them? Of course, he was reluctant. Although he had not known them for long, he was not heartless. However, he had no choice in this heartless demonic world. Only by giving up this last bit of warmth would he be able to harden his heart and turn this world into chaos. The two girls boarded the carriage. The curtain fell and the desolate beasts roared as they moved forward. Inside the carriage, the cries could no longer be suppressed. The grief was unbearable. In front of the Crown Prince's residence, Ning Chen stood quietly. He looked at the carriage that was leaving and did not say a word. People had feelings, but they had to be heartless. After standing there for a long time, the sun set in the west. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on his white clothes. The heartless person turned around and entered the residence. With a bang, the residence's door closed. From then on, the emotions of the demonic world were outside the door. Night fell. In the Crown Prince's residence, a dragon's roar shook the sky. The fallen leaves were swept up and gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to form a 100-meter-long dragon. When the dragon appeared, Ning Chen's left hand was filled with incantations. In an instant, a tiger's roar could be heard. A gale gathered and formed a second mutated beast. When the dragon and tiger appeared, the shocking might shook the entire divine forbidden space. The laws of time and space were disrupted. It was difficult to withstand this shocking power. Ning Chen was multitasking and controlling the power of the dragon and tiger at the same time. Sweat kept dripping from his forehead. It was obvious that he had reached his limit. Ha! With a shout, the incantations appeared again. Breaking through the limit, the ground below Ning Chen rumbled and the black tortoise appeared. Pooh! Suddenly, Ning Chen spat out blood. The power of the three phases lost balance and collapsed. A terrifying explosion rang out, and Ning Chen's body was sent flying, crashing into the wall of the main hall. In the distance, the small gourd and the white tiger were anxious when they saw this scene. However, neither of them dared to go forward. Their master had warned them not to approach without permission. In front of the main hall, rubble crashed down. Ning Chen struggled to get up. He lifted his hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Ignoring the injuries on his body, he continued to forcefully cultivate the Qi Huang technique. He needed strength. No matter how good a plan was, it required the cooperation of a powerful force in order to be truly effective. It was not easy for him to reach this step, and he could not fail because of his own weakness. The dragon and tiger collided, the black tortoise roared, the three appeared together, shaking heaven and earth. The divergent yellow secret technique once again displayed its world-shocking might. Drink! Pushing himself to the limit, Ning Chen's surroundings were filled with blood mist. His hands drew the power of heaven and earth, and his three forms devoured the sky as he crashed into the hall in front of him. Boom! A terrifying explosion rang out as the imperial palace collapsed. Dust billowed and engulfed the entire imperial palace. Creak, the gate opened and a plain-clothed figure walked out. She walked step by step towards the three-sovereign palace. The three-sovereign palace symbolized the supreme imperial authority of the heavenly devil clan. The three majestic palaces were located there and had remained unbroken for tens of thousands of years. In front of the 9,000 stone steps, Ning Chen walked up to the highest point of the celestial devil imperial family. I, Ning Chen, request an audience with the two demon emperors. In front of the three-sovereign palace, Ning Chen stopped and bowed. As soon as he finished speaking, demon Qi surged in front of the seven-sovereign palace and 8 desolation imperial palace. Two illusory figures appeared. They looked at the young figure in front of them and asked, "Why do you request an audience?" "There are wars everywhere in the demon region. As the crown prince of the imperial family, I hope to do my part," Ning Chen said in a deep voice. "Back then, outside the Blood Moon ancient battlefield, when I was threatened by Emperor Shi, Emperor Go of the Sorcerer clan helped me. This kindness may be an opportunity for the celestial devil imperial family to negotiate with the Sorcerer clan. In front of the two imperial palaces, the two demon emperors quietly listened to Ning Chen's words. After a long while, Seven Sovereigns said in a deep voice, "You want to negotiate with the Sorcerer clan on behalf of the Celestial Devil clan?" "That's right." Ning Chen nodded and said seriously, "The 5 imperial families have joined forces to invade the demon region. Although the demon soldiers are not afraid of any invasion, the 5 imperial families have joined forces and are aggressive. Facing them head-on is not a wise move. If the 5 imperial families can join forces, the Celestial Devil imperial family can divide their alliance." "Tell me the details." In front of the 8 Desolation Demon Palace, the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor said calmly. "Yes." Ning Chen bowed respectfully and explained, "The 5 great imperial families have joined hands to attack the demon area. It seems that they are invincible. However, the 5 great imperial families are still fighting for themselves. Their alliance isn't a solid block. As long as we threaten and entice them, we can break their alliance from within. Then, the 5 great imperial families' plan to kill the demon area will be broken. Now that the 5 imperial families have the upper hand, do you think they will negotiate?" The 7 Sovereign Demon Emperor said coldly. "They won't." Ning Chen said directly, "But what if the situation changes?" When he spoke up to hear, Ning Chen's tone paused slightly, and his expression became serious as he continued, "With the current combat strength of our clan, it is indeed difficult to suppress the 5 great imperial clans at the same time. However, it shouldn't be difficult to defeat one of the clans. So long as one of the clans is defeated, the other 4 clans will definitely be in danger, and it wouldn't be impossible to negotiate peace." The 7 Sovereign Demon Emperors and the 8 Desolation Demon Emperors exchanged glances with one another in front of the 3 Sovereigns' palace and nodded. The 13th Prince's words did make sense. "In your opinion, which enemy do you think we should defeat first?" the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor asked. "The Scaled Tribe." Ning Chen raised his head and continued after seeing the reaction of the 2 Demon Emperors, "or the Stone Tribe. Among the 5 imperial families, the Shaman tribe is the most determined to send out their troop. The Western Sacred Region is the strongest, followed by the Eastern Divine Capital Mountain. Only the Stone Tribe and the Scaled Tribe are not as strong as the other 3 imperial families. Even the time of sending out their troops is later than the other 3 imperial families. It's obvious that they are not as determined as we thought. It's relatively easy to defeat them." The 7 Sovereign Demon Emperor fell silent in front of the 3 Sovereigns' palace. "The Scaled Tribe and the Stone Tribe, time waits for no one. I hope the 2 Demon Emperors can make a decision soon." Ning Chen bowed again and said in a deep voice, "At least, I hope the Demon Emperor can allow me to head to the battlefield in the north first and buy some time for our clan." "Granted." The 7 Sovereign Demon Emperor said calmly. "Thank you, Demon Emperor." Ning Chen bowed deeply and expressed his gratitude. "The journey to the north is fraught with danger. You are severely injured. I'll send someone with you to protect you," the 7 Sovereign Demon Emperor said again. Ning Chen frowned slightly upon hearing the words, but his expression returned to normal in an instant. The protection was most likely an excuse. The 7 Sovereign Demon Emperor's real intention was to keep an eye on him. "Thank you, Demon Emperor." Ning Chen accepted the order and did not reject it. "You may leave now. The Imperial Edict will arrive at your residence on time tomorrow," the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor said calmly. "I'll take my leave." Ning Chen bowed, then turned around and left. A demonic aura surged in front of the 3 Emperors' palace. The clones of the 2 Demon Emperors gradually dissipated and disappeared. Ning Chen was walking alone on the streets of the royal city. In front of him was the 3rd Prince's residence, which used to be bustling with people, but it was now deserted. Everyone knew that Xian Qing was grounded by the 7 Sovereign Demon Emperor himself. The major factions in the royal city had chosen to stay away from the 3rd Prince's residence for the time being, as they did not want to offend the two demon emperors. Ning Chen walked over and stopped when he saw the third prince's residence. The third prince's residence was surrounded by demonic aura. The barrier set up by the seven sovereigns demon emperor had completely sealed off the third prince's residence. No one could pass through it. Inside the third prince's residence, Xianqing, who had been grounded for many days, sat in the hall. The sharpness in his body had gradually diminished. Xianqing frowned slightly when he sensed the gaze outside the hall. Was someone here? Xianqing stood up and walked out of the residence. The door opened with a creak. Outside the demonic aura barrier, Xianqing stood quietly. They finally met again after so many days. The demonic aura had sealed off all auras. They could only vaguely see each other's figure, but could not see or hear each other's words. In front of him, Ning Chen wore a cold and heartless smile. The third prince, who used to be so powerful, had fallen to such a state. It was truly a pity. However, it was not enough. The royal city was not chaotic enough. Or rather, the entire primordial demon realm was not chaotic enough. He wanted the entire demon realm to be in chaos. Not only the demon realm, but the other 5 royal families as well. Inside the demonic aura seal, Xianqing looked at the smile on Ning Chen's face. He was puzzled. What did the 13th prince want to say to him? Outside the demonic aura, Ning Chen stood for a moment before he turned and left. In the 9th prince's residence, Ning Chen walked over and knocked on the door. Inside the residence, Xian Ke narrowed his eyes when he sensed the person's aura. The 13th prince? Invite the guest in. Xian Ke glanced at the guard outside the hall and said calmly, "Yes." The guard accepted the order and quickly walked out of the hall. Soon, Xianqing walked in front of the imperial hall. He looked at the man inside the imperial hall and said, "Ninth brother. 13th brother, why are you here so late?" Xian Ke stood up and looked at the person. There was not much enthusiasm on his face. He had worked with the 13th prince for a long time and gradually realized that his 13th brother was not helping him. Instead, he was just using him as a tool to deal with the 2 princes. Ever since 13th prince entered the city, the imperial city had gradually become more and more chaotic. Of the 3 princes, 1 was dead and the other 2 were injured. What was even more frightening was that no one had profited from this. This was also the reason why no one had ever suspected 13th brother of this matter. "Ninth brother, I have asked the 2 demon emperors to send me to the battlefield in the north. I will leave the royal city to you in the future," Ning Chen said softly. Xian Ke frowned. The 13th prince was going to the north? Why? Would it benefit him at all? "Brother, you don't have to think too much. I just want to do my best for the royal family. After all, I know that we are intimately interdependent." Ning Chen sighed. "After fighting for so long, I am also tired. I don't know when I will return. Now, the 1st prince is far away in the western battlefield and the 3rd prince is grounded. After I leave, you will be the only one left in the royal city. I hope you can cherish this rare opportunity and don't miss it. That's all I have to say. I will take my leave first." Then, Ning Chen did not say anything else and turned to leave. Chapter 1147. The night was long. In the Crown Prince's residence, a figure in plain clothes looked to the east and waited quietly. In the sky, the light of dawn gradually drove away the darkness. The first ray of dawn shone on the earth. Above the void, demonic chi surged with shocking intensity. "It's here." Ning Chen's expression turned serious as he looked to the sky. "Finally, it's here. 13th prince, listen up." In the void, a powerful aura walked out with a royal token in his hand. "The demonic emperor orders the 13th prince to head to the northern battlefield immediately and assist Prince Xiankong in fending off the army of the sorcerer race." "Yes." Ning Chen bowed respectfully. "Also." The messenger looked at the 13th prince and said solemnly, "Your Highness, the 2 demonic emperors have ordered you to be in charge of the peace talks. This is the 7 luminaries demonic emperor token. If you need it, you can speak to the 2 demonic emperors directly. Yes, Your Highness. Ning Chen took the demonic emperor token and said, Gandharv, come out. The messenger looked to the void in front of him and said. As soon as he finished speaking, the void twisted violently. An illusory figure appeared. She looked like a young girl with a voluptuous body. She floated in the air and was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. From today onwards, you will be in charge of the 13th prince's safety. Do you understand? The messenger said seriously. Yes. The young girl bowed and said, Gandharv? The group of 8. When Ning Chen heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked. The demonic 8 from the ancient legends, they were actually still alive? He had heard that a long time ago, the 8 guardians of the heavenly demonic imperial family were extremely powerful and were named the Group of 8. However, in the ancient times, the Group of 8 fell one after another in the battle with the humans of outer sky. None of them survived. If the legend was true, how could the Group of 8 be explained? Your Highness, time is of the essence. Let's depart as soon as possible. In the void, the messenger reminded. Then, his figure melted into the void and disappeared. Ning Chen recovered his wits and looked into the distance with a serious expression. Your Highness, please. The young girl Gandharv said calmly. Ning Chen nodded and walked out of the residence. Behind him, the collapsed imperial palace was in a mess. The gate was closed and everything in front of him was blocked. On the northbound road, 2 figures sped away, one in front and one behind. Their speed was unimaginably fast. Ning Chen did not hold back. The space laws revolved around him. So near, yet so far, so close, yet so far. In an instant, he was 100 miles away. Behind him, the young girl followed with light step. Her expression was calm, and she didn't seem to be struggling at all. At the front, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He took a step forward and increased his speed. Under the morning sun, the 2 of them moved at an extremely fast speed, one after the other. They were like 2 shooting stars, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Half a day later, in the northern territory, the 2 slowed down. Ning Chen stopped, looked at the girl behind him, and asked, How many of the heavenly demon 8 are left? Since they are called the octet, naturally there are 8 of them, Gandharv replied. According to the ancient legends, the 8 tribes all died in battle. Is this true? Ning Chen asked with a solemn expression. Really? Gandharv said calmly, However, we are resurrected again. Ning Chen frowned. Resurrection? How is that possible? In this world, no one knew better than him how difficult it was to bring someone back from the dead, or even impossible. Other than the Creator God of the 7 ultimate heavens, he had never heard of anyone who could create life. Your Highness, is there anything else you want to ask? If not, let's continue on our way, Gandharv said indifferently. Yes, one last question. Ning Chen's lips curved slightly. He looked at the former's flat chest and smiled. Are you a woman or a man? According to the legends, there were no women in the heavenly demon 8. However, the person in front of him was indeed a man. Gandharv's eyes flashed with anger. She didn't answer. She took a step forward and rushed forward. Ning Chen sneered. Without further delay, he chased after her. In the northern territory, the flames of war continued. The witch tribe army went all the way south. The heavenly demon army couldn't stop them and retreated 1,000 miles. The destruction brought by the flames of war could be seen everywhere. Countless people of the demon realm were displaced and homeless. In war, whether it was righteous or evil, it was always the people who suffered. It had never changed. In front of the witch tribe army, the 12 witch empresses stood in the air and pressed forward, taking down city after city. Emperor Go ordered them to advance as fast as they could and reach the hinterland of the primordial demon realm as soon as possible. 3,000 miles away, demonic clouds rolled. In front of the 80,000 heavenly demon army, The fifth prince of the heavenly demon realm, Xian Kong, stood between heaven and earth. He looked at the 12 witch empresses in the distance with a grave expression. The witch tribe army's combat strength was extraordinary. The 12 witch empresses' strength was beyond imagination. This war was getting more and more difficult. Just as the two armies were about to clash again, a beautiful figure appeared in front of the heavenly demon army. Powerful demonic chi surged, attracting everyone's attention. At the same time, a white-clothed figure walked out from the ground below. Her sharp sword chi could split heaven and earth. 13th Prince and Gandharv. Seeing the two, Xian Kong's expression turned serious. The 8 witch tribe had also moved. Greetings, 5th Uncle Master. On the ground, Ning Chen looked at the figure in the sky and bowed respectfully. No need to be so polite. Xian Kong said seriously, Did the 2 demon emperors send you? Yes. Ning Chen nodded and said, Why don't I send you out for this battle? Xian Kong looked at the young man below. After a while, he said, The 12 witch empresses are all experts above the middle and advanced king realm. Are you confident? It's not easy to win, but it's not difficult to delay, Ning Chen answered. Hearing this, Xian Kong thought for a moment and nodded. All right, you'll go first. Thank you, 5th Uncle Master. Ning Chen expressed his gratitude. He took a step forward and flew forward. In the void, Gandharv frowned without leaving a trace and followed him. This 13th prince really knew how to ask for trouble. He had just arrived, and he already wanted to fight. Wait. In front of the heavenly demon army, Xian Kong looked at the 8 witch tribe in front of him and said. Gandharv stopped and looked back at the 5th prince. She said calmly, What orders do you have, prince? How many of the 8 have awakened? Xian Kong asked in a deep voice. Only me at the moment, Gandharv said calmly. Without saying anything more, she turned and chased after him. On the battlefield between the two armies, the heavenly demon crown prince asked to fight. His sword aura pierced through the sky, and the sword light rose into the sky, crisscrossing and dazzling. In front of the witch tribe army, the 12 witch empresses stopped and looked at the young figure on the ground. Their eyes flashed with surprise. Such powerful sword aura. This person should be the 13th prince of the heavenly demon royal family. There were 2 sword experts in the heavenly demon royal family. One of them was the 4th prince, the number 1 sword expert in the world, Xian Qi. They were far away in the southeast battlefield and couldn't be here. The other one was the disciple of the 9 underworld demon emperor, the 13th prince of the heavenly demon royal family. Let me handle this battle. A green-clothed woman walked out of the 12 witch empresses and said softly, Be careful. Not far away, another witch empress reminded, The 13th prince of the heavenly demon royal family doesn't have a high cultivation, but his attainment in sword is rare. Don't underestimate him. I understand. The green-clothed witch empress nodded and rushed to the front of the battlefield. On the battlefield, Ning Chen extended his hand and grasped his sword. Sword light crisscrossed and gathered. Fei Yu witch empress expression turned serious. Her delicate hand grasped the air, and a green long silk appeared. It was 10 meters long and soft like a snake. In an instant, Ning Chen brandished his sword. Tens of thousands of swords lined up and rushed at the witch empress. Fei Yu witch empress waved the long silk and the green light flourished. A giant whirlpool appeared and blocked the tens of thousands of swords. The sword aura and the long silk clashed. It was a clash of toughness and softness. The tens of thousands of swords entered the whirlpool and disappeared without a trace. In the sky, Gandharv saw the situation. Her eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. This was troublesome. This witch empress had the ability to restrain the 13th prince. In front of the heavenly demon army, Prince Xian Kong also saw the unfavorable situation. His expression turned serious. The 12 witch empresses each had their own strengths, which was the most difficult part. No matter who went out to fight, the 12 witch empresses could basically find a way to restrain them. While the two were thinking, the sword light flashed again in the battlefield. Ning Chen took a step and leaped, rushing at the woman in front of him. Fei Yu Witch Empress narrowed her eyes and raised her hand to guide the energy. Spirit energy gathered around her, and a forceful palm broke through the air. Ning Chen brandished his sword to block the former's palm force. With a rumble, he retreated 300 meters. 300 meters away, Ning Chen landed on the ground. He took a step and turned back. His sword broke through the air and gained the initiative by striking first. The sword aura was boundless and unstoppable. Fei Yu Witch Empress was as still as a mountain. She waved the long silk and used softness to overcome toughness, dissipating the sword aura. Suddenly, Fei Yu Witch Empress's expression changed. Her figure flashed and retreated 300 meters away. In the long silk, 9 streaks of dim light followed her like shadows and chased after her rapidly. That is, in front of the witch army, the 11 witch empresses looked grave. The 9 underworld devil emperors' profound solution 9 transformations? The profound solution 9 underworld devil emperor appeared with boundless murderous intent. Fei Yu Witch Empress flashed and dodged the streaks of murderous dim light. Facing the unpredictable profound solution 9 transformations, the soft silk lost its ability to restrain it. Its power was greatly reduced. On the ground, Ning Chen stepped forward and dashed out again. The sword aura of the water and moon reversal rose in his hand and broke through the sky. Thousands of feet of raging waves split the sky and earth. A huge crack appeared in the sky above the battlefield, shocking everyone. The sword aura broke through the air and arrived. Fei Yu Witch Empress's expression changed. She raised her cultivation technique to the limit. The long silk coiled around her body and blocked in front of her. With a rumble, the world shook. The sword aura shook the long silk, and the sword aura quickly dissipated. At the same time, the 9 streaks of dim light appeared in the sky again. The 9 transformations condensed into a sharp sword and slashed at the woman in front of her. With a swish, the 9 transformations broke the long silk. The sword aura penetrated her body and brought out a fountain of blood. At the critical moment, a white-robed figure dashed out in front of the witch army and arrived at the battlefield in an instant. A palm that shook the world broke through the air and the sea. Its power was even greater than Fei Yu Witch Empress's. It slapped at Ji Ming and stopped the battle between the two. At this moment, Gandharv's figure disappeared from the sky and entered the battlefield. She also slapped at the white-robed Witch Empress's palm force. Chapter 1148. In the northern battlefield of the primeval demon region, Knowing Destiny was fighting against the Witch Empress. The battle was white-hot, with thousands of aftershocks. When the sword radiance and the long silk collided, the Xian Jie broke through the air. The sword qi penetrated the body, bringing out a waterfall of blood. At this critical moment, a witch empress in white jumped into the battle in front of the wizard tribe army. Her vast palm power set off waves. In the sky, Gandharv saw this. She stepped lightly and turned her palm to draw in the devil vitality. Her palm shocked the sky and met the witch empress. When the kings fought, the sky sank and the earth fell. The devil palm shook the waves, and the undercurrent shook violently, forcing the two to retreat. The witch empress in white looked at the girl in front of her and frowned. What a powerful devil general! Who was she? Why hadn't she appeared before? Just as the two kings were fighting, a white-clothed figure rushed to the witch empress. Her sword was sharp, and her every move was deadly. The witch empress recovered from the shock. Her shoulder was hit by the sword. She drew in the vital energy with her slender hand. Long green silk spread out and wrapped around the former. Ning Chen didn't show any fear. He clenched his left hand, and the Xian Jie 9 transformations sword came. The two swords flowed together and met the attack. The sharp sword and the soft silk clashed again. The long silk changed shape and wrapped around the sharp sword, blocking the attack. At the same time, several other long silks spread out and wrapped around knowing destiny. Not good. The battle changed so fast that no one could react. Outside the battle, Gandharv and Prince Xuankong's expressions changed. They didn't dare to delay and immediately rushed to the front. The moment they moved, the 4 witch empresses in front of the wizard tribe army rushed out at the same time to stop the celestial demon prince. Prince Xiankong made a move. The sky and earth shook and the void collapsed. In front of him, the 4 witch empresses gathered their vital energy and combined water, fire, wind, and thunder to block the devil might. The earth shook violently and the aftershock roared. The sky and earth shook violently and thousands of miles sank. Not far away, the witch empress in white also blocked Gandharv. In the blink of an eye, several exchanges were made, and the rumbling sound resounded through the battlefield. The 2 kings were blocked, and the battle below was fierce. The long silk trapped knowing destiny, and the battle was in danger. Her opponent was restrained, and the witch empress could not help but heave a sigh of relief. She circulated her true essence and suppressed the injuries on her body. This 13th prince of the celestial devil royal family was not easy to deal with. Whether it was his fighting experience or his attainments in swordsmanship, they were both rare in the world. If it were not for the fact that her cultivation was much higher than his, it would have been very difficult for her to win this battle. In the sky, seeing that the 13th prince was in danger, Gandharv's face sank. She did not dare to hesitate any more. With a light shout, the red mist around her spread. On the battlefield, when the 6 witch empresses saw the situation, their expressions turned grave. They did not dare to be careless, and they raised their energy to block the red mist. However, a shocking scene happened. The red mist emitted from Gandharv's body quickly eroded the protective Zhen Yuan of the 6 witch queens. It was unstoppable. In the battle below, the injured Pure Wing witch empress was not in a bad spot. Wisps of red mist entered her body, and she immediately staggered. She vomited a mouthful of blood. The red mist is poisonous, everyone be careful. In the sky, the white-clothed witch queen flipped her palm and shook away the red mist that was ceaselessly suffusing the surroundings as she reminded in a solemn voice. She had the appearance of a young girl and was surrounded by red mist. Could this person's identity be Gandharv of the 8? The white-clothed witch queen's expression turned grave. The 8 had died in the war of the ancient times. Why would they appear here? Gandharv, thank you very much. In the battle below, the moment Pure Wing witch empress body was injured, a calm voice was heard. Within the long silk that was wrapped in layers of silk, sword aura broke through the air and tore apart the bindings around her body. The white-clothed figure walked out and swept past, instantly arriving in front of Pure Wing witch empress. The ice-cold sword light broke through Pure Wing witch empress' protective Zhen Yuan and pierced into her shoulder. The gushing blood dyed the sword blade red, and it was bleak and dazzling. Being poisoned first, Pure Wing witch empress' body was restrained, and her reaction was already slower. The sword blade pierced through her body, and she was severely injured. Pure Wing. The white-clothed witch empress' expression changed slightly. However, she was in the red mist poison formation and could not split herself. It was too late for her to provide support. Not far away, Prince Xiankong's eyes flashed with a solemn look. He was holding back 4 witch empresses by himself, not giving them a chance to provide support. This was the best opportunity. If he could get rid of a witch empress here, the Heaven Devil Army's morale would be greatly boosted. In the battle below, a shocking sword strike caused Pure Wing witch empress to retreat continuously. The sword had pierced through her left shoulder, and blood kept flowing out. With her severely injured body, it was hard for her to raise her body. She grabbed the sword blade and forcefully stopped herself from retreating. Ning Chen snorted coldly. He turned the sword blade in his hand, and blood gushed out, dyeing it red again. Pure Wing witch empress grunted, and blood dripped from her slender hand. She raised her left hand with great difficulty and slapped it toward Ning Chen. Ning Chen swung his sword to meet the attack. Demonic aura surged on his mystic release, and he clashed with the power of a king's palm. Ugh! Demonic aura consumed her body, and blood flowed out of her mouth. She flew 1,000 feet away and crashed onto the ground. Cough, cough! Pure Wing Witch Empress staggered and stood up amidst the dust. She coughed violently, and her body was stained with blood. She looked exceptionally miserable. In front of the witch race's army, the 6 witch empresses looked at the battle with solemn eyes. Baiji had already made a move, but they were still at a disadvantage. The Heaven Devil Imperial family was indeed not easy to deal with. The Heaven Devil 13th Crown Prince has impressed us. Among the 6 witch empresses, a woman in a black dress spoke indifferently. The disciple of the 9 underworld's Devil Emperor is naturally not weak. Beside her, the red-clothed witch empress answered calmly. Pure Wing is injured. She might not be able to last much longer. Hongxue, make your move, the black-clothed witch empress said. All right. The red-clothed witch empress nodded. She did not delay any longer, and with a flash, she vanished. In the battle at the front, sword light tore through the dust and swept over again. The cold killing intent was unusually bone-chilling. With the killing intent before her, Pure Wing Witch Empress' eyes flashed with determination. She opened her hands, and her vital essence flowed in reverse. Immediately, a bloody mist gushed out, and violent vital essence swept out. A desperate move? Is there a need for that? Ning Chen's lips curled up slightly as he transmitted a message. He sped up and arrived before the Witch Empress in the blink of an eye. Clang! The sword tore through the air, and the sound of weapons clashing rang out. A red-clothed figure appeared before Pure Wing Witch Empress, and the red sword in her hand blocked the Moon Demon Divine artifact. The 13th Prince's sword is astonishing. Our witch race has lost this round, the red-clothed Witch Empress said. The Red Snow Witch Empress said and swung her sword. Red snowflakes permeated the air, forcibly breaking the battle. Just as she finished speaking, the red-clothed Witch Empress quickly retreated from the battlefield with the heavily injured Pure Wing Witch Empress. In the battlefield, Ning Chen waved his sword to disperse the red snowflakes. He looked at the 2 retreating figures with a serious expression, but he did not chase after them. He had achieved his objective, and there was no need for him to put himself in danger. Retreat. Ning Chen spoke, and with a step, he turned around and swept towards the Heaven Devil army behind him. In the air, Gandharv heard the order and did not continue fighting. She flipped her palm and repelled the white-clothed Witch Empress in front of her before retreating to the battlefield. In the final battle, Xian Kong fought 4 Witch Empresses alone. After the other 2 battles ended, Xian Kong did not continue fighting. With a shout, he repelled 4 Witch Empresses with a single punch, and he turned to leave. The 4 Witch Empresses looked at the departing figure with abnormally grave expressions. This Heaven Devil Imperial family's 5th prince was too powerful, and they could not see his limits. The 2 armies stopped fighting, and the witch race was temporarily defeated. Since the war started, the Heaven Devil Imperial family had won for the first time. The 2 armies retreated and returned to their respective camp. In the witch race's camp, the red-clothed Witch Empress returned with the heavily injured Pure Wing Witch Empress. She did not dare to delay, and she activated all her technique. Her true origin surged and entered the Witch Empress body continuously. The red mist's poison corroded the bones, and the true origin in Pure Wing Witch Empress body was abnormally chaotic. The red-clothed Witch Empress expression became more and more grave. This was troublesome. Outside the camp, Witch Empress Baiji and the other 10 Witch Empresses walked in and asked, "How's Pure Wing?" Her external injuries are fine, and her organs are not damaged. However, the red mist's poison is intense, and it's very difficult to remove, the red-clothed Witch Empress said in a low voice. Gandharv of the Heaven Devil 8. Upon hearing that, Witch Empress Baiji's expression became abnormally cold. According to ancient legends, Gandharv was adept at using incense poison. Those who were tainted by it would definitely die. We are powerless against this poison. We can only send Purewing back to the witch race and ask Emperor Go to help, the red-clothed witch empress said seriously. Witch Empress Baiji nodded. She looked at the heavily injured and unconscious Purewing witch empress and said, I'll go. I'll leave this place to you guys temporarily. Don't worry. The red-clothed witch empress nodded slightly. She helped Purewing witch empress up and handed her over. With us here, nothing will happen here. Witch Empress Baiji took Purewing witch empress and did not delay any longer. Her figure flashed as she rushed towards the north. In the Heavenly Devil camp, Ning Chen stood in front of the camp and looked towards the north. After a long time, he said, Is your poison easy to remove? There's no way to remove it, Gandharv said coldly. Upon hearing that, Ning Chen shook his head regretfully and said, What a pity. Gandharv frowned. She did not understand what he meant. Ning Chen smiled and did not explain. What he meant by what a pity was that he knew what the 12 witch empresses would do next, but he could not say or do anything. It was really boring. Purewing witch empress was injured, and the only way to survive was to send her back to the witch race. If he set up an ambush at this time, he would definitely gain a lot. After standing there for a moment, Ning Chen collected his thoughts and turned to walk towards the camp behind him. Outside the camp, Prince Xiankong looked at the young figure walking towards him. He smiled and said, 13, you've worked hard in today's battle. 5th Martial Uncle, you're too polite. This is what 13 should do, Ning Chen said respectfully. I've long heard that 9 Underworlds has a disciple with extraordinary cultivation in the sword. Today, I see that the rumors are true. Prince Xiankong smiled and said, In time, your achievements in the sword will not be below your 4th Martial Uncle's. 5th Martial Uncle, you flatter me, Ning Chen said softly. 4th Martial Uncle is the best swordsman in the world. 13 is still far from that. Just as the battle in the north came to a temporary stop, the Heavenly Devil army led by Xian Qi closed in on the southeast of the primordial demon region, forcing the Stone Race army to retreat. 5 days later, the two armies faced each other again. Xian Qi looked at the 4th Divine Protector, who appeared in front of the Stone Race army with a serious expression. This person was different from the other 3 Divine Protectors of the Stone Race. If he guessed correctly, the person in front of him was the leader of the 6 Divine Protectors of the Stone Race. The battle was about to begin. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky. Amidst the lightning and thunder, a dragon-shaped figure vaguely appeared. It was him. Xian Qi looked up and narrowed his eyes. The dragon.